Call to order the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council agenda. It is Tuesday, September 9th at 2025, and it is 10:03 a.m. We are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid and online. Next item on the agenda is roll call, starting to my right.
Ellen 11.
Me and Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Jason Wilson.
Dan.
Dan Enright.
And Teddy Erico. And just to be clear, Dan is online for this. And that brings us to agenda item number 1. Telluride Housing Authority. Do I have a motion to go out of town council and into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Mian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ellen, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously to go into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting. And we have Allie Slayton here. And Ellen, are you gonna?
Yeah, I mean, Dan's the vice chair, but I can run the meeting if.
Whatever
Please do, Elena. Please do.
Okay.
It's a little easier
No,
in person.
I'm about to board a flight. Yeah,
Okay.
please do.
So I'd like to call to order the Telluride Housing Authority. On Tuesday, September 9th, we are at Rebecca Hall and on Zoom. Present are, roll call.
Teddy Erico.
Me and Fee.
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
And myself, Ellen 11. First on the agenda, we have the approval of the minutes from June 3rd. Do I
I'll
have-
make a motion to approve the minutes from June 3rd, 2025.
Second. Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. How do you vote?
Teddy votes yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Dan gave a thumbs up.
Dan's yes.
And Elena, yes. Moving on to the next item, we have new business, discussion and review of proposed amendments to Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. And to present, we have Allie Slayton.
Thank you very much, Elena. Make sure I can get heard on the microphone here. So as many of you were involved in the process that occurred 2 years ago, this is a pretty regular process for us. This is the biennial review and update of the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. It feels like this was not so long ago, but the last time we did adopt changes was in May of 2023. So this is the biennial process that the subcommittee has been involved in since March of this year. At this time, the subcommittee does desire to bring these items up to the full board for discussion and potential adoption at one of your upcoming meetings. So the purpose of today's work session is to present all the changes that the subcommittee has been talking about since March with you, the full board, for discussion and potential adoption. Dan, I think, Dan, there's a little bit of background noise. Thank you. So what we're going to do today, I am first going to present to you a little bit of the changes that we have been discussing over these last few months. And keep in mind that this presentation is as much for the public as it is for you. So I'm going to start with a little bit of an overview of what the guidelines are and what the goals of the program are. And then we're going to jump into the conversations that have been occurring at the subcommittee level. And once I'm done with my presentation, we can then go through the proposed guidelines, the red line that I provided in the packet, to see what items you would like to discuss. Before I jump in, there are a few items that the subcommittee touched on, but did not want to discuss in depth without the full board being present. So there are a few pretty big ticket items that will be matters of first impression at this meeting. So with that, our roadmap today, purpose of today's meeting, go through the biennial proposed amendments. What should you know before reviewing these changes? This is what's going to be mostly just an overview, mostly for the public. Again, it's a good refresher to have. I'll keep it very brief, but what is an affordable housing unit? And then what are the goals of the program? And then much like we did in the previous biennial process, I presented these changes in a way that breaks it down for current owners, applicants, renters, developers. What are the changes that are most going to impact each one of these groups? And to be honest, there aren't a whole lot of big changes during this process. The last one was over a year. These are pretty insubstantial compared to the last one that we did. And then finally, what do the next steps look like for adoption? So this slide looks pretty different from the slide that was presented a couple of years ago, and that's mostly because there are now 4 types of affordable housing units as opposed to 3. So before, there were just mitigation units, town constructed units, and employee dwelling units. However, after we adopted the rental policies, there's now a 4th kind of affordable housing unit, and those are rental units. However, it's really important to remember that the guidelines do not address rental units. So many of the changes that we put into this version of the guidelines address what rental units are, but also make sure to accept rental units from the guidelines. Instead, those units are subject to the rental policies that we adopted earlier this year or late last year. Mitigation units, of course, are units that are constructed by developers and provided to us to mitigate the impacts of new development. Town constructed units are projects that we proactively engage in. So those are most of what you typically think of as our affordable housing units: Spruce House, Silverjack, Longmill, all of those developments. Employee dwelling units, we only have 30 of those in town. So those are, I've always just called them odd ducks because each one is very different, and you have to go back and look at the deed restriction to really find out how those operate. And then, of course, the new type of unit, which are the rental units. I do have a breakdown of the different kind of units there at the bottom right corner. We have about 217 affordable housing units, plus another 249 rental units in town. But just as important to remember, what are we not talking about today? What we're not talking about are the units that have been carved out of the program to be town employee units. Those units are not subject to the guidelines. The school district also has a few of those units. And then very importantly, we're also not talking about units that exist in Mountain Village or in the county. Those are subject to a different program. So they're out of the units that we have. We're only talking about about 11 units that are carved out from the program in town. But for the listening public, just keep in mind that we're only talking today about guideline subject units in the town of Telluride. Okay, so next, what are the goals of the affordable housing program? Those of you that were involved in the last biennial process might remember that these were adopted in the last biennial process. These are really the guiding provisions of the guidelines. This is what to keep in mind as we're adopting and proposing changes. So providing affordable employee housing, of course, that's our number one goal. Promoting economic diversity within the Telluride community, ensuring ongoing affordability of housing units, and providing for clear, fair, and consistent administration of housing programs. This is a bit unintentional. However, for this biennial process, the changes that have been proposed tend to focus on those last 2 goals, ensuring ongoing affordability of housing units. You'll see the changes that really speak to this when we start talking about professional inspections that will be required, and then the way that we're going to be treating permitted capital improvements moving forward. But then, of course, this last one, providing for clear, fair, and consistent administration of housing programs. What we've really done with several of the changes in this biennial process is clarified standards of review, clarified processes. And the most obvious one you'll see is that before, believe it or not, we actually did not have any process for notices of violation. We all know that someone could receive one. It's mentioned in all of the deed restrictions. However, when it comes to the guidelines, there's no process specified. We clarified that this time around. And again, that really speaks to providing for clear, fair, and consistent administration of housing programs by allowing those that are subject to the guidelines and also those that are administering the guidelines and enforcing them, THA staff, to understand what the expectations are and what processes will be followed. So we'll get into all of this when we get into the red line, and I want to make sure you see all of the changes. However, just to go over briefly what we're going to be talking about today, these are the overview of the major changes to the guidelines, and just to skip forward and show you the structure of this. Again, I've broken this down by each one of the different interest groups so they can really focus in on the changes that might impact them the most. So this first slide, the themes, again, were to reconcile the guidelines with topics discussed while adopting the rental policies. That was a pretty lengthy process for all of you. Many of the topics that are overlapping between the guidelines and the policies, you went a little bit of a different direction in the policies, and now it's time to carry that over to the guidelines. So again, intent to work was not discussed previously in the guidelines, whereas discussed during the rental policies adoption. We're now incorporating that. So what we're trying to do is make sure that these 2 different documents, the guidelines and the policies, are consistent. And then finally, continuing to add clarity to the guidelines and filling in processes. That was also a pretty big theme of this biennial review. So this first slide includes all of the major changes for pretty much anyone. These are the ones that people are going to want to focus on the most. Again, we added in an intent to work definition. We've addressed on-call and PTO hours, which previously staff didn't quite know how to treat those when it came to meeting the 1,400-hour requirement. We've clarified that. We added in the caregiver exemption that you discussed while adopting the rental policies. The net asset standard has changed just a little bit in the sense that those that are a beneficiary to a trust, there's going to be more documentation required moving forward, just to make sure that we understand what their interest is in a trust and make sure that we're calculating that asset properly. Volunteer community service, that was something else that was amended very slightly when adopting the rental policies. We've reconciled that now in the guidelines. Exceptions, we've clarified that process. I'll get more in depth in that here in a little bit. Appeals and the notice of violation. So again, all three of those processes where someone wants to challenge what THA staff has done or ask for a different outcome from the THA board, we have clarified those processes and those standards of review. And it should make the program much more efficient moving forward. And again, we just want to provide clarity for those that are subject to the program or want to be subject to the program. Major changes for current owners. So minimum standards for maximum sales price are better defined. Staff in the past, especially with a lot of turnover that we've had in the last year, has had some confusion there about what minimum standards to apply and how to evaluate those minimum standards. So we have clarified those. You might remember during the last biennial process, we required all units go to lottery now. So those are all units that transferred after the effective date of those guidelines. So if you purchased a unit in 2007, you probably don't have to worry about that. But if you purchased a unit last year, you will most likely have to resell through the lottery. What that means is that over time, in the next decade or so, almost all units will be selling by lottery eventually. So with that comes a little bit more process when it comes to lottery. And of course, with more process comes more questions. It's a learning process. We are filling in those gaps. So if someone wants to withdraw from the lottery once they've submitted an intent to sell, that is now restricted because once we publish the lottery, when staff has put in a lot of time, once the public, of course, has their hopes up about a lottery, you should at a certain point be required to go through with that. So we have inserted restrictions from withdrawing from the lottery. There is now a unit sale fee. I'll talk more about that when we get to that provision. There has always been a unit sale fee. I think that's very important to mention. However, it has changed over time, and we're now reinstating the unit sale fee for all units, not just those that sell pursuant to a notice of violation. There is a required rent reduction that prevents owners from profiting from room rental. Again, we'll talk more about all of these, but I just wanted to give you an overview of the changes that have been proposed. And then, of course, there's some clarifications that are being made for permitted capital improvements. Major changes for future applicants. So these are major changes for people that don't own an affordable housing unit yet, but would like to own one in the future. There is a 2-year lottery prohibition for households who have been placed under a notice of violation within the last 2 years. So that would apply for both renters and owners. So if you are a current owner wanting to be placed into a different unit, that is a provision that you would want to keep in mind. And then, of course, there's also a lottery winner notice deadline, which goes hand in hand with what I was talking about earlier. As more units are sold by lottery, we need to fill in these processes and make sure that the lottery is still going efficiently as we sell these units by lottery. Major changes for renters this time around, there really aren't very many. It's just an overlap for owners, which is the required rent reduction. Again, we will talk about more later with that one. Major changes for the THA board, subcommittee, and staff. Again, this is one of the themes for this biennial process. There were more processes to fill in. So notices of violation is going to be better understood moving forward because we actually have a process now for that. Exceptions are going to require a written agreement, and there's also going to be automatic expiration for exceptions unless, of course, the THA subcommittee or board specifies a different timeline. I do want to get into that further when we get to that section because I think there's a really good justification for automatic expirations. There's a requirement for professional inspections when units sell. That's a really big change for this guidelines moving forward, and it's also going to help staff immensely, but also help owners and future owners. And that's because as we're seeing our units are aging and we need professional inspections. Right now, those are very rarely being done. Only when the town is seller really are those being done. But moving forward, those will be required and it's going to protect our units long term. Again, collection of a unit sale fee is going to offset THA staff cost. And then staff is going to administratively review more of the permitted capital improvements, relieving some of the burden from the THA board and subcommittee. Major changes for developers. This time around, there really aren't any. And I just want to highlight that in the last guidelines biennial process in 2023, there were a lot of changes for developers. We got all those changes addressed. There really there aren't really any questions left when it comes to developers. So we all feel pretty good with how those actors are being treated right now through the guidelines. And then this is what I was talking about earlier, what still needs to be discussed for this biennial review. These are the big ticket items that the THA subcommittee touched on during its biennial review process, but did not want to discuss further until this matter was brought up to the board. Income is going to be the biggest one. We can jump in that today. I hope we have time to get into that one today, but then there are a couple of more items to discuss. And that's really just a repurchase policy for the town to help sellers and future owners. And then, of course, also timing for adding permitted capital improvements, because it is believed that there might be a disadvantage for long-term owners due to depreciation. Something tells me we won't get to that one today, but I am hopeful. We'll see. My presentation is just about done, and then we can start going through the red line. But real quick, this is the process and timeline for adoption. And of course, the email addresses for anyone you can talk to if you have any questions about these changes or comments. We as staff are really hoping that this will get done before the next election, and that's only for consistency. It would be really great for those that have been involved in this process this whole time to be able to get this done before we introduce new people. However, if it does not happen before that October meeting, that's also perfectly fine. It's better that this not be rushed. So we'll take as much time as needed to make sure we go through all these changes and make sure everyone's okay with these changes and on board. But that is what we would like to see happen. We do have 2 tentative outreach sessions planned for the 16th and 17th of this month. Our communications director is currently out right now, just got married. So I do still need to solidify those dates with her. I do know that we want to have them at AHA. We would like to not have them in this building and really open up the room for the public to come on neutral ground and really give us their comments on these proposed changes. Please, if you're interested in attending one of those sessions, check in with us. And as soon as we know what date it will be on and what time, we would love for that public participation. So I know that was a bit of a speedy presentation, but I know that you also want to discuss a lot of these changes. So I apologize for the speediness of it. But my presentation is over. And I believe we could probably just go through the red line now, but I want to make sure we're following the review process that is most efficient for you. So I am open to any recommendations from the board as to how you would like to jump into these changes.
Thanks, Allie. Does anyone have any thoughts on how we want to approach this?
I think going through the red line sounds like a great plan.
I agree. So
Okay.
do you want to keep going?
Yep, definitely. So we'll start from the top. So I guess another thing to mention is that we have a new cover page for the guidelines. It's much better than the previous cover page. It looks a lot like the rental policies, but the guidelines are front and center. We do have a link to the rental policies. That will be a live link once this is published. And again, the purpose behind that is really just to make sure that people know that there are policies for renters, there are guidelines for owners. However, if you're renting a guideline subject unit, you need to refer to the guidelines, not the rental policies. We know it can be a little confusing just because there are 2 very large documents. We're happy to answer any questions at any time, and we're hoping that in the various places that's mentioned throughout the guidelines that it is clear. So again, starting from the top, that is the cover page. We've moved the version history to the second page. There were a few clarifications needed there. And please, if anyone has any questions at any time, let me know. I'll go through most of these changes as a lot of them are not substantive. But if you have any questions about these changes, please stop me and I'm happy to answer those questions. So jumping right into the definitions, we've added the rental housing unit distinction to that affordable housing unit definition. We have very briefly amended the assets definition just to make sure that those trust ownerships are addressed. They were previously, but we're clarifying there. I don't think you want to jump into the income discussion unless, Elena, would you like to just go through the red line in full first and then circle back to those bigger items? Or do you think we should truly take it each page at a time and go ahead and jump into those big conversations?
What do you guys think?
I'm an each page person, but it doesn't- I can go either way.
I think we'll go through it and then if people have questions, let's just note those questions, but let's not like get into discussion.
Okay.
On the question itself.
Okay. So I'm now on page, I believe it's 8 of the definitions, and these are the staff comments with respect to income. So this is going to be probably, I imagine this is where the bulk of your conversation is going to occur once you decide to dive into this question. Just as a little bit of background, we did clarify income during the last biennial review process. So we are getting better over time. However, as staff continues to consistently administer these guidelines, policies, more questions, of course, come up. And the most recent questions have been with respect to more non-traditional sources of income. What should we consider as income? What is earned income? And then, of course, where is it earned? And for purposes of this conversation, what we're really talking about are alimony payments, legal settlements, child support, disability payments. These kind of, are they income? And that's kind of the first question. How do we want to classify them? We can always classify them different than the federal government and the state government. We have done so already in the past. We take different calculations, but we really need you to answer that question as to how we want to treat these kinds of income, and even if we even want to consider them income. So those are questions I would like you to think about. We can discuss that now, or we can put a tab in it and come back to it later. We could probably take this whole meeting and talk about just those questions. So that's really, do we want to get through the whole guidelines, or do we want to circle back to that one?
I mean, we have a whole section on income, so I almost feel like we should talk about the definition of income while we're talking about the section.
Can we also add in pensions and then retirement accounts to income as well? We will take public comment when we're like afterwards.
Set the format for the listening audience to direct them to a page number in the packet so they can follow along.
I think Ally did just mention the page number. She mentioned
Well, in
page
the packet,
8.
It's page 16, but.
Yeah,
the
and
actual guidelines.
income, it's on the packet, the income section is page 19.
So we were discussing about when should we discuss the definition of income.
Yeah.
I agree with me and Ellen. I think that we should continue through the red line and then have a more in-depth discussion when we actually get to that section. Does that sound good?
I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay. And there are, it's not just one topic to talk about with income. So that's one, those non-traditional sources of income that aren't even considered income, depending on which government level you're talking about. But also depreciation. We've encountered a couple of situations where there's been accelerated depreciation, which really skews income for 1 year. However, the federal government allowed it. So previously we allowed it. However, do we want to continue allowing that moving forward? Keep in mind that for ownership, income only matters for a snapshot of 1 year. And it's the 1 year prior to applying to own a unit. I'm not going to say there's widespread abuses. I don't think there are. And I think that's mostly because of the way our units turn over. However, the potential is there. I think that the market it's a little more flexible now. We're seeing a lot more turnover. However, we've seen in the recent past where it's been a very tight market and abuses could happen. And there was a bit more of an appetite there just because it was so hard to find housing. So keep in mind that it's that 1 year snapshot that we're really trying to address. Continuing income doesn't matter as much except for those percentage amounts. We can get into that later too.
And that was kind of your point in the packet if we wanted to look at like the Aspen model.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. So another point, and comment is not in the definition of income. It is further down where it sounds like we're going to discuss income. There is an income variation policy that Aspen has. The subcommittee didn't want to talk too much about that yet because again, they wanted the board to discuss it. But that could be a way that we address this moving forward, just to make sure that if income is really fluctuating between years, that we're getting a better picture of what income is going to be moving forward by taking an average rather than just taking that one 12-month snapshot that could be modified. So that is something to discuss later down, but I'll put a pin in that for now. And then the last topic to discuss with respect to income is rental income. What kind of deductions are reasonable for rental income? So if you have a rental property, are we going to allow a mortgage deduction? Are we going to take net or gross rental amounts? So those are all questions that we really just need answered by the board. It'll be pretty easy for us to insert language once we have that direction. So again, I'll put a pin in that for now, but I just wanted to let you know that is what's coming with respect to the discussion of income. So further down on that same page, the intent to work definition, this comes straight from the policies. So I don't think there's any further discussion that's needed here. Intent to work is just now defined in the guidelines, just like it is in the policies. The next page over, 2 pages over, I believe, and I apologize, Kristen, I did not print the packet. So this is page 10 of the definitions, but I'll need someone else to.
21.
Thank you, Teddy.
Yeah, I'll help you out.
Yep. These, a couple of these are just editing errors, and it's because there was a link to the terms. So this first one up here where intent to work is inserted within the definition of owner, that definition of owner has not changed. So I'll make sure that in the next red line, those are excluded. But just please know that that was an error that occurred when I ran the comprehensive red line. The policies, though, are the next thing that actually has changed within the guidelines. Again, this is a new definition, just to flag for people that there are 2 different documents. There are the policies for the rental units. There are the guidelines for the other 3 types of affordable housing units. Presence required employment. I believe there was one member of the subcommittee that would like to further discuss this. The only thing that has changed from the prior iteration of the guidelines is that we clarified that remote clients are clients whose presence is not required within the R1 school district to receive the service. So what we were really trying to get at there is that a lot of people in the service industry here in town, let's say it's a photography business, they'll be doing a lot of the work before the client comes into town. So they'll be scheduling, they'll be receiving feedback on the kinds of photos that person wants, but then to receive the actual service, that person's going to be here in town. We would not classify that as a remote client because they ultimately have to be in Telluride to receive the service. A remote client would be someone who is maybe commissioning an art piece that never has to set foot in town to receive that art piece. So what we're trying to do is really draw a distinction between what is remote work for remote clients and what is considered local work for clients that might appear to be remote but ultimately end up in town. If there's still any discussion that's needed there, I will ask that subcommittee member to bring this item forward. If not,
No, it's fine. I'll
okay.
because I still don't feel like this definition, I think gives a number of the people that are living in those units that are concerned about this, and we've seen some exception hearings as a result. I don't think that it necessarily gives them the peace of mind that they should have. So we can either redefine in presence required employment, but the other thought that I had was that perhaps what we just need to do is add a definition specific to remote clients, or something of that nature, so that, you know, that photographer or that hotel salesperson that is selling to a corporate group that's coming in, you know, that they feel as though that they are covered in regards to presence required employment. So I'm happy whichever way we want to do it, but I do know that we did have an exception hearing for somebody that lives in one of these units because all of their clients, their job is to bring people to the destination. But the question was in the current iteration of the definition, if they technically counted as presence required employment. And I want us to be able to avoid that because I think in a tourism-based industry, essentially most of us really are bringing in clients and we are working with remote, like what a remote client ultimately is. So I think we need to like more narrowly define that so that everybody understands that they are protected.
The last sentence of that, of the definition for presence required employment kind of defines remote clients. Would you want to just like fragment that out to be its own definition? See that last sentence that kind of like spills onto the next page?
The-
Presence required employment specifically excludes work for remote clients, clients whose presence is not required in the R1 school district to receive the service, sales to remote customers, or work performed for foreign businesses that do not have a physical presence in the Telluride R1 school district.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it needs to be cleaned up. I mean, I think when you say sales to remote customers, if Jane Smith works for the Peaks Resort and she is a group salesperson, she is selling to a remote client to bring them in here. So are we saying that that person no longer is presence required? Like that's not a
Well-
presence required
Well, it says
position?
whose clients whose presence is not required. So in order to receive the service. So if her job is to bring people to the Peaks, then that requires them to come to the Peaks, which then by definition puts them within the definition of this.
Okay, I just want to be super clear because this didn't feel to me like to be as clean as it could be. And it's maybe just is a little bit of wordsmithing. But I just want to make explicitly
Mhm.
clear because we do have such a huge swath of our community that this is their
Mhm.
job and this is their role.
And I think just to provide a little bit more context to the rest of the board that might not remember that situation, the sticking point there was that the person lived in Telluride but traveled extensively to bring people into Telluride. So the work was not performed here. And that was the issue. The issue wasn't that there weren't people that ultimately ended up in Telluride as a result of the work. The issue was their presence wasn't required here because they were traveling to
So-
market
And I'm
Telluride.
And I think this back
Mm-hmm.
and forth is actually the exact example of like the concern because that's actually not true.
Mhm.
And like, and I don't want to like focus on one particular person and one particular case, but that they would not be able to hold their job if they were not able to go into the hotel. They would not be able to hold their job if they were not here to greet the clients when they did arrive. Like they predominantly are here, but they go on sales trips. And so like, I think like that's like, it's the nuance of tourism that I think we're missing in this. And because it is the dominant industry in the region, I think we need to be very, very clear.
Talia, what you just said to me is that, so there's a person that has to travel to meet other people in order to have them come here.
Mhm.
So I think that
Or hope to come
what
here.
we're saying, it feels very circular to
Yeah.
me in this definition. I think that's probably why it's a little bit of a struggle. I can't think of an instance. I guess I'm the opposite of you, Mian. I am having a really hard time sitting here of an instance where this wouldn't cover the person. I think that if you say that it requires the person to have the service, them to be here, ultimately all of these have an end line with a person coming to Telluride for tourism. So I don't see the issue, I guess maybe.
What if it's somebody that's marketing? What if it's somebody whose job is to market?
Their job is marketing, so then that's marketing what?
But
The destination.
But that doesn't, but it's marketing the client, marketing the destination. Marketing a destination does not require somebody to come physically here. So I think I think that there just needs to be, I think it just needs to be a little bit cleaner. It needs to be wordsmithed a little bit better in order to protect because we're not gonna always be here. 2 years from now, like the four of us could potentially not be here. And so if, again, that situation comes up and people
Sure.
that understand that industry.
What you're describing though is the effectiveness of something, which that's not what we don't care about if they're effective at marketing or not. What we care is what is their end goal. And to me, that's the point is it's like you could market all day and not a single person could show up. Does that mean that you shouldn't be allowed to do it because nobody showed up because there wasn't an end result? We're not talking about effectiveness. We're talking about what is the purpose of the job that you were doing.
Maybe we can use something like the word intent, like the intent to get clients or customers to the area. Like would that, hold on, I need to find where it actually calls that out. But would something like that help, Mian, for your concerns?
Mhm. But I think, you know, going back to like the example, like you just used, like that's, I mean, even we went through that with a very specific client and you and I are on different viewpoints of that. And so that's like,
Well, I think staff was on board with that person being considered a presence required employee.
Right.
So the issue was we needed the board to specify that in that situation, or the THA subcommittee to specify that they also understood that person to be a presence required employee, even though obviously their presence was not required in town to perform their work. But the benefit of that work came to the community.
So exactly. So I think that there just needs to be more specificity so that it's clear, because I can think of more than dozens of employees living in our rental housing program and living in our deed restricted ownership program whose jobs could conceptually, we could say, well, we don't technically need them. And I think we even saw that, and we saw public comment about members of the THA subcommittee not being required to be here as well. And I would like us to avoid that landmine that we are going to step in at some point or another and make it very, very clear that if clients are coming into the destination or you're trying to get people here, if you are working within the tourism industry specific, that like they are, you know, that is presence required employment.
So I'm trying to reconcile your comments, Mian, with potential revisions we could make to this definition. This is a totality of the circumstances. There are different standards we can consider. So right now there are 5 factors. What if we added in a 6th that talked about benefit of work to the coming to the community? So in that situation that we were just referring to, their presence is not here, but they are performing work for a business that is incorporated here, located here. The benefit ultimately comes back here. It's just their presence is required somewhere else to perform that portion of their job. Is that something, adding in a 6th factor, is that something that might address your concerns?
I think that, yeah, I think that definitely helps.
Okay.
When we last talked about it at the subcommittee, we were talking about sales tax generation, and the loophole of that is that service-based industries do not carry sales tax. And so I just want to make sure that like the same, you know, sort of the same thought process applies, but we can't use that like sales tax generation as the like catch-all trigger.
When we picked the wording for this, you said that that presence is required somewhere else to do the work. I think we should be careful about the words that we use, so there's not like an immediate conflict in like presence required employment, and then we use the term presence required, but not here. So I think let's like be careful about the wording.
Yeah, and the purpose of this isn't to address one specific position. I think this is a very nuanced situation. However, what we're really trying to get down to is no matter where your physical work might be performed for part of a job, if there is a benefit of that work coming back to the community, that should be one of the factors that gets considered when determining whether it actually could be considered presence required work. Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's lots of opportunities with that same vein. Like what if you own a store in town and you need to go on various trips to secure your goods that you sell that benefit this town, but a lot of your work is not here because of it. Or
They're caught in like the sales tax. So like it generates sales tax. So like that's.
get in there. Yeah.
So, I mean, we can even, if you want to take it a step back, like it could be that those service-based businesses are attached to people that are generating sales tax, because ultimately if they come in here, they do generate sales tax in some form or fashion. So, but whatever it is, like, obviously, like we talked about this and I haven't come up with good language at all. And, you know, so I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that this isn't a really great effort. I just want to get it better.
Yep. Okay, I've heard. So I'll, before this comes back, I will add in a 6th factor. It will talk something besides sales tax, because not everything goes back to sales tax. So we'll definitely add in some kind of language that talks about your work, even if not necessarily performed here, is tied to and benefits the community. And that is, again, it's not conclusive. It's one factor that gets considered when determining whether work is presence required employment. So all we're doing is adding in another factor to consider. But it will address situations like this where there might be a job for someone that works locally part-time, but also has some remote work that they have to do that pertains to that job that ultimately comes back to the community. That's all we're trying to address.
It-
And we're trying to make this a little, we're trying to, again, this is a somewhere where we're trying to make this more inclusive, not less restrictive or more restrictive. So we're
And-
trying to accommodate here. Mhm.
Yeah, as long as they're trying, right? It's almost like a DMC where it's like you may go somewhere to recruit people to Telluride and you're pushing our town and it's beneficial, but the people you may recruit may end up in Crested Butte or they may not come to Telluride for 5 years, but you're carrying the flag for Telluride and that should count.
Okay, so I believe I've heard all of your comments there. I'll work on that and come back with different language. There are a couple of changes on the next page. It's just I'm talking about where presence required employment would be required, and that's just cleanup there. There's another on the next page over tenancy in the entirety. That's another editing error where intent to work was inserted inadvertently. So please ignore that. The next new definition is for town constructed rental unit or just rental housing unit. That's RU. Again, that's the fourth type of affordable housing unit that we have that's now incorporated into the guidelines, but then carved out. So again, those are subject to the policies, not the guidelines, but to direct people to the right place, we wanted to make sure that it was defined here so they are aware. The next substantive change looks pretty minor, but it's on the next page over. So I'm on page 13 of the definitions. And if someone could help me out with the packet.
Which one are you going to refer to? The volunteer community service?
Yes, volunteer
Yeah,
community service.
That's page 24.
Thank you. So this just adds in governmental organization as another entity where you could perform volunteer community service. What we're really trying to capture here are people that are uncompensated that might do work for P&Z or for CASE. So it's your volunteer community members that are doing work for a governmental entity is maybe on a board of review. So volunteer firefighters, of course, were captured before where we're talking about maybe nonprofits, but then this could also extend out to San Miguel County. So if you are a volunteer member that serves on a board for a governmental entity, you can also get community service credit through your work on that board, so long as it's not compensated. So if you are receiving compensation, so Hark, for instance, receives some nominal compensation, those instead could be applied towards your presence required employment hours, not just the community service. So what we're really trying to just make sure that if you're putting hours into your community, whether it's through work or volunteer service, you get those credits somewhere.
There's no, and I don't care, but it doesn't, we don't care if it's like a 501c3 nonprofit. I know there's a whole bunch of different classifications of nonprofits. We don't have any specification.
Nope. So long as it's a local nonprofit and the work is performed here, you could receive that service through volunteer community service work. And if for some reason staff disagrees with the entity that, I'm not saying disagree with the purpose, but disagrees with it being a nonprofit, always remember that that decision could be appealed to the subcommittee and ultimately the board. So there's always a way out or a second hearing that could happen if you disagree with staff's interpretation of your qualification.
Okay, thanks for just clarifying. I was just curious.
Question.
Mhm.
Would the school count as a governmental organization?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
cool. And then there's like on page 14 of the definitions, 25, there's like some,
That's meant to be, yes, that's meant to be part of the definition for
Okay.
volunteer community service. So again, I think it was just when I converted this to the comprehensive red line, it kicked it over a page, but that is part of the definition for volunteer community service.
okay. Everyone good to move on from definitions?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we're now on part one. This is the common policies. This is page 1 of the guidelines. And I'll ask for the packet.
Oh,
Thank you, Teddy.
page 26.
Yep, page 26 of the packet. Again, this is just another one of those editing errors. Policies is not meant to be redefined there, so please ignore that on page 1. The next change comes 2 pages over where we're talking about on-call hours. So again, this is, and then right above it where we talk about qualifying volunteer hours. So just to go back to volunteer hours, when we adopted the policies, you decided to allow 20% of volunteer hours to be filled, well, 20% of the presence required employment hours to be filled with volunteer hours. rather than the 10%, which was previously incorporated into the guidelines. So what we've done here is made the guidelines and the policies the same. So it's now 20%. You get 20% of that 1,400 hours you can claim with volunteer hours. Is there any disagreement there? Okay. So next, talking about on-call hours, this is something that was previously not discussed at all in the guidelines. And what we wanted to do was to, again, provide clarity for those that might have significant on-call hours, how much of those on-call hours can count towards the 1,400. So there is no cap on on-call hours. However, it's just 25% of whatever on-call hours you might be able to claim. You could claim as presence required employment hours. So if you're on call for 4,000 hours out of the year, you could claim 1,000 of those towards your 1,400 credit, or your 1,400 requirement. So 400 you would need to make up with actual presence required employment hours.
And that, so I'm somebody who does
Mhm.
on-call, so I'm just speaking as if I was someone that was happening to come under these policies. So if I'm on call, even if I'm compensated for those on-call hours, I don't get to use all of those as 100% of those towards the employment, only 25%.
Yep, only 25% would be able to be credited towards that 1,400 hour requirement if it's considered an on-call hour by your employer.
Even if you're compensated for it.
Why are we putting a diminished percentage on that? Because, okay, so the reason why I'm an on-call employee is because I am a coroner for the county.
Mhm.
So that is obviously a presence required job. So if I am needed to be here for 24 hours because there's no one else around, why am I only getting a partial credit for that?
So I think you'll need to ask the subcommittee those questions. Again, we adopt policy based on direction. If I had to guess, though, I would think that what we're trying to do is make sure, again, that there's no abuses of the program. And what we're really trying to do is make sure that those that are actually performing work are getting credit for those work performed hours and not just the hours that they are available to work. So I think that's probably where the distinction comes in. But again, nothing's been adopted yet. All of this is open for discussion. So I'll leave it to the subcommittee to decide where maybe they were heading with the on-call hours and the reduction.
Yeah, because I'll chime in first and then you guys can answer. So that'll help me understand it. Because I was thinking of, Ashley's personal example is a great one. And I didn't think of like being the coroner. I'm thinking more in the lines of your third on call at the Buck and it's Saturday night and you may have an 8-hour window that you can get called upon. And you can't go away that weekend. You can't go have fun unless you're close to work and you may be called on it. Is 25% a fair representation, and I know we have a ski schooler in the audience, and would that be the same thing, right? Like you go up to your lineup and you have to be at that lineup, but you have no idea if you're getting work today, but you're making yourself available to work. And what should it be 20? Maybe 25% is the answer. I'm not saying it's not, but I want to make sure we think that through a little bit. Like you're giving up your day, whether you work or not, for the benefit of the community, and it's out of your control whether or not you get called to work based on a fluctuating number of guests that are in Telluride.
Yeah, I'm just curious why you guys came up with 25%. Just want to hear your reasonings.
Yeah, I mean, I think the example that we talked about a lot was like an EMT who had a 24-hour on-call shift or something where, some of that is sleeping and you wake up if your phone rings, but like to call that the same as being in the med center working felt like that wasn't an apples to apples situation. So this is what we came up with. I think this is like a very gray zone. And I don't know if anything we say is going to like have, logic, like to back up the numbers. I think we have to pick what that equitable percentage is. But I think, what we were talking about is sort of those like 24-hour periods where, you could take a lot of on-call hours and meet that requirement, but not actually necessarily be working in the community to the same degree that somebody who's scheduled for hours at my hypothetical med center position that I mentioned. Is that a good, Mian, do you want to?
I mean, I think.
Great point.
Because I think there are just I mean, I think on-call work is pretty pervasive here too, you know, so I mean, to Elena's another example would be like if you were taking a hotline at the San Miguel Resource Center, you know, the likely you are on for 10 hours, 8 hours,
Well, that's
but
a bad
like,
example because that's volunteer and you would be able to collect all of those hours. So let's find another example.
okay, I mean, well then maybe we need to address that as well, but I think if, I think the thought process was that 25% of those, you know, if you are working the hours, you know, if you get called in, you are a bartender at the Buck and you work 6 hours at the Buck because you got called in, those 6 hours definitely count.
Those are
You know,
fully 100%
But like
hours.
of that like 8 hour, those like other 2 hours, only 25% of that would
Yeah,
count.
where you're like having dinner and watching TV and, you know, potentially sleeping.
I might just disagree with you guys on this because like I said, it's from my personal experience. It's like if I'm compensated for those on-call hours, so I get paid. I'm not just sitting around doing nothing for free. I do get paid, but I cannot leave the county. I cannot drink. I cannot do like anything that would inhibit me from being available for a call. It's like, so I do believe that it's like that's why I'm compensated, is because it puts a restriction on my life and requires me to physically be here.
And I
We just
guess-
had a big discussion about like people leaving the area for work and how we're going to accommodate them, but then like people who actually have to physically be sitting in the county for these type of on-call jobs, we're only going to give them a 25% credit. Maybe we just disagree. I just feel like I think that 25% just feels low. I'm not saying I don't disagree with the difference, but to me, 25% feels low.
Sorry.
Yeah, you know, I was fully on Ashley's page and then Elena gave her example, which put me somewhere in Never Neverland on what to do. And I'm not sure what to do. And maybe there's a different calculation because I think there's a difference between Ashley's coroner and the Buck versus the on-call nurse for 24 hours that's just racking up the hours. It's just two entirely different things to me.
I mean, that's where this really came from, was kind
Yeah.
of that inequity.
And maybe there's something where there's just a sliding scale and it's just like you work X number of hours and on call and you get this percentage. And then after that point, you get a lower percentage. After that point, you get a lower percentage, because in that way it's more fair, because there are certain jobs like, you know, a nurse is a great example, right? Like you can't do anything, right? Yes, you can watch TV, but you should get.
But that's not on-call work. If you're physically at the medical center, you're working.
Right, but if you're on call, like
Yeah,
you're an
but
ER
you're
nurse,
physically
you're on
available.
call. You're an ER doc or an ER nurse and you're on call, you're at home, right? If you live
Sleep.
and could be asleep. And so you have to look at both sides. So maybe it's just like, we'll give you X for this amount of hours per period. Y once you cross over.
It's wastewater authority. It's like, it's people
Yeah.
working, like there are a lot of jobs that are on call that like generally are not called in, but like, yes, in an emergency situation, you are called in, and on a regular basis, you are called in. I mean, there are a lot of people that are like like a doctor that is on call, they are gonna be going in to med center, like they're not gonna like just have 8 hours where they're just not doing anything, like, and so those hours when they get called in, those are all counting. It's just that like what we were trying to actually do was make it more fair so that they could use those on-call hours, because before we weren't allowed to use them at all. So like we were trying to actually
Help.
add a benefit to people that are sort of stuck and have to remain vigilant because of their jobs. But maybe this is something that we just need to put a pin in and come up with a better, or maybe even just get the full council or full THA committee to take a look at and discuss further, because I think there's validity to both sides of the argument, but the last thing we want is, you know, people have been on call, they're on call for 4 days
Mhm.
and then they only work X,
And they get a free.
you know, and so
Okay.
there's other 3
Yeah.
days like that. It doesn't feel fair to people that are, you know, going in and performing their job. And so I think obviously this just needs to be worked on a
Yeah.
little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe the sliding scale works and maybe it's, you don't get any if you get called in, and you just take your hours that you're working, and
Well, that is the way that it is.
and right, but you may be on call for the buck and never go in, so you get your 6 hours, the percentage, whatever the percentage is, sliding scale, 25% or a different number, you get it. But if you snooze for, you take a nap for 2 hours, your phone rings and you run to the buck and you get 4 hours of work, and maybe you don't get the 2 on-call hours because you're working. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I just think it's hard.
Servers have, like restaurants
Servers are-
do this
yeah.
as well. I mean, so it could, I think the challenge, and I think what we were trying to, to Sally's point, we were just trying to avoid abuse of this.
And start somewhere by giving them something, right? I mean, it's good that you thought of that. I just don't know what the number.
Because
the number
we've
is.
heard from a lot of our service workers that, they're put on the schedule and then they're cut. That restaurants are sort of overstaffing and then cutting, and so they're concerned about their hours because those hours aren't counting.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
so like, we were trying to find a middle ground. This maybe is not the middle ground. And so I think we maybe just need to all take some time between now and our next meeting to really think through how we can redefine on-call hours in a way that's equitable to the most number of people.
But if somebody is getting cut, then they're not, typically, once you're cut, you're not on call. Like, if you're cut, you're done, you go home. And I feel like that to me is like that would be a bigger issue if I was somebody who was coming into these and saying, listen, I'm scheduled to work. It happens with my staff. I've scheduled people for 5 days a week, but if I'm not booked 2 out of those 3 days, and they're not going to work. They're not on call for those days. We're not open. We're not operating. So they might have been anticipating working for me 25 hours this week, but because of scheduling, because of reservations or whatever, they might only work 15. So I'm just trying to figure out this would not capture those 2 days that they were scheduled to work that they wouldn't. I guess I'm trying to see what problem we're trying to solve.
I mean, I would almost say that they're on call and then
they're not, but how?
That's not how we
That's
would
not how-
interpret
that's
on
okay.
call. So what we're trying to avoid here is we want potential to work is not the same as actually doing work. And what 1,400 hours of actual work is what the guidelines require. However, for certain positions in town, your nurses, coroner, those kinds of positions, they might have significant on-call hours and they have to be ready and available to work. What we're trying to do is allow them credit. So the goal behind this wasn't to allow someone who was supposed to work but ended up not working because their employer said, sorry, we don't need you today. That's not what this was meant to capture. This is meant to capture the fireman who's sleeping at home, ready, on call, has the radio, can be called out any moment. And they have to be, they're available. It's meant to be the coroner who might be running errands, but has to be ready and available. So that maybe we need to define what on-call is. Maybe that could be a step one before we then go into how credit might be provided for those hours that previously weren't captured. And again, what we're trying to do here is to allow more opportunity, not less. We're trying to allow people to recapture hours now where they're ready, able to work, could be working any moment, but just don't for whatever the reason might be. So I think it's not potential to work, it's ready, available, on call in the community. That's what we're trying to address here.
I like the idea of defining what an on-call hour is, what that looks like, and I think some research as to like the industry is where this is going to affect, or like that are gonna be affected by on-call hours or have standard on-call hours, and then maybe take a good look at what that looks like ultimately.
Teddy?
I think defining on call is great, because when you use your one firefighter example, it's very important to a business owner that needs you to show up as a server if all of a sudden you're slammed and that person is waiting. Granted, they might not be saving a life, but they're still waiting to perform work. And when we do go through the discussion of on call, I think you have to, I'm not saying we will or we should, but discuss the getting cut aspect. Because if you're penalizing an employee with their number of hours that they're trying to target that range, and they're getting cut more than they'd like to when they're ready and able to work, like being on call, I'm not saying we should, but we should at least discuss it how that affects those numbers as well.
I mean,
My,
If that person can't go,
yeah,
that person that says, I'm going to work at Sheridan and I get there at 4 and I'm expecting to work till 11 and they get cut at 7, they can't just go get 4 hours of work somewhere else.
I think that's also like the relationship between the employee and the employer. Like at a certain point, the employee has to be like, my employer isn't giving me enough work and I need to like reevaluate if that's working for me. Like I don't want to get into the dynamics of how people are managing their restaurants and how they're staffing. And I think there's some degree with that situation of like, because there's a, there's a financial issue there too. So I think that's up to the employee to kind of reevaluate if that's actually a job that's giving them enough work or seek work somewhere else because they're not getting enough hours.
I mean, I agree with that. I think that that's something that the market's going to have to correct. I think it is an incredible concern, and I want to be explicitly clear to the public that is a very significant concern of the THA subcommittee. We are aware that that is happening, and we are hoping that, employees and employers can work together to ensure that, they can remain in the housing and have the number of hours that are needed.
Can I just clarify something? Because I'm sure that if I'm a little like wonky on this, members of the public are too. I know that these guidelines are for owners. And so I guess like I'm trying to understand, because my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you meet these guidelines when you purchase your property, but then not all of them are continually, like, you don't have to continue to show.
this one's a continuing.
But this one is a
Mhm.
continuous.
Yes,
one.
every compliance period, you have to show 1,400 hours. But going back, if I can, as staff real quick, to the definition of on-call, this was never, at least in my recollection, was never meant to capture those I'm supposed to be working, but for one reason or another, I'm not. This was meant to capture mostly the government positions, the volunteer positions for nonprofits, firefighters, nurses. This was not meant to capture, oh, my boss overstaffed tonight. And I think we could find ourselves in very dangerous territory with employers and with abuses of the program if we're going to allow credit for potential hours and not just, this was meant to cover hours that benefit the community strictly through coroner, through firefighter, through medical, through the resource center staff that might be on call all night taking an emergency situation. It was not meant to be the bartender that gets cut hours. If that is the intent now, I think there's a lot more work that's going to be needed here and discussion.
I don't think it's not the intent.
Okay.
I think it's the loophole
Yeah.
that we're kind of flagging and identifying. And so I think starting with the definition of on-call hours is probably the best place for us to start.
Yep.
And then within that definition, we'll obviously say, this is what's included, this is what's not. And then if that works, then whatever is included in there, we can look very specific at those
Mhm.
industries and how they operate to assess what does feel fair,
Yep.
equitable.
And you can always cap it,
Yeah.
right? Like you get this many for on-call. I don't care what you do. And your cap hours for on-call is this.
Yeah, because I did want to mention, I did a little quick math, and if you did 59, like 24-hour on-call periods in a year, you'd get your hours. So like that's where I don't think the
1.5 weeks.
I don't think the apples to apples of like,
They're not the same apple.
right. So I think that there does need to be a different calculation in what that looks like. But maybe we can keep workshopping this.
I would feel more comfortable with a higher percentage going to it and then capping it at a certain amount. Like saying that, like, similarly how we do 20% for community service hours, you can keep volunteering, but it just feels like, I just think that this is making it feel like that it's less important. And I feel like having the whole thing of like wanting people to live in Telluride and be on call is so that they're available to service the community in the ways that they are needed. And so I just feel like we should be giving a little bit of a higher recognition at the start. But I think perhaps then setting a cap on it so you can't just indefinitely take it would maybe be a way to compromise on this that would feel a little bit more equitable for people.
I almost wonder if we need to discuss this with more members of
I think we
the,
do.
because right now we're a slim quorum. So why don't we hold off on this until we have more people to weigh in on it?
I think let's all think about this.
Yeah.
We can't
And-
ratify
and-
anything right
and
now,
Ally,
just having a
if you
discussion.
could,
Right.
if you could take a look, and if we could look at the definition, we could look at the industries that we would like to include within applicable on-call hours, what industries we do not want to have included in this, and then we will bring it back to the THA, the full THA board for
I don't
further
really
discussion.
want us to single out or recognize or be really specific about, I agree with getting a really solid definition of what we believe on-call work looks like, but I don't think calling out or excluding specific industries is going to be beneficial necessarily.
Sorry, I don't want that. I don't want to say it's doctors, it's nurses. I want us to say, what do we actually consider
Yeah.
to be applicable on-call hours?
Yes.
So it is, through that thought process, we are going to be considering all jobs in the entire region. And then we are going to decide which ones truly have the requirement that's necessary for us to make this accommodation for those hours and what they would look like. I like your idea of capping it, but I want us to go through the full exercise so that we are not inadvertently leaving somebody or something out.
Yeah, can I like throw an idea out there? Like, what if it's paid on call and on call for nonprofits and governmental organizations, like volunteer and paid on call?
And unpaid on call too,
You want
right?
that? I don't know. That's what I'm
I mean,
saying.
I think you have
Like,
to,
that's where it kind of opens up the loophole of like, oh, I might need to go into,
I think that's what we have to work on.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I think
How do you keep track of unpaid on-call?
that's kind of
I
why,
don't think, well, that's my whole thing is, the idea of unpaid on-call just in and of itself is kind of that's where you're gonna have abuses. It needs to be, my opinion, I agree with Elena, it needs to be like something that you would get volunteer hours for. So like, let's use the example of the resource center phone. I'm gonna take the phone as an advocate for 24 hours. I can list that as volunteer hours. The nonprofit organization will recognize that as volunteer hours. That's great. So volunteer for nonprofit or governmental agency, and then paid, actually paid documented on call, because a business is not going to just put somebody on call and pay them arbitrarily to help that employee get the hours. The abuse that we're worried about, I think, is negated by it either being a nonprofit that is going to certify those volunteer hours or by it being paid.
So I think, just in the spirit of trying to continue moving forward, I think, Ally, if you could take that recommendation and everything else that's been discussed and look to see how we are going to define those on-call hours, then we will be able to come back with some options for the council to discuss.
Okay.
But I think that's a great idea.
Yep,
and
I
can
can
we
do
see,
that.
and can we see if other peer communities have a definition that we may be able to post?
Yes, I will look. This
That'd
was
be
not,
great.
yeah,
Sure,
this
Husband's figured this
this has
out.
been discussed much more.
Figure it out. We don't know that.
yeah, I thought this was gonna be a hot topic.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should keep moving along just so we can get through a little bit more of this.
Yep. So next page over, there's paid time off. Again, that was not previously addressed. Staff didn't quite know how to calculate those paid time off hours that get redeemed. However, moving forward, all paid time off hours are going to be excluded from the presence required employment standard. So if you get paid time off, that's wonderful. We're happy for you, but if you redeem those paid time off hours, they can't count towards the 1,400. So there are a few clarifications made here. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have on the remainder of the page. The only comment I have is that the caregiver exemption is the exact same exemption that was provided for the policies, the rental policies. You discussed this one at length. That has now been incorporated into the guidelines. So if someone wants to qualify initially or qualify year over year, the continuing qualification that Ashley was talking about, they could claim the caregiver exemption if they qualify there. If there's any questions or anything that you would like to amend in that standard now, we could talk about it or we could move forward. Any questions?
We're familiar with that.
Okay, great. So next page over, I'm now on page 5 of the guidelines themselves. No changes, but page 6 of the guidelines, and I'll ask someone to give me the packet Page 31 of the packet. This is where we're talking about treatment of trust and other similar entities. So this is under the net asset standard. Net asset standard is both an initial standard and a continuing standard to just address Ashley's concerns from earlier as to what would apply when. So net assets must always be, we're always calculating those during a compliance period to make sure that your accumulated wealth hasn't, through an inheritance, through a new beneficiary on a trust, through significant, employment increases, is not now at a period or at an amount to where you could now afford maybe a free market home. Most commonly, this comes up with inheritances. Do remember that there is no exception prohibition here. So if there is some really good reason that maybe you came into significant money and you still can't afford free market, or maybe you're putting it all away for a child's education, that is something that you could always justify during an exception process. But of course, we always start with the standard. The standard itself has not changed. The only thing that has changed here is that if you are a beneficiary of a trust, the kind of documentation that is being required has changed. So we're going to require more documentation moving forward, first showing that you are a beneficiary of a trust, and then showing what kind of access you might have to those trust funds. Do you have any control over disbursements? What kind of disbursements are you taking? How many beneficiaries are there? So those are the kinds of questions we're going to be asking, because what we're trying to avoid are assets being hidden in a trust, of course. If you do have money available to you that would make you wealthy enough to buy a free market home and exclude you from the guidelines, you should be utilizing that opportunity. Any questions there about this new documentation that's required?
Yeah, I think we're good.
We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Next page over. So we're back in the income discussion, and I don't know if you want to maybe table that or provide at least some direction at this meeting for the next meeting, because it sounds like right now we will definitely have at least one more board, town council discussion over these changes, not only because we're running out of time, but because there are things that are that will need further discussion at the next meeting that we've already gone over. So this is where I talk about the potential for adopting an income variation policy. I did look at Aspen. Aspen did have an income variation policy in their guidelines for their ownership program. It looks at 2 years. So we could, of course, look back 5 years if we wanted to. We could have this be optional. We could have this be required. I leave it up to you. It was just an idea to bring forward, because again, keep in mind that if I make $500,000 in 24 months ago, but in the previous 12 months, I only made $60,000. THA is only looking at the $60,000 that I made last year in order to place me in a tier for eligibility to purchase. So this matters most for purchase. It does not matter very much for moving forward, because in the ownership program, we're only looking at percentages of source of income. We're not looking at amount of income. So if I made $500,000, $60,000, and then in year one of ownership, I make another $200,000, that $200,000 doesn't matter so long as it was local income. So what we're really trying to talk about here are abuses prior to purchasing. I'm not saying it's widespread. I'm just saying the potential is there. Particularly the most recent example that comes to mind is, I already talked about it, depreciation. There was someone who was locally employed or self-employed and was able to take significant accelerated depreciation to significantly reduce their income to qualify to purchase. Is that an accurate reflection of what their income is going to look like in the next year, 2 years, 3 years? No, they're going to be making significantly more, but they were still allowed to qualify because of that accelerated depreciation. Had we instead taken a income variation average, they probably would not have qualified for the tier under which they did. So that's just, again, there are 2 ways to approach that, but I wanted to bring that to your attention as 2 different ways to address, and maybe we want to adopt both, a depreciation exclusion and an income variation policy. But those are 2 tools in our toolbox to potentially address this income fluctuation and game that you can play with income in order to qualify for the tier that you want to qualify for.
And also, I think beyond, I think there's another side of it. I mean, yes, there's the opportunity for abuse of this, and obviously that's an
Mhm.
example thereof. But this is also a tourism-based economy where businesses and salaries and income fluctuates wildly. And I think if you look at real estate or if you look at a service-based industry and bookings, there are external factors that affect your income dramatically. And so to the other side of that coin is like, you can also be very penalized for having a fluke great year that like you've never had before and you know you're never going to have again for whatever reason. So I am in favor of this. I think 2 years feels like a really good start. And I think that again, in 2 years from now, we can reevaluate this and see if if there are any adjustments that need to be made.
Do you want to make it a requirement that it's a 2-year average or is an option that?
I would say it's a requirement. I don't think, I mean, because I think making it an option does allow you kind of to game the system. Whereas I think that if it's 2 years and that's just what we're looking at, then that's great.
I like 2 years.
I agree with everything that Mian said. It was actually what I was going to say, is that I feel like the alternative of like somebody who isn't trying to game the system, but somebody who has a fluke year with their income being very high, which they're probably very excited about, but they know that that's not sustainable or that that's not going to continue on a long term, might actually see a negative impact if that's the only year that income is being looked at. So I agree. I think that a 2-year and making it a requirement just across the board might be better.
So Aspen,
20%.
yeah, Aspen has a secondary trigger where it's only average between the 2 years if there is a 20% or more difference. So if you have a nominal difference, let's say there's you got a raise and it's 5%. We would only still look at the last 12 months. We're not going to average between 2 years ago and then the prior 12 months. However, Aspen's policy, so it only averages if there is a significant fluctuation of 20% or more. Is that something we also want to look at, or are we saying that all income is going to go back 2
Feels
years?
like it's an unnecessary step to get to the same result.
Well,
Right? If you average two things that aren't that different, they're not going to be that different. You're still going to get a number that's right in the middle of them. So why not just make it easy and say, who cares about the variation? We're just going to take 2 years and average it. Like, again, it feels like an unnecessary step.
if you get a promotion and you're at a higher income, higher tier, and that is sustainable and like gonna last year after year, but then you get pulled into a lower tier because you got that promotion, but it's not like a huge variance like you would say maybe for a realtor. I don't know that the automatic average of the 2 years makes sense. Like I like the way that Aspen wrote it. So, and I think there was a misstatement that it was optional. So the way that Aspen has it is it's 12 months unless there's a 20% variance, and then it's 2 years. It's not like a thing you opt in or out of. It just is or isn't. And I personally prefer that because it sort of gets at the variances that we're kind of trying to account for. But like if someone gets promoted to be a manager at their job and has maybe a 15% income increase, and that puts them in a certain tier, but then if it were to be averaged, it would pull them down. I think we
Putting
should
them in a
use-
lower tier is beneficial.
Well, to them, but I don't know if it's fair. To
I
the
think-
person who's been a manager for 2 years, but then they get to qualify for lower priced housing, but they have the same pay.
I think
in
Aspen's
real
had this
time.
policy for a while, and which means they've dealt with the objections for a while, and this policy has stood. So I think we probably should just not reinvent the wheel and stay with do this. Because I think to Ashley and my point, like we're concerned about people being penalized because of this. And I know you're concerned about the abuse of the system. And so I think with Aspen's policy, we have what we're concerned about being answered. And then, and then similarly for you, same. So to me, it does, I agree with Ashley. I think it's an extra step. Like, you have to be like, okay, we'll do the calculation and then we'll see if we're going to like apply this. But like, if that doesn't matter to staff and that doesn't matter to the homeowner, then great, that's fine.
I'm not going to die on this
Yeah.
hill. Again, I feel like it's just an additional step for not a lot of change. And I don't think that anyone's going to be that close that you're going to be within. I think that the scenario that you're talking about is going to be not as frequent as that we need to write a rule for it. But I don't.
Well, we're writing a rule for the larger variances. Like, that's what we're trying to capture here, but I don't think the rule to address the larger variances needs to apply to every case. That's my point of view.
And ultimately, we're writing the rule because there was an abuse.
Right.
And a concern. I'm more concerned with the variability of our economy. But I think the rule should be in place because it should be in place.
Like I said, I don't care that much. I think that it's tomato, tomato. I don't think it's a huge variation. So if we want to just copy what Aspen does, that's fine. We'll go for it.
Eddie, you haven't weighed in?
I like the 20%, and that works both ways. You have an opportunity if someone made more money because of their employment 2 years ago, and it's lower, and then same thing vice versa. If they made $80,000 2 years ago, and then they got lucky and made $250,000, and you base it on the $250,000, that might put them in a really tough spot. And if there's a small variance, I don't feel the need to spend the time. The rule's the rule, but if it's more than 20% one way or the other, then you average it and go from there, and it can work to the benefits.
Okay, that was a very good conversation and something that the subcommittee had not decided that it wanted to discuss at that level. So I think I've heard loud and clear. We'll just adopt Aspen's language there. If for some reason it's not working, we can always repeal this in a couple of years or sooner. And again, there's still opportunity for public comment as well. So right now I'll move forward with adopting this. It's very simple language that I think will close a loophole, but will help some people also. I think it's going to help more than it hurts. So I think it's a good policy. I'm a little surprised we didn't have it before, but I think it's going to be a good change for the guidelines. So moving on to the next page, again, at the bottom here. First I'll go through the application fee. This application fee already exists. All we're doing here is memorializing it in the guidelines as something that will be collected when someone applies. And I believe it's just $25. Pam isn't here to address that, but it's pretty nominal. But there is an application fee. At the bottom of this page is, again, just an editing error where a definition was inadvertently inserted into that language. I will take care of that before the next red line is presented to you. The next change is on page 9 itself. And we're only talking here about documentation that might be required. So this is not a shall be required. All this is flagging for those that are self-employed or that might have complicated income structures. We might need additional documentation to help staff understand what those sources of income are. So this isn't changing anything that isn't already in place. All it is adding language that allows staff to point out to applicants or people that might be subject to a compliance check, look, this language is here. You might need to do this if for some reason your income is very complicated. Again, so this is on page 11 and we're under the continuing qualification here. We've already discussed this, but all this does is the qualifying volunteer hours bumps that up to 20%. And then the presence required employment is just clarified under the continuing earned income standard. I don't believe there will be any questions there, but please let me know if there are. And that's just to be consistent with our definitions. The next topic that needs a little bit more discussion is one page over on page 12. And I will ask real quick for a
37, the sale and resale of units. Is that where you are?
Yeah, that is where I am. So thank you, Teddy. So I'm on page 37 of the packet. And here we're just talking about resale options. So the real question here is, as more units are going to be going to lottery, of course, that slows down the selling process for current owners. The concern there is that if it's someone who is fully leaving the community, that might not be as big of a deal. However, let's say it's a household that owns a unit here in town, has to sell that unit by lottery. That lottery will take a minimum of 60 days by the time we publish the lottery, qualify applicants, hold the lottery, and then, of course, sell the unit. It's a delayed process to sell a unit by lottery. It's a fairer process. However, there are some disadvantages to current owners that have to sell by lottery. Because if they're wanting to purchase a free market unit in the county, or even a Lawson Hill unit at this point, and a current owner of one of those units is probably going to choose a buyer who's a little more ready. So what we're doing is excluding or disadvantaging someone who is a current owner of a unit from exiting our program and going either free market or into a different program because of the timing delays in selling a unit. Knowing this, we have addressed that in a couple of circumstances just by the town deciding to exercise its option if we get a recommendation from a current owner saying, hey, it will help me out for you to be the middleman here. You take this unit, you lottery it. It adds a little more process for staff, of course, but at the end of the day, it meets the goals of the program by helping that owner exit the program and ultimately getting a qualified owner into that other household. So the question here really is, do we want a policy of purchasing all units, or are we okay with continuing the current process of just only purchasing those units upon recommendation of a current owner? Knowing that what we're really trying to do here is remove those disadvantages for current owners that are trying to exit the program and hopefully stay in the community, and make sure that we're meeting all of the timelines that are needed there.
I'm just thinking about like kind of worst casing it. So if
Mhm.
we had something in there where we said that the town will always act as the middleman on these types of situations so that, you know, owners can basically get out of their properties faster. Can we foresee a scenario where the town then might be burdened with deed restricted property that it is
Mhm.
having a difficult time finding buyers for? Like what, I'm just trying to think of like, okay, maybe we're not in the
Mhm.
same situation that we're sitting in here today, which is where we have a shortage, but maybe we're later on down the road where we're not experiencing something like that, where then all of a sudden the town is burdened with buying a bunch of property.
You are absolutely correct. So it's hard to imagine that scenario now with our current housing market, but you're absolutely correct that there is
Fino.
possibility, that we could find ourselves overburdened with being the middleman for these units. So I think I wanted to bring this up to flag it for you, knowing that more lotteries does also mean it's going to be more delay in selling these units for current owners. What I don't want to do is disadvantage those owners, but what I do want to do is make sure we're on the same page, knowing that purchasing units for owners that are in that situation might be the best case scenario. But I don't know if we necessarily want to make it a policy to purchase all units.
I don't want to make it a
Mhm.
policy to purchase all units. I would rather us always have the option
Mhm.
in situations like we're in today, where we understand that the markets move quickly and it might be advantageous for us to do it. We can always do that. I don't want it to be
Mhm.
something that we are bound to.
Teddy?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I've gone both ways on this. And to me, if it's a scenario where for whatever reason the property isn't saleable and the town gets stuck with it, that's not that's not a great outcome. But the flip side is that if you're trying to leave town and buy something somewhere else or buy something even in our region, free market, different deed restriction, whatever that is, having 60 days, then a trigger for someone to buy it that you don't control, which is then, and I know we do our best to pre-qualify everybody and go through the process, but the contract's pretty loose. And then all of a sudden you're dragging someone out probably another 6 weeks for loan approval. That's a long period of time. And the only thing I can think about what's best for the public is maybe it is okay for us to do that for every unit. And if we get stuck with, a substandard unit like Fino, we can fix it to then deliver it to the public. Or we can have a policy that says,
We always have
hey,
the
man,
option.
if your unit sucks, sorry, man, it's on you and we don't care.
I agree with Ashley. I would like it to be an option, and I would like the policy to be that the town has the option to. But I do not want it to be a mandatory process, because to the point that we could be sitting on a number of units, we also may find ourselves in a different financial position as the town based on revenue streams. And so I think I do think that the likelihood is that we will consistently be asked to do this, and I would like us to be willing to and able to do so, but I do not want us to be required because I don't think that we should be binding this council and our staff by pretty significant purchase allocations.
Yeah, the thought that I had while we were talking about this is that hypothetical scenario that Ashley brought up of like, do we have buyers for these units? In that scenario, I feel like the free market would also be in a different situation where you could probably negotiate to have that window to sell and then buy the free market if that's the jump you're trying to make. Like if our deed restricted program were affected that much, then the free market would also probably be changed as well. So I tend to agree that I like the option, but I don't know if I want to be bound by a policy because the circumstances may change, and I think I want to allow for future councils to be able to make that call instead of, you know, just having a blanket policy where they're just stuck buying a bunch of, that's not even, might not even be requested by the homeowner. So I think, you know, maybe we want to add something about how like the seller can make should's not a good word, can like make a suggestion, or I don't know if that happens on the staff level, but I think, you know, I would always want to know if the seller has a preference, and then have whatever council is serving at that point make that
So
call.
has the option to request that the
Yeah.
that the THA committee approves purchase of
Yeah,
X
option to
unit
request, yeah.
and whatever. But I think that's great.
Yeah.
I can live with that as long as it's a policy written and not something communicated at the staff level, because people will get missed and then
Yeah, so.
of favoritism and all that stuff. So make it the policy and have no obligation for the town to follow through with it if they choose. It's not advantageous for everybody. And that, because that's ultimately what we'll decide upon for future councils. I can live with that. I just wanted to make sure we looked at all sides of it.
Yeah. Is that clear, Ally?
Yep. So
Okay,
I will
great.
insert language just, and we already know this, but indicating for owners, the owners may request the town to purchase if the lottery would, be not beneficial to their exit plans for this unit. And I think that's all we really wanted to. I did not anticipate us adopting a policy saying we're going to repurchase all of these units. My guess is as we see more lotteries occur in the future, this issue will come back up. But I wanted to go ahead and let you know and have it memorialized here that we're aware that it probably will cause some issues in the future. But we'll keep brainstorming as to how we can address that and see what the market does and see how these lotteries really do pan out.
Sounds good.
Okay, so moving on, and I do want to leave some time for public comment too, but moving on to the next page, this is page 13, and this is the minimum standards for maximum sales price. So staff, especially recently, has had a lot of questions about where staff's responsibility lies with inspecting these units. So what we have done to address that and what the subcommittee decided was also acceptable. We first clarified what these minimum standards for maximum sales price are. But on the next page, you'll see that we are also going to require professional inspections moving forward for all transfers. In the past, we have very rarely seen professional inspections done. And unfortunately, that's just because a lot of buyers are so desperate just to secure housing that they're not going to bring up those issues. If someone gets to choose their buyer, they're going to choose the buyer that's causing the least amount of ripples. So what we're doing now is protecting those buyers, particularly where the sellers get to choose their buyer by requiring, regardless of who it is you're selling to, your neighbor, your best friend, your sister, whoever it is, a professional inspection will be required, and all of the health and safety matters in that professional inspection must be addressed to meet the minimum standards for maximum sales price. So the purpose of this is twofold: protect buyers, but also to make sure that these units, as they continue to age, get the inspections that they really need to get periodically as they transfer, and also make sure that any issues are being timely addressed. So I think this is a great bolster to our program. I think the units are going to be better maintained moving forward because that expectation is there, that it's going to come back to a seller at some point. So you might as well go ahead and take care of it when the issue comes up.
To clarify, so the
Mhm.
maximum sale price, so like because obviously because of the deed restriction, these, you know, a regular kind of market analysis on these properties is not possible. So they have a set price that they're gonna be able to be sold for in the
Mhm.
future that obviously the owner knows about. So let's say that that maximum sale price on a specific property is $500,000. They would, as part of their sale, they would have an inspection done with an inspector come in and say, there's, you know, this electrical damage, this, you know, structural thing, whatever. And now that we have this professional inspection report, then would who determines what now the sale price is going to be?
So typically that would be between the buyer and the seller, just to value those improvements that are needed or those fixes. So they'll need to probably go out to a local contractor and get an estimate as to it's $1,500 to replace, you know, an electrical panel or
So the
something.
housing authority
And-
does not have any input at the sale price at that.
No, so the housing authority is going to require the submittal of those estimates to then reduce the maximum sales price. There's several ways to do that. The current owner could place the money in escrow. They could reduce the maximum sales price. They could go ahead and fix it. Let's say they have a buddy that's a contractor that will do it for cheaper, but do it up to standards. Then maybe they want to go ahead and get that work completed rather than reducing the maximum sales price. So there's several ways that the work gets performed, and depending on when it could get performed, but it will have to be done. If it is placed in escrow, THA does a secondary inspection just to make sure that that money was put towards actually fixing the unit and bringing it up to standards. So ultimately, the unit has to come to standards. You can't just reduce the sales price and never address the issue. It does have to be fixed at some point, either by the current owner or by the buyer.
So if there's a price reduction that's agreed upon between the seller and the buyer, let's say that there
Mhm.
was $50,000 worth of improvements that needed to be done to bring it
Mhm.
to that standard, then either the current owner will have to take that and remediate any of the issues to bring it to standard, whether that's out of their own pocket, however they do
Mhm.
that, as long as it's brought to the standard is fine. Or that $50,000 based on an estimate from professionals is put into an escrow account. And then when the purchaser then can utilize those funds to pay for the improvements to bring it up to code.
Yes.
Those are
Mhm.
those are the two options.
Mhm.
Okay.
There's several other options available in there. Those are just two of the options. Those are the most common
But
options.
it has to be remediated.
Yes, has to be done. You cannot buy it for a reduced sales price and never do the work.
Okay.
The work it always has to meet the standard. And that will be in the agreement. So there will be an escrow agreement during purchase, or it will be some kind of permitted capital improvement agreement that allows whoever the purchaser is, to do that work to bring it up to standards, and also memorializes when THA will be doing a secondary inspection to make sure that the work was actually performed.
So I'm trying to understand just from as a real estate agent, like how the timing of this all works out. So let's say that there are these $50,000 worth of issues that are found. You know, option of we're going to put $50,000 into escrow to remediate these issues and get that work done. So we spend $50,000, then there's a secondary inspection that's done by the housing authority to make sure that that was performed. What happens at that time if that was not met? I guess my question is,
Mhm.
has the property transferred at that point?
Yes.
And what happens to the current owner if it is not brought up to the standard that is deemed appropriate? Or is there now an additional remediation?
They might
Are
have to
they
put in
violation?
they might have to put in some of their own money in that case and to bringing up the unit to standards if, say, the quote that they got from the contractor was under. So that's where it gets really important for the new owner to really take ownership of the process and make sure they're getting accurate numbers. Otherwise, they might have to put in more money than was expected. Depending on what the fixes are, some of the items could be permitted capital improvements. It's all very situation dependent. What we're really trying to make sure, though, at the end of the day, is that there are no major unaddressed items when units are getting transferred. That doesn't mean that everything has to be fixed before the transfer occurs. It just means there has to be a plan.
And I think to that point, because this is a new policy that we're putting in place, I would really like to see like a shore up period where current owners are allowed to get an inspection and find out what those challenges are, and then we deal with that sort of separately, because prior to this point, like you didn't have that opportunity to really have an inspection and have THA hold people accountable. And there are, I think, in a lot of these units, pretty major issues, like the stairs aren't up to code or whatever, which will be flagged by an inspector. And so I would hate for current property owners to be severely penalized because they didn't have the ability to bring this up, and it would, and could potentially, they're getting kind of, shorted with their PCI as a result. And obviously we can go through an exception hearing, but I think if we can just, as we implement this process, create a streamlined approach for anybody that currently owns those units,
Mhm.
that would be important.
They would need to get their own professional inspection done. So part of the reason we're doing this is because THJ staff is not qualified to
that's
perform
fine.
professional inspections. So anyone can go get a professional inspection done at any point in time. And if they have any concerns about the condition of their unit, they can bring those forward to THJ staff and we can provide them direction on, yes, please fix this. And you might be able to get credit for this as a permitted capital improvement, either in full or in part. So it all kind of just, it all starts with you bringing forward an issue as an owner. And
I'd like us to be very proactive with everybody that owns a unit already. I also think that this is maybe not one of those places where this is, like, this has to be slightly, this has to be another set of circumstances that's not just PCI, because I think the challenge is with these older units, whether it's like Wilkins Court or Gold Run, like, they didn't go through those processes and they're not up to code.
Mhm.
And it's known, and everybody bought those units saying, thank you very much. We don't care that we don't have hand railings. We don't care that the stairs aren't up to code. We got a roof over our heads. And so I want them to have the same opportunity with PCI that everybody else has had, but they won't have that if we're trying to just use the PCI to get the units up to a standard that they should have been when they were purchased in the first place.
So
Does that make sense?
you're trying to do this retroactively then and allow for people who previously purchased maybe units that were below standards that
Mhm.
took that and then say, so I guess my point is they can already do that, but it's their dime because there's no repercussion on a contract to go back to any sort of, seller or anything like that.
I think that yes, and I think that that's the problem, is like, what we'll end up doing is penalizing Jane Smith that is in Gold Run, whose stairs are not up to code. And we're saying and maybe has gone through the process and she's like changed her floors or changed her countertops and she's hit her PCI. And then she goes to sell her unit and they tell her that she has to completely rebuild her stairs. And so that I think what I would love is, instead of us having somebody in crisis at the point of sale, that we have a concerted effort to all current owners saying, this is the new policy. We strongly recommend that you get an inspection and make sure that your unit is up to code now. And if so, bring those conversations forward so that we can address that. Because I think what we would see in that case is a lot of challenges for all of these owners. And I would rather that they were ahead of that than like at the point of sale, then they've maxed out their PCI and then they're being told that they have to replace stairs.
But if they're coming, I guess I'm confused a little bit because and my understanding is, like, let's say that you have stairs that are not to code. You could come in and say, I need to bring my stairs up to code. Will you guys let me get a credit for capital improvement on this? Wouldn't you all say yes?
What if there's PCI, if the PCI is like already maxed out?
That's where an exception would
That's
come
my,
in.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, but I guess I'm like, I would be shocked if we didn't already allow people to do exactly what you're talking
We
about.
do. I just think that it makes sense to allow everybody that's currently in those situations, because they're not going to know. And when they're at the point of sale, I just want us to
But
have a
it-
process right now.
At the point of
as we-
sale is a little bit different because then there is an ability to create funds through the sale in order to take care of some of these issues. If you're going to take $50,000 off of a sale price to use that to mitigate a problem, that's a lot different than somebody coming up with $50,000 in their pocket to mitigate the problem.
I understand that in the free market, but these units are not appreciating at a point when you're going to be pulling $50,000 out of the sale of your unit to be able to make those corrections. So if you bought a unit 2 years ago and
You're
like,
not taking it out because if there's a mortgage, right? You're not taking it out of anyone's pocket. The bank is giving you the money for that sale. So the bank is going to cover the sale, can cover that improvement.
I mean, I
via-
understand, yeah, I
so-
don't understand that. I'm saying that if we have a homeowner that purchased a unit for $250,000 and they flip it 2 years later and they've had the 3% appreciation on it, like, and they put in new floors, or they put in a new bathroom or whatever countertop. And then at the point of sale, they find out that they have this massive project that needs to be repaired. They don't have that capital to pull out, and that would then jeopardize their ability to sell their house, because that would likely just be their down payment. And then
If they
don't
don't
actually
have it,
transfer it.
and I guess I'm trying to understand what problem you're trying to, what could we write in here that is going to correct that problem for them right now? Explain to me how changing this corrects that problem, because I understand what you're saying. I don't understand
I'm
how.
not saying to change this. Saying to put in some additional language that helps current owners, whether it was like a Fino or whether it's a Wilkins Court that was, that had a motorcycle sitting in the living room, like that, like those units can be brought up by current ownership. I'm trying to just make sure that the problem doesn't consistently fall on the town to fix.
Sure. How do you, still don't understand what would have happened.
I'm identifying a problem that I would like, that we have not fixed and that we have not found a solution for.
I agree. I don't hear your solution.
But
I
that's what I'm
think-
saying, that I don't have one.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
think-
you don't have a solution, but there's still a
I
problem.
think you
that
guys
we can
are
address.
Yeah, you guys are
going in circles.
going in circles. Here's the
Judy, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, and I think I can tap into that, is that basically we need to figure out a solution that if you're requiring a seller to bring the property up to a certain condition and they didn't have the right to do that, how do we help make sure they can get something back for that? Because it could put them at a disadvantage. For example, getting to my point why my hand was raised is I want to make sure that whether it's a professional inspector or whoever it is, and us too, review this list, because the list doesn't quite do it for me. Like window screens, for example, like an old owner probably doesn't have window screens at a
Yeah.
third owner at Wilkin Court, and now they have to buy window screens. That's not something to me that affects the livability of a unit, just like a scratch on a countertop. Like, yeah, it's used. I mean, when it's something that's like motorcycle in the living room, or there's a hole in the wall, and a lot of these things are legitimate. I think we need to dive down into this list, or or it's just plainly like a real estate transaction negotiated off an inspection where it comes up. And I'm not sure the answer to that, but I had a hard time looking at this list, and some things are wonderful on it and some things are so minor that really shouldn't, you just got to let it go.
When I think there's a difference between cosmetic and structural. And I think and maybe that's maybe in code. And I'm concerned about the code issues in some of our town constructed projects.
Which is what the professional inspection is meant to capture.
No.
So historically, the THA inspection really has been pretty surface level. And it's to make sure that if the unit, there are scratches, that everything needs to be in good working order, repaired, and look good before a unit transfers. And that's what this list is meant to capture, is really those surface level items. What has previously gone unaddressed are the items that THA really isn't qualified to identify and evaluate. And that's what the professional inspection is meant to capture moving forward. There is also, so you'll see this addition of paragraph F, this is on page 14, for sales that are occurring after adoption of these changes. It's going to be a lot like an apartment move-in. We're going to be taking pictures and documenting those, and it's going to be signed by THA staff and anyone on title to the housing unit, which really shows what the reasonable wear and tear has been on the unit. Because if a unit is 2 years old, reasonable wear and tear is going to be it's going to be a lot different for that unit than the unit that's now 25 or 30 years old. And so what we're trying to do is hold owners responsible for that wear and tear, but only to a reasonable standard. And the only way to really measure that is look at, well, what was the condition when you moved in? What's the condition when you're moving out? What do you need to replace, take care of, buff out, repaint, have a contractor come in and fix? And what really is reasonable.
Yeah.
So that's what there's kind of two parts to this minimum standards. The inspection, which is the big change here. That's what's going to be more important moving forward for those items that have not been apparent and to THA and the staff and THA staff in the past when doing these inspections.
Yeah.
So then is a code, sorry, I just want to go back to what you just said. Should there be a call out for code violations in the inspection? Because we have projects that we've built that where the windows are too low. Like we have like the stair thing.
So
like-
when it comes to code violations, those are handled very differently. Those aren't things that
The homeowner, so the seller will not be responsible for replacing
I
stairs.
can't
or
say
windows.
that. So I can't, it's going to be very situational specific, but I think it's going to be I think you're probably bringing up a situation that is not ultimately going to be a problem with those code violations. As far as design goes, I don't think those are things that they might be identified in a report. Those aren't things that THA is going to be requiring someone to fix, especially if it was initial design. Now, if it's something that they put in without getting permits, that might be very different. But I think we're probably talking about very few situations and situations that really can't be addressed here in the guidelines.
I mean, I'm thinking about an entire building, an entire development.
Well, so I haven't really weighed in on this. Like, is there a way that we could incentivize people getting inspections prior to intent to sell? Like maybe there's a permitted capital improvement like allowance if you were willing to get an inspection.
So we've already removed the permitted capital improvement cap. I
Right,
think
yeah.
I think as staff that with all of these changes together, we've really made it better and improved it and made it easier for people to understand, first of all, to understand what's going on with the unit. Second, to recover any costs that they might put into the unit. So I think you have to take all of these changes together to really put it all together and apply it to one situation that you might be able to think of and think what that outcome would be, knowing the professional inspection, the THA inspection, removal of the permitted capital improvement cap, the ability now for THA staff to review up to 10% of that permitted capital improvement and it not going into the subcommittee until after that 10%. There is no more ultimate cap. So if you, for some reason, find yourself with a unit that needs, let's say, $100,000 worth of repairs and you bought it for $100,000, depending on what those repairs are, depending on the situation, you could get permitted capital improvement up to that amount. What we can't do is legislate for every single property and determine what every outcome is going to look like. All we can do is provide for the process and remove any restrictions, which is what we've done.
And that's why I think on the list, you've got to remove the minor things because you're going to end up driving everybody crazy because every unit is going to be different in its amount of wear and tear, when it was built, the quality of when it was built, and all of those items. So I think you just got to maybe even pay an inspector to advise you on a list. And then the buyer's always going to have that ability to back out of the unit if they think it's substandard for themselves, right? That's in their inspection period. They're not locked in. And the hard thing is that although, there are restrictions in your resale cap, I know what we're trying to do is create a floor of loss for a future buyer or even a current seller because of new rules, but real estate is risk. And so, every buyer, I don't care what the scenario is, free market or not, everyone likes to paint the rosy picture of the last 10 years in Telluride, but there was a big swath from 2008 to 2014 where people lost a lot of money and there's just no guarantees. And you got to go into it, somewhat with, I hate to say it, your rose-colored glasses, right? You're buying a place. There's no guarantee that, there's not something hiding underneath a countertop like mold and no one saw it and you got to pay and deal with it. Like that's just the perils of home ownership. And I think it's great that you have this new professional inspector coming in, but trust me, inspectors miss things too. And it's just, everyone just has to understand there's some risk.
Also, I think there's a little bit of it, and maybe I'm just thinking about it from a real estate agent perspective, is it's especially in Telluride, there's a lot of homes that were built 100 years ago. So there might be stairs in a specific home that by today's standards are not quote unquote to code. An inspector might note that, but that doesn't necessarily need to be something that has to be remedied in order for the sale of that property to take place.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's where some of this muddiness is happening. It's like, just because, like, there are certain things about, like, you know, health, welfare, safety, things like that, that it's like, if you have mold growing in an area that's going to actively affect somebody's health by moving in there, then yes, that requires a mitigation. If the stairs are not to code, that may not require a mitigation. It's just something that an inspector is going to note.
I think the important thing that we're missing here is like code to date, because all of them were to code when built,
Yes.
but to this updated code. And that does get triggered if someone buys a house and does a big renovation, they
Correct.
will have to do code to date.
But like,
And
is it
just-
gonna prohibit the sale to the new owner? Like, no. So I do hear what you're saying. I do want to be mindful of the time and have time for public comment.
Mhm.
So, we're kind of still in the middle of this, but, I think because I want to hear from the public,
I think
maybe
that's-
I think we can,
is that okay?
I think what would be great if we go public comment from what we've discussed.
Mhm.
And at the next council meeting, we can pick up where we left off.
I think that's good.
Okay, who's here for public comment? Kristen, I think you were here first.
Thank you.
And we have 3 minutes for public
Yep.
comment.
Copy that. Hi, Kristen Permakoff, 295 Mahoney Drive. To tag on to the discussion that you were just having, there was a fire inspection done at Entrada where I live, and there was a certain system that was not hooked up correctly, and I'd lived in there for 5 years. But I approached the town, and the town handled it with me. So if the stairs are faulty, then go to the town to do so. I think that could be an easy solution. Mian, in your perspective,
Thank you.
with your point. Okay, oh, my glasses. Okay, so a couple points as to what was reviewed today. I'd really appreciate some advance notice on the public meetings, because these subcommittee meetings were not well attended. I was at all of them since May, and I think I was maybe one of 3 people at the meetings. So I think advance notice would be really helpful for more people to know that this process is happening. My second point, in your goals of housing, I was wondering if there was anywhere to provide housing security, because I know these rules are meant to help people, but I think a lot of people feel like they're meant to make it more difficult to maintain and stay in. And I've lived in my unit for 16 years, and, you know, it's nice to have a feeling of security that I'm not going to get kicked out of my place for certain reasons, whatever you're changing. Number 3, I like your discussion about presence required. The example I was thinking of are people from the tourism board going to Mexico, and they're gone for 4 days, and they're bringing large groups of, you know, people from down there to Telluride to ski. I mean, they're not here, but they're required to go there to physically be with those people to bring them here. I think that's really important to revisit. My 4th, I like that you're going to review the on-call. I think that's important. All the points I heard today, I think were valid. And the last point I wanted to make, maybe it'll come up at a future meeting, the EDUs and the HOA dues. I didn't see that addressed in any of the guideline review. Is that going to come up?
We're continuing that discussion separately from this.
Okay. I know it's been
That's a big thing
ongoing.
to tackle.
Yeah, I know it's ongoing, so. All right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Doug, step up to the mic.
Thank you, Chair Levin. I'm going to address a lot of the questions that the council candidate, Kristen Permkoff, has addressed. I've been here in my unit in Mountain Village for 11 years now, and it is very much home for me. It's amazing what you can all get packed in there. You know, generally, going through all these discussions, I've heard a lot of these regulatory discussions, and, you know, there's a fundamental problem that arises from the lack of supply, and you get into all these debates, and, you know, they're fundamentally always going to be remaining problems. And, you know, as we address the supply issue, those problems will resolve. You know, this is just another way of saying that addressing supply is imperative. You know, we are in the affordable housing market, a socialist country, a socialist city, a socialist county, and we're seeing the problems of that. There are positive benefits to that, but these types of issues are all socialist problems in the traditional conservative critique. So you're talking about working outside of the county. There's a specific example that you have not addressed, and that's the folks that are not working directly for bringing tourism here, but whose the nature of their work publicizes Telluride outside. I'm thinking of the arts, outdoor guides, nonfiction writers, journalists, whose part of their persona, their public persona, is being from Telluride. They're a Telluride professional out working in the world. And that may well have a stronger marketing benefit than anything that's done in the private sector. There's a specific case on that. There's a gentleman, I don't recall the name, who does Olympic ski camps on Mount Hood, a variety of things of that nature. He's not working here, but he's got a high profile of being from Telluride. That was Lois Major. And I don't know, 8-9 years ago that came up. I think also, you know, the number of years a person has lived here should play a factor, and it should be more flexible. If somebody's been here 10 years, somebody's been here 15 years, somebody's been here 20 years. Should it really matter anymore whether they're working locally or not? And I don't think it should. You know, at what point do you become vested in the community? You know, as you approach retirement and or disability? Oh, I got more, but thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room or anyone online for public comment?
Not seen anyone online.
Okay, anyone online, if you want to raise your hand or dial 9, we'll give you just a second, but I think we're good. And so on that,
Yeah.
you have anything.
I do, and I know we're trying to wrap up here because I know you're all hungry. I am too. But real quick, since I did mention at the beginning of this that ideally we would get this taken care of before the next election, just for consistency's sake, because it would be hard to restart this process with people who might not be as familiar with the guidelines, with the new people after this. So with that in mind, knowing we only have 2 more council meetings and 1 subcommittee meeting where all of you, we could convert that subcommittee meeting into a board meeting if there is an appetite there to continue this discussion and give us essentially a 3rd meeting, or we could hold a special council and board meeting also, just to make sure to move this along and try to get this adopted within the next couple of months. Is there any appetite there from you all to have that happen? Or do you not share the same concerns about this potentially continuing into November, potentially December, depending on the remainder of discussion items that need to occur?
I mean, I think the idea of if everyone could come to the subcommittee meeting, we can make it a full THA meeting. That could be a good time to get through some of this. I do worry about attendance of the public at that, because I know we don't usually have a lot of attendees at
Yeah.
those meetings. Does anyone else have?
It'll be noticed differently though, won't it? If all of us are in attendance and it's not a subcommittee, it'll be noticed as a full THA.
Yes, it will be noticed as a full THA board meeting. That doesn't necessarily mean that there might be more public participation.
When is the THA subcommittee? typically?
October 1st. It's the first Wednesday, so it would be October 1st.
And it is the day after council. So the only thing that would be nice about that is that it would be a conversation at council and then the next day. So if anybody is paying attention, it is timely.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm most likely not going to be here for either of those meetings because I will be out of the country. So it doesn't.
Or the one at the end of September either. September 30th.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Okay.
gone. So September 30th or August 1st is not, I won't be there for any. So I don't know. I think we're going to run into, because of the situations of life, we're just going to probably have lower attendance by council members at a lot of these upcoming meetings.
Can
Yeah.
I add another suggestion? with Tiffany and Ally of extending our budget meetings that we also have for Borough Council.
I was
are
looking at that.
Also options.
It's just, that's a lot of.
A lot.
That's a lot. Budget meetings are hard.
Budget
and
meetings
then
are hard and we have already condensed our budget meetings.
I would-
for efficiency, and so it will be a lot.
I mean, I think that the budget meeting and THA from a public
Mhm.
input standpoint are same. And I think, I don't know that any of us would maybe be at our best doing THA guidelines and budget together. I think that that would maybe be a little too much for everybody. So my inclination is that we would have to do the THA subcommittee meeting as a full committee.
Okay.
And hopefully people can attend, and if not, like, we
Try.
just get and we get your comments in advance, and we have those and can read them into the record or whatever, evaluate them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, I would love to find a time when Ashley and Teddy can both be present, cause, and Jesse. Cause I don't know, sorry, that,
Yeah.
anyway,
We'll just,
cause the four of us have been, at the subcommittee meeting.
know.
So like the other four of us, we've already done all of this. And so what we're really waiting for is your all's input, the additional members who aren't on the subcommittee. So that does feel important to me. But I understand the issues of scheduling. Is there a time, Ashley, and Teddy, that you guys would both be able to, weigh in on this in addition to town council?
yeah, the 30th and the 1st works well for me. And if we do it sooner, I have some challenges with a work trip.
Okay.
I'll be out of town the 7th of October for about 10 days. I
Oh.
mean, I'll try to be remote and whatever I can do, I'll try to make it. But if we have to do the 30th and the 1st and Ashley can't make it, that's fine. Or if we choose a different date and I can't make it, that's fine.
Is the plan, because usually we have THA as a agenda item on our regular council
Mhm.
agenda. So the plan would be to do 2 days of THA large committee back to back.
Yes, the packet would essentially be the same. So there would be another work session at the next meeting, next town council meeting.
Basically to finish what we did
Yeah,
cover.
basically to
Yeah.
finish what we just did, present the changes that you directed me to present today. One more THA, and maybe it's possible that we get through it at the next town council meeting and we're able to cancel that board meeting and just convert it to subcommittee. I kind of think that that's unlikely. And then, so that gives us 2 more meetings to discuss. My concern with public outreach is that it's hard for us as staff to reach out to the public without knowing what changes are going to occur. So at this point, I think that we will probably cancel those 2 public outreach sessions that were supposed to occur next week and instead table those until after we have more direction from you as to what the changes actually will be.
So-
Hold public outreach and then aim for adoption at that October meeting.
So basically your feeling is that we need 2 meetings between now and October town council meeting to get all of the information done in order to do adoption.
Mhm. Based on the conversations that occurred today, I never know quite how these are going to go. Sometimes you pick out topics that I think are going to be very quick, and those are the ones that get discussed. So there wasn't much we could go ahead and agendize before today until I knew where your concerns were. And based on today's conversations, I do think we're going to need 2 more meetings to really get this in shape where you're going to be comfortable with adoption.
We got through about a third of the
Yeah.
Okay.
the guidelines today. So, but
I mean, I will do my best to try and make both of those meetings, at least the housing authority portions of both. It sounds like that might be where I need to put my priority.
Well, and we can move so that it works a little bit better with your time zone. You know, me and THA subcommittee is at 9 a.m., which I think should kind of be okay. And then we can just make sure that THA is in the morning
Yeah.
again, so then that way you can attend.
It's
in the
easier.
evening. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, case is at noon. So we always have to be done by like 11:45 for that. Anyway, so, I mean, I think it's not ideal, but I think that is our best option right now.
Yeah.
Is everyone
Sure.
okay with moving forward with that? Okay, I think you have our plan. And on that note, is it do we have any other business before we adjourn? Okay, well, I will adjourn by mutual consent at 12:11.
Thanks.
Great. Eleanor, thank you very much. That brings us back into the town council meeting. Ally, thank you very much for all of that. And that brings us to our lunch break. We'll reconvene the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025. It is 1:02 PM. We are in person at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue, as well as hybrid and online. The next item on the agenda, number 2, public comment on non-agenda items. We are going to allot everybody 3 minutes each. It seems that we have a full room where people might want to speak. And just reminder for instructions for public comment is we want to make sure that people don't get repetitive in their comments, one. And then two, if it's submitted in writing, there's no need to reiterate those things. We all read those. And then if it's specifically on the protocol of parking on West Colorado Avenue and the pilot program for angled parking, I want everyone please to keep in mind that in about 3 weeks, October 1st, this goes away. We don't know if it goes away forever or not, because then we will get into the aspect of evaluating its success or if it was unsuccessful. So that is kind of a little bit of a timeline for us to keep in mind for where we're at in the process. And with that, I do have a public comment sign in sheet, and we will start in order. And the first person on the list is Steve Palomar from 227 North First Street. And we just had any microphone, they all should be on. So you'll be good. And that way everyone on the radio and listening online to the meeting can hear you.
This is about the diagonal parking, and I take what you said for sure. But I hopefully what I have to say here might add a little bit to your evaluation of the program, and that's my hope today. My name is Steve Palomar. I'll read this letter because I can read it in 2 minutes. I've lived in Telluride since 1989. I've worked as the senior lender of the Bank of Telluride. I've owned a mortgage brokerage firm, Telluride Financial Resources, and most recently, I continue to serve as the president of the Sheridan Arts Foundation. That's the nonprofit that owns and operates the Sheridan Opera House. I'm here today to quickly make these points to express my concern for the safety issues associated with diagonal parking. Like I said, please excuse me reading this, but it goes about 2 minutes. Point number one, I think it is reasonable to expect that people like me are living in or visiting Telluride. I'm 76 years old. I'm an old person, and I have trouble in diagonal parking situations, twisting my neck and turning my back to be able to back out of a parking place going uphill. It's true that newer cars have backup cameras and the alarms that sense if someone's in back of you. And that would definitely help in a situation like the diagonal parking. But I tried Googling to find out how many cars on the road today have those systems, and you really can't find it. They really have no knowledge of how many cars have the technology. It's been required since 2018. For myself, I've got 4 cars, and 3 of the 4 do not have the cameras. Point 2, I'm probably overly sensitive to safety issues that impact Telluride's kids. This is because my wife and I lost our 6-year-old daughter, Abby, to an accident at the Telluride Airport in 1995. I strongly feel it would be an unforgivable misfortune if we lost any of Telluride's children because we knowingly chose to focus on town revenue rather than taking every possible opportunity to preserve the safety of our young people. Point 3. Some have argued, is that 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'll let you finish your point 3 and then we'll have to move on since you started it.
Some have argued that studies in town, that the town is aware of suggest that there is no safety issue associated with diagonal parking. To any who trust these studies, I suggest that you spend a little time observing the increased use of bicycles or e-bikes in Telluride. Pay particular attention to how fast our young people are traveling as they ride, exercising limited judgment westward on Main Street. Few of these kids have any concern for the town's 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, instead going 25 to 40 miles an hour. If the driver of a car can't see well to back out of one of our diagonal parking spaces, it unfortunately shifts the responsibility of accident avoidance to someone who might be 8 to 15 years of age. If you don't agree with me, I appreciate your time. If you do agree with me, please exercise your power to correct the unnecessary risk. Thank you.
Great, Steve. Thank you very much. Next on the list is Leah. I'll apologize in advance. Heidenreich, do I have that right? All right. So I try.
Hi. I just wanted to quickly kind of piggyback what my amazing boss said. I'm mostly just concerned about the safety. I run the Young People's Theater program at the Opera House. I work with hundreds of kids every year, and I watch them and see them race between the school and the Opera House every day, 5 days a week. And the busiest time of the day on that street is 3:30 p.m. when they are trying to get to rehearsal and 5 p.m. when they are leaving rehearsal. I actually just the other day watched a car as it was backing out. There was a e-bike with 3 children on it who were coming, and a car was backing out, and the kids on the bike swerved to rather than waiting and following traffic laws. And then they ended up hitting another kid who was crossing the street by Rainbow. Luckily, that kid was not harmed. He was more embarrassed than anything. I think his pride was the most damaged thing. But it was really scary. I saw it in my car. And I see a lot of close calls like that all the time with the backing out parking. So yeah, just wanted to give my 2 cents as well. And that's all. Thanks, guys.
Great. Leah, thank you very much. Next on the list is Mark Dalton.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I'm the chairman of the Sheridan Arts Foundation, which takes care of the Opera House, and Leah and Steve have already spoken. I've been chair of that for 25 years. My family's been in and around Telluride since 1986. A couple of them are full-time residents, including Eric and Sarah, who are right here. What I would say is, children are really important to the Opera House. We have a lot of programs that address that. Leah talked about one. And as somebody who also owns a family that owns a house on the 400 block, we look at the depth of these diagonal parking lines, the size of the vehicles that can fit into diagonal parking with compact cars next to them and so on. And I think about the kids' situation, and I guess I would just want to register my concern and the concern of other members of the board of the Sheridan Arts Foundation as we think about the programs that we are offering to parents of children. And we are very intentional about trying to reach out to parents of children and trying to be inclusive across different elements of our community. And we're very concerned about not shifting the risk of safety to 18 to 15-year-olds, as Steve said, who might not be observing speed limits or might not be really thinking about safety, when that really belongs to the car and the driver. And parallel parking seems to us to be a much safer approach, with the burden being where it belongs, on the driver of the vehicle. So I'll say that. And one last thing I'll say is that we bring artists in for the Plein Air Art Festival, and they are ambassadors for Telluride. They paint our natural beauty. They share it with the region. They share it with people who go back to all parts of the country. And I would say, the town was really intentional decades ago when we did the Valley Floor, and it was a town and community effort to make the valley, preserve the valley floor, and continue to make this an iconically beautiful place. I worry that, for a bit of incremental whatever, convenience, revenue, we're going to do diagonal parking on 2 historic blocks with a lot of attractive architecture. I doubt that we're going to have plein air artists who say, this is why I come to, this is not what I want to paint about Telluride. So that's a big step down from the safety issue, but I think it's something that you'll probably be hearing more about from the artists themselves. Thank you very much.
Great. Mark, thank you very much. Our next person on public comment, it's Alexandra Griswold, but since you're here for the case hearing, we will hold off till we hear that agenda item for you,
Unless you have other public. comment.
unless you have other, but she's on there for case on the list, so.
Okay.
And so that brings us to our next person in order, and that would be Mark Frankman of 553 West Colorado Avenue.
Glad to hear you got my letter and actually read it.
Mhm.
Okay, that'll speed me up a lot. I'm representing 34 people, so if I go a little,
Speaking to a.
I am representing 34 people, so if I go just a touch over, maybe some leeway, because I'm speaking for 34 people that co-signed this letter. Thank you. First I heard it's going to end October 1st. The FAQ says through the fall, so we weren't sure. We thought into November, maybe. That's the end of fall, so it's good to hear it ends October
is that
1st.
October 1st?
That's what it says on the FAQ, end of fall, so through the fall.
The intention.
This is using my time. I'll just speak. You don't have to answer it.
We can pause it. We can
Oh,
pause
okay.
you.
Okay.
If I misspoke on October 1st, I know it's
Yep, I'm looking at Hayden, who's coordinating with the Public Works team. The point of the, is that during the winter, the striping goes away, is going away. And so that it was going to naturally go away in the fall. If we want to have a set date, we can do that, certainly. And like I said, why don't you finish your public comment and I'll get that exact date from you, from our staff.
Yeah,
They look like
So
they're
it's
working
not
on that.
October
If
1st
I'm-
necessarily.
If I misspoke on October 1st, I apologize. I know it's going to be.
It's a snow storage schedule, so November to April. So it'd be whatever the signs say. So it's November 1st.
So
November
following
1st.
with November.
Follows the snow removal schedule.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay,
that's when we
that,
use
I
the
got
snow
that
removal.
wrong. Okay.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So
November.
November 1st, and then we don't have to worry about snow storage
Mhm.
because it'll be gone through the winter months.
Okay, thanks.
And then once we get the opportunity to evaluate our public comment, to evaluate findings from the Marshal's Department, and comments from our business community, we'll make a decision, taking all those factors as well as continued input from the public within our council discussion, if this program will go into late spring, summer of 2026. And Mark, I'll go back to you on that.
All right, that's great. Thanks. It is unclear on this FAQ that's on your site. It makes it sound like this is going to be done in the winter, and the snow removal, it speaks about the snow removal. It's confusing. So we were thinking, it's the way this is written, it's got a couple different references and it's confusing. I don't want to spend my time on it. You can just look at it yourself. I think it's in my letter. Thanks. I think we're concerned about the way these metrics have been arrived at, like the way people, how the usage has been, how many empty spots are. I'm not out there with cameras every 5 minutes. I don't know how you're doing this. It seems difficult. But it looks to me like down in my block, it's less than 50% used. And in the 400 block, it's usually pretty full close to town and less as it moves on. It's not getting used, but I don't know how you're measuring that. So we're concerned that this gets measured and whatever numbers you're presented with are based in reality and not just conjecture. There's a real sense that this is being slanted towards doing this and not an objective study of it. And we just get this over and over, and I want you to be aware of that, and I appreciate that. Cost analysis, we haven't heard anything about that. Has there been a cost analysis? Will there be one? Can we see it? Can we see the staff report before the meeting that this is decided at? Will it be in the agenda packet? Because that's important to us. We can review it, be more prepared, save time for everybody. If it's not going to be in the agenda packet, can we get a copy of it? What meeting will this be decided at? Because we probably won't come back until that meeting, but we're not sure when that's going to be. So we want to prepare for it. Is it going to be the September 30 meeting or the October 18th meeting? Or is it going to be some other meeting? Or do you not know yet?
We set our agendas in advance. And when we set our agendas, We follow the appropriate timelines to notice the public once our agenda items are set per our agenda setting meetings. And then it gives everyone the proper notice. And Tiffany, I'll defer to you on the noticing protocol and the timing when from an agenda setting date to the meeting to when it's published.
It's typically the following Monday, so we meet Friday to set the agenda. Monday, the agenda is posted. The packet goes out that Wednesday. So it's usually a few
And
days later.
staff memos and reports are always in the packet
That's right.
for that.
And when she's talking Monday, it's Monday in the meetings the following Tuesday. And so that packet of information would go out that Wednesday to give everyone, 5 or 6 days to review, plan your schedule. If you're remote, how to be remote and listen to a meeting. And if you can come in person to the room, you'll have, that's our typical time frame for how we handle all of our agenda items. We don't give special treatment to agenda items. It's just based on our workloads and where we're at. And that's why we don't know, we can't forecast the future of what our agenda items are until we meet when we know what everything in regards to this town and what we need to do is on the table.
And those are posted in the newspaper and coming up in council, social media, and an email blast if you're signed up for those things as well.
And,
So-
and you can set yourself up for pings, right? Like you can go on the Town of Telluride website and notice that our meeting's September 30th, and then which one's in October, which one's November, and all the way through the end of the year and say, okay, I better pay attention on that Wednesday to look for the packet to see if we're on the agenda for that meeting. So that the time frame doesn't change as the meeting dates change. It's still that we have the agenda set meeting a week Friday prior, so about 10 days. Then that next step is finalizing the agenda internally and posting the whole packet of materials on that Wednesday prior.
But on,
And
but
that's
on,
pretty standard.
but on Monday before that Wednesday, whether you're on the agenda or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
not all
So
good.
the Monday before September 30th and the Monday before October 18th would be the next two.
The
October-
week 20, is it October 21st, I think,
Sorry.
off the top of my
Oh.
head?
Is it out?
We have a meeting on the 30th.
Yeah,
and
so
on
it's the
25th.
30th
Yeah,
or the
okay.
21st. Yep.
Okay, well, we'll just keep it, and it could be later than that. We're
Could be
we're
later
just,
than that, yeah.
we're not sure.
Maybe after the conclusion of November 1st and we look at the November meeting.
Okay, we
Oh,
just want
yeah.
to make sure we're prepared for it and not bother you in the meantime. So,
And one, you're not bothering us. Two, we look forward to, your findings and what you want what you want to present for your arguments in this. And then conversely, so we can make the best decision possible, whichever way that is, we'll get a little direction from our staff, whether it's Hayden as kind of the point person for parking, Chief Compt in the Marshal's Department, because we're going to want to know if there have been any accidents and what he's found in his level of professionalism with his staff, and then any other items that we may need to dive down on, like revenues and things of that nature. So
Yeah.
that's why, it's not just us saying this is when we want to discuss it. There's lots of triggers at place to make sure we know when we make a decision that we did it with a level of responsibility where we've taken everyone's considerations into play.
sure, that's good. Well, I really appreciate all that. And that really helps us a lot. I don't really have anything else. I just wanted to touch on the highlights here. We'll be coming back with a lot more. We're researching this on our side. We found out a lot of interesting information I think will be helpful for you. But I don't think today's the day. We would rather do it when we're on the agenda. So I really appreciate you, taking the time to read this letter. I hope the people that aren't here could read it too.
Everyone on council
them-
gets it and reads it.
I've come before on with other councils, and there's times when not everybody actually reads all that stuff because you have a lot to read.
That's right.
So it's good to know you did.
Yeah,
And
we-
I thank you for your
And I
time.
appreciate your feedback on the FAQs and I'll work with staff to get that updated for clarity. So thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions in that FAQ. I'll tell
Yeah.
you that. More than I just touched on.
If
There's.
you want to meet with me? And
Well,
have a-
what I spent a couple hours doing this morning is, I looked at all the safety things that were referenced.
I will-
Okay,
I will,
the Council of Traffic Engineers, on and on and on. I found completely different information.
okay,
Well-
I'll meet with you offline and I'd love to connect because we all have best intentions here and really we put that out at the beginning of this program just to help get ahead of questions. But there's obviously been questions throughout this, so I'll get with you offline. We can look to update it to be
Well,
of use to the public because that's its intention.
And then we'll also look into, I apologize for my misstatement of October 1st and actually November 1st, but we'll also work with our staff closely to make sure that when that change happens, it's noticed appropriately with signage and that it's just not the switch gets flipped and all of a sudden everyone's surprised that the parking pattern has changed. So we'll try to do that as best we can with our social media, website information, newspaper advertisements that we do and other things to make sure people are prepared for the change back because it is changing back to parallel parking. I don't know what that exact date is.
Yeah, that's correct. Thanks.
Next on the agenda, we have Mr. Roscoe Kane from 1010 East Colorado Avenue.
Hello, I'm Roscoe Kane, born and raised in Telluride. I just want to say thank you for the EDM Pretty Lights concert. I thought it was great. I do live on the East End, so I do get the speakers pointed to my house directly, and it was no louder than any other concert I'd say that's thrown in this town. I think these one-off concerts do a great job for our economy in this town, especially the fact when they start at 5:00 p.m. So here, thank you.
Thank you.
Roscoe, thanks for that positive feedback. We appreciate it. Next on our public comment sign and sheet is Kristen Permakoff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, friends, family, and of course, y'all out there, the Kodo listening audience. Oh, hang on a second. I'm just trying to, there we go. Hello, my name is Kristen Permakoff. I'm a 31-year Telluride resident. I have lived in Entrada affordable housing in the west end of town with my family for the past 16 years. Y'all might know me from the mountain as a Telluride ski and snowboard instructor, or as a bartender at one of town's many fine establishments, or as a past Telluride Town Councilwoman. Even if you don't know me yet, I hope to get to know you because I'm here today to announce my candidacy for Telluride Town Council this fall. I previously served on council from 2011 to 2015 and also from 2016 to 2017. During those terms, I made some tough decisions and helped to achieve a lot for the town, including building the new Town Park stage and the Spruce House condos, to name a few. I'm proud of my work ethic and centrist, open-minded approach to all issues. Although I have evolved in many ways, my passion for Telluride remains steadfast. As your new councilwoman, I plan to reset Telluride's fast pace and help recharge our community while collaborating to reach common goals for the good of us all. At the top of my list, I will revisit the rental housing policies that have actually displaced many of our local working class families. I will provide clear and transparent communication about major town projects to you, the citizens of Telluride. I will strive to realign the town council with the community. I will work hard to keep Telluride as authentic as we possibly can. So look for me around town and let's talk about what I can do for you. Isn't that what being a public servant is all about? Thanks again for listening. Thanks, Kodo. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and Council. If you're out there and ready to reset, recharge, and reach high, please consider me, Kristen Permakoff, as your vote this November. This is Kristen Permakoff for Telluride 2025, signing off.
Kristen, thank you very much. The only other person on the public comment sign-in sheet, unfortunately, wants to talk about Lot L. And that is an agendized item for our town council meeting today. So you'll have to stick around for that discussion. Basically, if you look at the agenda, you can see approximate timelines for that work session, which will be starting a little bit later than we originally had hoped. But you're probably in that 2 o'clock plus range. And you can listen to Kodo or hang out in the room or online. And then we'd love to hear from you, Doug, either online or in the room. So apologize, we can't take that comment right now. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on a non-agendized item? Seeing none, Tiffany, are there any hands raised online?
No.
Seeing no other hands raised online and no one in the room that is willing or wants to speak, we will close public comment on non-agenda items for this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your time in this public comment and bringing your concerns to our attention. That moves us right along to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A, presentation of a service medallion for Kathy Green for her nearly 30 years of service on the Ecology Commission. Is Kathy here? That's okay. We know where to find Kathy, but I think it's important for me to read the letter for her service. Dear Kathy, wow, 30 years of service to the town of Telluride. On behalf of the town of Telluride and Telluride Town Council, it is with sincere gratitude that we present this letter and medallion to you in appreciation of your nearly 30 years of service on the Ecology Commission from 1996 to 2025. You have been a valued contributor to this important commission that helps balance the lives of humans and animals, and we thank you for your dedication and service. It is only getting harder for animals to prosper here and interact with humans, and your professionalism, dependability, and willingness to be a public servant have been a valued addition to the Ecology Commission these many years, and you will be missed. We want to extend our warmest thanks, but this is not a goodbye. We also appreciate your continued service on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Please accept this token of appreciation for your service to your community. Sincerely, myself, Teddy Erico, as mayor, and the remainder of town council and our staff. Thanks, Kathy. Great.
Yay, Kathy.
Yay, Kathy.
Yay, Kathy. That brings us to agenda item 3B, the proclamation of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming September as Suicide Prevention Month. Proclamation of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, designated September as Suicide Prevention Month. Proclamation number 3, Series 2025. Whereas in 2024, our region experienced 41 community member deaths by suicide, predominantly middle to late aged white males. Whereas each year, approximately 13 million adults seriously think about suicide, 3.8 million make a plan for suicide, and 1.5 million adults attempt suicide. Whereas in 2024, 1,306 Coloradans died by suicide, with the majority being in the age range of 35 to 44. Whereas our local suicide prevention, awareness, and recovery coalition and organizations such as Tri-County Health Network are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through education, advocacy, and resources for those who have experienced suicidal thoughts or lost someone to suicide, and together urge that we, 1, recognize suicide as a preventable public health problem, that there is no single cause of suicide, that anyone can experience suicidal thoughts, and that recovery from suicidal ideation is possible. 2, acknowledge that no single suicide prevention program or effort will be appropriate for all populations or communities and address the disparity in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups while advocating to end these disparities. 3, develop and implement strategies to improve and increase access to quality mental health, substance abuse, and suicide prevention services and programs, as well as support post-vention plans for a community response to a death by suicide. 4, support the efforts of Spark in fostering connection and spreading the message that we are the ones who talk about suicide. This proclamation recognizes suicide as a national and statewide public health problem and suicide prevention as a national and statewide responsibility, and designates September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Therefore, be it resolved that the Telluride Town Council hereby designates September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Telluride, Colorado. proclaim this 9th day of September 2025. And it looks like Melanie would like to step up to the microphone.
Hi, everybody. On behalf of Tri-County Health Network and all of those in our community working on suicide prevention, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you for proclaiming September as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. While we're all bound together by our love of this beautiful place, many of us also share the heartache of losing a friend or a loved one to suicide. I know most of us in this room have been around here long enough to have felt that. And that grief unites us, and it also fuels our commitment to building a healthier and more connected community. At Tri-County Health Network, we work under the model of the Colorado National Collaborative on Suicide Prevention, which is guided by 6 pillars. And I'd like to briefly name them and acknowledge how the town of Telluride is already a strong partner in each of these. Connectedness. The town fosters connection in so many ways, including through support of sports, the arts, and community events that bring people together. This reduces isolation and increases belonging. Economic stability. Through your commitment to affordable housing and accessible childcare, you help address financial stress, one of the leading risk factors to suicide. Education and awareness. By reading this proclamation, you are sending a powerful message that mental health matters and that this conversation is welcome. Access to safer care. The town's strong partnership with health providers, behavioral health teams, and first responders helps ensure that support reaches those who need it most. Lethal means safety. A big thank you to the Telluride Marshals Department for your collaboration and work in this area. With efforts like medication take-back days and promoting safe firearm storage, you have advanced real life-saving strategies. Postvention. When tragedy strikes, Telluride comes together to honor those lost and to hold one another in the process of grief. These 6 pillars remind us suicide prevention is not the responsibility of any one person or organization. It's something that we create together. And while suicide prevention advocate may not be the first role you think of as town leaders, please know that your work every day creating a connected, livable, and compassionate community makes a real and lasting impact. Thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for standing with our community in this important effort.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a step backwards in the agenda, and it's item 3A. We do have Kathy Green here, and we presented her a medallion and a letter, but we would love for her to have the opportunity to speak. We are very thankful for all of your service and the many things you do in addition to the Ecology Commission.
Yeah, sorry, I was at home cleaning up from an art event and something went, oh my God, and I can't run very fast anymore. So I'm here. It's been an honor to serve on this board. I went on it when it started with Karen G. She retired recently, but I feel like it's in really good hands with Darren and a whole fleet of like 28 to 38-year-olds. So it's the young board that you all want. And they're learning, they struggle with Robert's Rules of Order. But other than that, they do very well. And I'm thrilled. I took a peek at my medal, and it's metal, which could not be more appropriate for my desires in life. So thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Kathy. And that brings us to agenda item 3C, introduction of a new community service office assistant, Louis Tavares. Do we see them not in the room? Okay, well, Louis, welcome aboard to the team. Thank you. And 3D, I do see Amy Martell. So introduction of new wastewater treatment plant lab tech operator, Shandon G. And Amy Martell is here to introduce.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Amy Martell. I'm the Water Wastewater Division Manager. Please join me in welcoming Shandon G to the Water Wastewater Division team. Shandon recently joined us as a lab tech / operator, bringing with her a strong background in engineering and environmental studies. She earned her general engineering degree with an environmental focus in Durango and has already put her skills to work here in Telluride. Shandon has quickly proven herself to be brilliant, adaptable, and a fast learner, fitting seamlessly into our operations and helping us strengthen our diverse and talented team. Outside of work, she's enjoying the small town charm of Telluride, along with its vibrant festival and music scene. We're grateful to have Shandon's positive energy and fresh perspective on the team each day and look forward to her continued contributions. Thank you.
Welcome aboard. Thank you very much. 3E, introduction of new Public Works Capital Improvement Project Manager, Connor Tyrell, and we have Kyle Beck here to introduce.
Good afternoon, Town Council, Mayor. I'm thrilled to introduce our latest addition to the Public Works Department, Connor Tyrell. Connor joins us from the R1 School District, bringing with him extensive experience in managing high-state construction, grant bond funding projects within the educational and renewable energy sector. He's proficient in strategic planning, stakeholder communication, and risk management, and a solid history of optimizing budget and exceeding project objectives. During his time with the school district, he oversaw $32 million in capital improvements, focused on workforce housing, infrastructure upgrades, and sustainable initiatives. Connor has already engaged in several ongoing projects, including the installation of the redundant screw press at the wastewater treatment plant, the replacement of the air compressor at the Pandora plant, and the West Pacific Ave Street Improvement Project. He will also be assisting in managing upcoming projects such as the wastewater treatment plant lab remodel, repairs to the Mill Creek raw water line, emergency tank lining at Pandora, replacement of the Stillwater field line, upgrades at the Public Works transit facility, which I'm excited for because that is a federal grant opportunity which he has experience in, and development inspection assistance, and of course, much, much more, which you'll hear some updates with the manager's report here coming up soon. But please join me to welcome Connor.
Connor, thank you very much for joining the team. We appreciate it. That brings us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from residents interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, September 22nd, 2025, for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, September 30th, 2025. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 4 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events. This seat is being considered today, and it's 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, 1 regular public at large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Public Art Commission, and this seat is also being considered today, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy, and should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And with that, we go to agenda item 4B, Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper Miller to present.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a regular seat vacancy occurring on the Public Art Commission. The applicant is Robin Kondracki, and she is a new applicant. Her application is attached in your memo. She did let me know that she's unable to attend today because of work. If you choose to go ahead with appointing, its staff recommends that it would be for a term of 2 years effective immediately.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Any questions of council for Piper on Robin's application? This is an appointment. So is there anybody in the room or online that would like to comment on this appointment? Seeing none, if there's no questions from council, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I know Robin from the arts community, so I feel confident in making the motion. I move to appoint Robin Kondraki to a regular seat on the Public Art Commission for a term of 2 years, effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Ian, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Robin is approved unanimously. Although you're not here, thank you, Robin. 4C, Commission for Community Assistant Arts and Special Events, one alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper is here still
Thank
to
you.
present.
As you said, this is an alternate seat vacancy, and our applicant is Alexandra Griswold. She is here today to speak on her behalf. She is a new applicant and has not served on any other boards or commissions. Her application is attached to your memo, and if you choose to appoint her to this alternate seat, staff recommends a 2-year term, which would be effective immediately.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Do you want to step up and say anything? We make you come in front of a microphone. So be forewarned. And you might have to get used to it.
Hello, my name is Allie or Alexandra Griswold. I've lived in the community for 11 years now, and I have a deep and vetted interest for the arts and other programs that happen within the community, and I would love to be involved on the board.
Great, thank you. Does anyone from council have any questions for the applicant or Piper?
I move to appoint Alexandra Griswold to an alternate seat on the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events for a 2-year term effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Mian. Before we go to vote, I want to make sure there isn't anybody in the room who feels like they want to comment on this applicant. Seeing none, we will go back to the vote. We have a motion from Ashley and a second from Mian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Congratulations, you are appointed, and thank you very much for your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Piper will be in touch for all the fun logistics. Agenda item number 5, consent calendar. 5A, approval of minutes of the regular meeting, August 12th, 2025, and 5B, approval of minutes of the special meeting, August 18th, 2025. Unless there's any further discussion, as I attest everyone has reread those minutes, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Ian. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes, the consent calendar is approved unanimously. And that brings us to agenda item number 6, public hearing. 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2025 municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2024 budget line item amounts, making supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, and making supplemental appropriations from revenue in excess of those estimated in the 2025 budget. And Kaylee Ranta is here to present.
Thank you. This is the second reading of our 2025 budget adjustments. There haven't been any changes since introduced on August 12th for first reading. I did make a mistake in the memo and forgot to get rid of the section in the motion that directs the town clerk to set a public hearing. So when it comes to that point, you can leave that part out. And this is our first of 2 rounds of budget adjustments for the 2025 budget. The second round will happen in December or January. And this first round is normally done after prior year financials are closed out and the audits approved, which happened on July 1st. And part of budget management is to periodically go through the budget and review where we are year to date versus the budget and to be able to make adjustments to that. So there are 4 sections in your packet beginning on page 33. And that first section just shows the audited excess or shortfall in the beginning fund balance versus what was projected last fall when we did the 2025 budget. And then on the far right, there's a column that shows an accumulation of all the budget adjustments in sections 2 through 4 for each fund. Section 2 is for funds that are carried over from the prior year, and that's mainly for capital projects that span 2 years or aren't completed in the budget year, so they carry forward to the next year. We have 3 funds that have adjustments for these. The Energy Mitigation Fund, there's a grant and corresponding expense for a compost pilot program in the Energy Mitigation Fund, and then for Parks and Rec energy projects. In the Capital Fund, fleet replacement, a Galloping Goose bus replacement, and then the youth hangout, core area improvements in River Park corridor. And in the wastewater fund, a large carryover for system improvements. And then section 3 is mainly just that adjustment to the open space and affordable housing set aside to carry forward any unused fund balance to make those fund balances 0, which is how we budget for those funds. And then section 4 is for any items funded from fund balance reserves, and a majority of these are to move budgets from one line item into another where there's a better fit.
Great. Thank you very much. Any council members have any questions on this? It is the second reading, so we're all familiar with it. Seeing no further discussion, is there anybody in the room?
Hi, Kristen Permakoff, 295 Mahoney Drive. I just wanted to make a comment about moving $2 million from the capital fund for the Mahoney Bridge replacement to moving the money from the bridge to Pack Street fund. And in part of that, moving the money, I've understood that y'all are going to plant trees on the Telluride Lodge property. Is that correct? Cut down about 15 trees and going to put trees in there right away. Just wonder if that's part of that 2 million.
See, some of our Public Works team isn't here anymore, and I don't know if council wants me to address this during the public comment, but I'm happy to.
I mean,
So long story short, I think it's not, it's overall project. So
Correct.
it's not specific to those things. The tree mitigation was moving some of the trees that we had to that property and to re-veg that. That's part of the overall relook scope of the project. Whether those give and takes are specified to that, I don't think we can pinpoint it to a specific one thing, but more of the generalization.
It was just a big number to move, so I just wanted to make it.
It's not very specific to that one piece, but.
Right, I
needing
understand there's other
additional
parts
budget
to that.
for the project in itself.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public that wants to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, any further discussion from council? I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2024 budget line item amounts, to make supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, to make supplemental appropriations in excess of those estimated in the 2025 budget.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Ellen, yes.
And Teddy, yes, is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you very much. That brings us to public hearing item 6B, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, repealing and reenacting Articles 1 through 10 and enacting new Articles 11 through 13 with renumbering of the existing Articles 11 through 16 of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code, Building Regulations, for the purposes of adopting the 1, International Building Code 2024 edition, 2, International Residential Code 2024 edition, 3, International Existing Building Code 2024 edition, 4, National Electric Code 2023 edition. 5, International Plumbing Code 2024 edition. 6, International Fire Code 2024 edition. 7, International Mechanical Code 2024 edition. 8, International Fuel Gas Code 2024 edition. 9, International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition. 10, Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code 2023 edition. 11, International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition. 12, International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition. And 13, International Code Council Performance Code for Buildings and Facilities 2024 edition. And we have Kristen, Sam, and Tommy's here somewhere in the back as well to present.
Thank you so much for having us. This is a second reading, so I'm just going to go very quickly through a few items that we discussed last time, bring you up to speed. So you all know the Town Council goal and objective to adopt the 2024 International Code Council Building Codes and the 2023 National Electric Code. The timeline for approval, adoption of building code ordinance and amendments. This is to bring the public up to speed. We had a town council work session to review and discuss proposed ordinance and amendments on July 1st. On August 12th, we had the first reading with town council on the proposed ordinance and amendments. And here we are today for the second reading. There were a few questions at the last meeting about state requirements and timelines for energy codes. And so I just wanted to provide clarity on that. At this point in time, local jurisdictions are only required to adopt the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code and the Model Electric and Solar Ready Code. Staff are proposing to adopt the 2024 IECC and the Model Electric and Solar Ready Code consistent with 2025 Town Council Goal and Objective 3A1. The Colorado Model Low Energy and Carbon Code LECC was published by the Colorado Energy Office last week on September 2nd. The LECC becomes Colorado's new minimum energy code on July 1, 2026. Any municipality or county that updates any of its building codes after the date of July 1, 2026 must adopt either the LECC or a code that will achieve greater energy efficiency and pollution reductions per state law HB 22-1362. So there are, as you know, proposed regional amendments to the LECC, and those are coming from the Sneffels Energy Board Regional Code Cohort that our staff members have also participated in that cohort. And there have been a number of regional amendments proposed to the LECC. Staff have reviewed the amendments proposed by the Sneffels Energy Board, Code Council, and determined that a number of the proposed amendments require further research, feasibility analyses, identification of potential unintended consequences, and/or community engagement and input, including from builders and contractors. So we look forward to doing further research in that regard. In some cases, the town of Telluride has already incorporated the proposed amendments or has them in place previously and or already exceeds the requirements of the proposed amendments. Some amendments may also require additional staff capacity to administer and enforce should they be adopted. And so further research will allow us to provide you with more information on that as well. And additional time needs to be invested by staff in order to perform the due diligence necessary on behalf of the town of Telluride before the town considers further energy code updates and amendments beyond the 2024 IECC, which is again bringing us to a very high standard with the adoption that you hopefully will move forward with today. So I also, this also came up at your last town council meeting, and I wanted to provide you with clarification and information. The state requirements and timelines for the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, CWRC, will also be a focus for further building code updates, as well as associated potential land use code and design guideline updates in Q4 2025 and Q1, Q2 of 2026. The Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Board adopted the CWRC on July 1st of this year. By April 1st of 2026, the town is required to adopt the CWRC. We will need to amend the land use code and design guidelines simultaneously to ensure consistency and implementation. And by July 1, 2026, the town of Telluride will need to comply with the adopted CWRC. There's a 90-day grace period for training, preparing the building community. So those were just some updates from the last meeting. You already, thank you, read through all of the proposed ordinance updates here. And the final version of the proposed ordinance and amendments in the town council packet included a few minor, insubstantial clerical revisions made between the first and second reading. A tracked changes version was provided in the packet for reference. Again, they were minor, insubstantial, clerical, including the input from town council during that first reading. There's one item I will note, as staff noted in the 1225 town council memo and packet, the town of Telluride already meets the requirement for R10 for full heated slabs. This amendment was intended to be included in the A12 2025 and subsequent ordinance amendment packets, but was unintentionally left out. So this has now been added back in. It's an insubstantial minor clerical revision, which you saw in your packets. I also wanted to note that as noted in your August 12th, 2025 town council packet, the requirement for renewable energy purchase on-site generation was already in place and has been for many years here in the town of Telluride. This was intended to have been included in the list of amendments carried over from the previous code ordinance amendments, but it was unintentionally left out. These are just two items we noted. This unintended omission will be corrected with a minor amendment by town council later this month, subsequent to adoption of the code ordinance and amendments today. So that is the only minor revision that we are aware of that would be needed beyond everything that you've reviewed. But we're not bringing that forward today. We will bring it to you at your next meeting of town council. So our overall staff recommendations to town council move forward with second reading of proposed building code ordinance and amendments today and vote to adopt per the proposed motion provided in the packet. As you know, adoption of these code updates and amendments will not preclude future consideration of adoption of additional relevant and feasible codes, amendments, and policies. Our department, will host, with Sam and Tommy's leadership, an October 7th lunch training and Q&A with building division staff and our building community on the new building codes. And in addition, we'll send out e-blasts, press releases announcing the new codes and training opportunities as soon as they are published this Friday, should you choose to approve and adopt them. And so we'll make it a lunchtime training. We think that'll work best for the building community, and we are planning that now. And at that training, participants will be asked for their input on additional training needs that might be beneficial. If other entities are offering these, staff will direct participants to those resources. Otherwise, we can bring in guest speakers and host any requested trainings in-house. And we will base that on the building community's input. And finally, we look forward to scheduling a future town council work session in order for staff to obtain your direction on priorities, next steps for potential future additional updates to the town's energy code, separate from the 2024 IECC code adoption. And our staff are fully prepared to facilitate this work session on whatever timeline town council prefers. We look forward to further discussion relative to the next steps with the energy code. That is it. Our team is here to answer any questions along the way.
Great. Thank you very much. Does anybody on council have any questions for Kristen, Sam, and or Tommy?
I have a question, and it's more of just like, I need my memory refreshed, because I remember we had a robust discussion previously about the timeline for implementation to the builders, and I'm just trying to remember what that was, if we needed to specify, if they were certain way through the process, if we were able to specify that, or if we had certain rules that we had to abide by. Just want to clarify that as well.
Yes.
Can't remember what we ended on.
No, absolutely. So where you landed, and this has been incorporated into the packet as well, and you can look for the red line for the specific language, but anyone who has a full application in for either for HARC, for building, etc., those applications will be under the old codes. And then moving forward, your determination was to have the new codes come into effect at the time of publication, which would be September 12th, should you approve them today. If we can further discuss, we took direction from town council. I think that we had sort of shared our thoughts as staff that some additional time, may have been helpful to allow us to bring the building community up to speed with these updates. But we're moving forward with the assumption that if you approve them today, they will come into play on the 12th. We have a training planned for this October 7th, and we will move forward with your direction.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Since there's a public hearing, is there anybody in the room to comment on this agenda item?
Always shorter than the microphone. I'm Kim Wheels with Eco Action Partners. And thank you I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I know you have had a lot of public comment today on other topics. But I just want to say first that it was a pleasure to hear acknowledgement of Kathy Green earlier. It was actually in 2008 that she first assigned me the task of working on building codes with building department staff to create consistent codes across San Diego County, Mountain Village, and Telluride. So she kind of kicked me down the path of learning a whole lot more about energy codes. I also want to say congratulations and great job to staff. I definitely know how much work it takes to adopt and to put into place new building codes. And I want to thank council for providing direction during the August meeting to town staff to prioritize the low energy and carbon code as a 2026 objective. As Kristen mentioned, we have exciting news that the final version of the low energy and carbon code has been officially published and released by the Colorado Energy Office just last Tuesday. So that is now available in its final form. And I just wanted to provide a brief update that since the last town council meeting, Eco Action Partners has been working with staff to resolve misunderstandings regarding our energy code adoption and enforcement grant from the CEO, address misunderstandings of key items in that regional amendment package in order to support incorporation of them as appropriate for Telluride going forward with the LECC. To identify exactly what feasibility and analysis studies that Telluride needs to address questions and concerns regarding adoption of the LECC, so that then we can pass those needs along to our technical support team and the CEO so that they can hopefully provide those and reduce costs to the town of Telluride. We've been working to clearly communicate regarding the town staff's planned schedule for working toward the LECC. Based on our meeting yesterday, our understanding is that with council direction, staff will prioritize the code during the first half of 2026, which then assures that EAP's grant team can effectively support the process. And this timeline will keep Telluride's process in alignment with our grant timeline and then the other regional governments as well. We also discussed coordinating with staff regarding upcoming training workshops, as we will be holding them as well for the LECC, as well as broader topics, just to ensure clear communication to the building community and to avoid overlapping schedules of those dates. So I just, again, want to thank you all for your thoughtful discussion during the last council meeting and emphasize that Eco Action Partners continues to value our collaborative relationship with the town of Telluride since our creation of 2007. And it's only by working together to advance items in the climate action plan, such as progressive building energy codes, that will reduce Telluride's greenhouse gas emissions. We look forward to continuing to work with staff and council to develop and implement innovative policies and programs that meet both the regional and Telluride climate action objectives. And thank you. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room for public comment on this agenda item?
I had a quick question for staff.
Sure.
I know that we had asked at the last meeting to receive copies of the grant applications that specifically called out that the town of Telluride had agreed to the LECC. Do we have a copy of that at this point?
So I'll talk to Darren. I think the biggest thing that we've all aligned on is that the staff provided the letter of support that we would participate. In no way did we agree from the staff perspective to have the action of that. They did provide the grant at this point to us. And I think that there was, and Kim and their team has affirmed that no action is required of us to adopt because they cannot hold councils accountable to that. More that we would continue to work with them on that. Did I get that right, Kim? Thank you.
But it wasn't in the grant application that we were going to.
Correct. I think that we are all aligned on that fact at
Okay.
this point.
Great. Perfect. Thank you.
Unless I'm, again, misunderstanding Kim, but I think we've gone over that enough times that no action is required of the town of Telluride for that grant.
We'll ask it so people can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, it was, and there was the state requiring letters of commitment. There's a letter of commitment to the state for staff to work toward the low energy and carbon code. So that's what was in that. It's the state's version of the 2024 IECC, to be specific with the language, but it was for staff to work forward in that direction. There, as Zoe just said, there was no ability for staff to commit for town council to adopt in any of the jurisdictions. It's more for the staff direction to work forward.
So in alignment, we participated in those building cohort meetings to gain an understanding. And this is where we have landed from a staff direction standpoint of where we want to be.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was explicitly clear to the listening
I
audience.
think that was needed. So thank you, Mian.
Awesome.
Agreed, and apologize for any communication challenges or
Yep, no problem.
confusion in that. It was not intended to be. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, Tiffany, can you confirm if there are any hands raised? Okay, unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve an ordinance of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, repealing and reenacting Articles 1 through 10 and enacting new Articles 11 through 13 with renumbering of the existing Articles 11 through 16 of Chapter 15 of the Telluride Municipal Code, building regulations for the purposes of adopting the 1 International Building Code 2024 edition, 2 International Residential Code 2024 edition, 3 International Existing Building Code 2024 edition, 4 National Electrical Code 2023 edition, 5 International Plumbing Code 2024 edition, 6 International Fire Code 2024 edition, 7 International Mechanical Code 2024 edition, 8 International Fuel Gas Code 2024 edition, 9 International Energy Conservation Code 2024 edition, 10 Colorado Model Electric Ready and Solar Ready Code 2023 edition, 11 International Property Maintenance Code 2024 edition, 12 International Swimming Pool and Spa Code 2024 edition, and 13 International Code Council Performance Code for Building and Facilities 2024 edition.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Ashley. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you very much for your hard work on that. It is much appreciated. That brings us to agenda item number 7, work sessions. 7A, work session regarding the Chair 7 Carhenge Neighborhood Planning Project. And we have Lance McDonald here.
Before we start, I would just like to state that I live in proximity of Chair 7, and if anyone would like me to recuse, I think last time we had a work session, I stayed, but I just always want to keep that option on the table.
Thank you for mentioning that. I recall that. I'm fine with it. It's a work session.
It's a work session.
I also have a similar proximity issue, not with Lot L, but with the Chair 7 neighborhood planning, because of my residence at Telluride Lodge, but I, again, was under the same understanding that work sessions, because no vote is being taken, that there was no recusal needed.
Yep, and we'll make sure our council agrees. Ally, thank you very much. We will continue to proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Erico and council. The item before you is a work session to discuss the Chair 7 Carhenge Neighborhood Planning Project. With us is the design workshop team and many of their sub-consultants. They'll be walking us through the work to date shortly. I want to go through a couple introductory comments. One is that this project is a result of the MOU that was signed between the ski company and town council that was approved in January of this year. It's also furthering the work of the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan, the Telluride Master Plan, and also the Lot L Feasibility and Conceptual Plan. It's also consistent with several of the goals and objectives of Town Council, and those were enumerated in your staff report. These documents that you'll be seeing today are the result of several meetings, several public process meetings, including targeted stakeholder meetings, a neighborhood open house, a HARC work session, a town council work session, a Parks and Rec check-in, and also HARC work sessions are scheduled for September 17th to review the Chair 7 base area, which is the ski company property, and the Carhenge property at that time. So with that, I would turn over to Frost, and he will navigate all the different people that will be speaking, and then we'll return back to staff when they're completed.
Thanks for that, Lance. Howdy, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us again. And I'm here joined with Justin from Olson Kundig and Randy from Cushing Terrell, and we're excited to bring you guys an update on the Lift 7 neighborhood plan. Looking at our agenda for today, we'll start with a overview of the Carhenge and Tract Y developments. Will take about 10 minutes. There's a lot of content to get through, so we'll be moving fast. We'll then transition over to Randy's team for about a 10-minute session on the Lot L components, and then we'll revert back to a discussion and Q&A. Looking at our overall project schedule, since the MOU was signed earlier this year, we've been really busy over the past 6 to 7 months. We've got a September 9th Town Council meeting, which is today. You'll see the big pink arrow. We are wrapping up almost all of the scope items here. And in the next week and a half, we've got the HARC meeting as kind of the final step to the conclusion of phase 2. Looking at our overall scope, which is more, which is outlined in the MOU, we've got these kind of 4 major tasks. 2.1A and B are complete. We've also completed 2.2, which is the community engagement phase. And then we're wrapping up the partnership and the decision-making process through that final HARC meeting. All of those different items have been compiled into a project book and to be completed upon the conclusion of this meeting and the HARC work session next week, and will be delivered to the town and TSG. The overall project book will compile all the different elements of the overall scope into one cohesive document. As part of this project, we are also delivering 3 development applications, a preliminary subdivision application associated with the Carhenge site, really to combine lot 34 and 34B into a singular lot, which there are currently 2 lots. We've also are anticipating a conceptual PUD application. This is the first step of the PUD process for the Carhenge site for variations to dimensional limits. And then as part of this, for the Tract Y site, which is the TSG-owned property, a rezoning application is anticipated. Looking at the underlying zoning, the Lot L and the Carhenge lots are zoned accommodations 2. We have been rigorously studying the dimensional limitations of the accommodations 2 district and making sure that our proposal is in compliance with the requirements of the land use code. As I noted, we are requesting some variations to the dimensional limits on the Carhenge property through the PUD process for a maximum building height and maximum floor area variations. Through the PUD process, the various public benefits with the Carhenge development. These include community-focused commercial and public uses, which we'll talk a little bit about here shortly. The affordable housing program, which is a significant part of the overall project. Lower than permitted building heights along the river to create a seamless transition from our development to the adjacent neighborhood, as well as community green spaces and playground associated with the
You froze up a little bit on us.
Approach online. We did review extensively the design with you all in July, and we received really great feedback. predominantly associated with the Lot L side as they had developed the 3D content to give you guys a full picture of the proposal. One of the comments that we heard for the Carhenge and the Tract Y side of things was getting that 3D developed so that you guys could really visualize the proposal. Some of the other comments that we heard were associated with the connectivity between the Lot L and the lift base area. We'll continue to have those conversations with the adjacent property owners. Some comments associated with the bike and trash aspects and making sure those are properly accommodated, as well as thinking about the building on the ground floor on Mahoney and the transit center piece being more reflective of the neighborhood, and then the top level of the garage being considered from the ski areas. We have had, since we last talked, a final round of community stakeholder meetings that were conducted in the first week of August. During these meetings, we started to share the 3D developments and really wanted to understand the impacts from the adjacent properties. We conducted an exercise of really understanding the view sheds from the adjacent units and really did the biggest comment that we received associated with this was regarding kind of the ski operations side of things and really starting to understand how the whole lift queues, emergency access, and the operations side of the ski base fit into this proposal. So we'll talk a little bit about that here in a second. And then also heard some comments about the open space side and making sure that we're accommodating kind of those passive green uses. Looking at the overall development summary, I'm going to skip over the Lot L side of it as Randy's going to go into the program in greater detail. Just to focus in on Carhenge and Tract Y, we're still landing about 220 to 240 affordable housing units, with the limited number being free market, plus or minus 10,000 square feet of commercial, neighborhood commercial, restaurant, bar, fitness, retail, and 230 spaces of all enclosed parking. On Tract Y, we presented a 40 to 60 key range in July. We've brought that down with architectural development down to 38. We've got about 8,500 square feet of commercial. This is your base area, food and bev, your ski shop, etc. And about 35 parking spaces. Looking at the final conceptual plan, you'll see some significant changes on the Lot L side. I think the big thing there is that we've really just tried to dial in the plan with what we heard from council and address those comments. On the Tract Y and the Carhenge side, we've really been diving into the architectural development, the 3D content, as well as the civil and infrastructure aspects of the project needed to develop this project. As I alluded to earlier, a big component of what we've been looking at is how the ski operations and the pedestrian skier experience and flow work throughout this area of town. What you'll see in the blue is the emergency access routes, and then the dashed pink line are the pedestrian routes. We think there's a great opportunity to integrate signage and wayfinding to really provide clear access to the lift base area. You see these little pink blur, pink stars are indicating. We've also started to look at lift queues and lay out how that might work here, as well as what that might look like on a powder day in terms of overflow and where we might want to plan for those types of instances. We've laid out the ski racks as well as the stations for the emergency access vehicle, which is essentially a van that will be stationed here in the base area, as well as the snowmobile stationing. As I alluded to earlier, we've also been really diving into the infrastructure side. The RFE team, who's not with us today, has been coordinating with the public and private utility companies in order to understand the existing infrastructure and how the proposed development will tie into that. And now I'm going to pass it over to Justin to walk through some of the architecture and 3D updates that we've all been working for and are excited to show you.
Yeah. Thanks for us. Yeah, my name's Justin. I'm with Olson Kundig. We're happy to continue to be here with you and work in the town on great architecture and great projects. And for us, I'll have you hop to the next slide. As Faraz mentioned, we had a series of community listening sessions. And in those sessions, we heard that there was really this desire for not necessarily Victorian or mountain modern characteristic in the architecture, but really an influence of mining culture in the region and architecture in the region that we should really focus on and look into. And so that's really where we started from an architectural standpoint. So we gathered images of mining examples throughout the region and just really learned that the mining architecture, of course, is really a representation of a functional approach to architecture. It is characterized by simple forms and moves, simple openings, windows and doors into structures, and straightforward and honest materials. And then also that the roof forms are often steeply sloped and driven and respond to the climate that they are in. And then also these buildings are often retaining site, which we see on our project as well against the mountainside, and are characterized by a strong base that is often represented in concrete or stone. We could go to the next one for us. Again, more historical photos throughout the region. From an architectural standpoint, we wouldn't want to just repurpose historical old town mining characteristics in the project, but look for a representation in today's terms of what that would mean for the community. Next one for us. So as we approach this project, this is on the river side as we're crossing the bridge into the site. The project really responds on this edge of the site with the smallest height buildings. So we're trying to respond to the character of the surrounding river, but also the neighborhoods that are on the other side of the river. The buildings along this edge embankment of the creek are the lowest buildings on the project. As we moved through the site into a mid-tier of buildings, which you see layered into the background, the buildings increase in height within the guidelines. And then we'll see in the next slide that we are looking at the increased height through the PUD process as we approach the mountain side, really kind of stair-stepping the architecture to respond to nature and the surrounding communities that are around us. The scale of the buildings you'll also see, and as you would note in the site plan that Faraz presented earlier, is that we are breaking this community down into a series of smaller buildings. And also we're using those steep slopes of the roof to help break down the building character along the visual edges that people experience. So again, trying to lower the scale of the experience for the community and those within the project. For us, next slide. Again, from a material standpoint, we're responding to the mining vernacular. So vertical wood siding, very clean, rational openings to the project, perhaps corrugated metal for roofs and accent siding, and then concrete or stone for the base of the building. This is a view of the Lot Y, as Faraz mentioned. What I would really like to point out here is the text in white, which is calling out a portal through this hotel building, connecting the community housing on the Carhenge site to the lift on Lot Y, and also just providing a way to stitch circulation through the communities that are being created here. One final note that we'd also like to make, and maybe for us, go to that aerial view again of the overall Carhenge, please. Thank you. Is how parking is being handled in the site. It is a layered parking approach. We have parking below each building typology. As we're along the river in the lowest buildings, we have on grade head-in parking underneath the buildings. As we move to the middle tier of buildings in the middle of the site, we have a semi-sunken parking garage below these buildings, really responding to what the water table is allowing us to do, but also what the experience would be on the pedestrian aspect of the site. And then on the building along the mountainside, we have 2 levels of parking, one that is partially submerged underground. In all cases, where we really have people approaching these buildings where there would be a parking level, we have inserted commercial activity into the project to really mask and hide the parking that is within this project and supporting it. And for us, I'll pass that back over to you at this point.
All right, I will pass it actually to Randy. Randy, you
Thanks.
are up.
Appreciate it. I want to just make sure that Charles has been allowed to present Tiffany. Charles Terrell.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, hi, Mayor and Council. Appreciate another opportunity to be in front of you. We're excited to share some updates today, but wanted to start with just a little bit of background. Remembering back 2021, there was a Southwest Area Conceptual Plan, and coming out of that, there was a number of goals. Among those included a 960-car intercept parking garage that include the 330 Lot L spaces, the 288 spaces relocated from Carhenge, and around 300 new commuter spaces. Along with that, there was 35 to 45 affordable employee residential units, approximately 5,000 to 10,000 square feet of ground floor transit-oriented commercial, some additional parking for Shandoka, bike parking for Shandoka, and garbage as well. And then improve the neighborhood with amenities like childcare, more green space, and more neighborhood serving commercial. So we took all of those goals, and that's what informed our effort on the feasibility study. That's the plan that we came through the feasibility study effort, and we got some feedback. We took that feedback and then started to move towards this Lot L preliminary plan. This is the plan that we presented to you back in July 22nd. We wanted to just quickly go through these and then get on to some updates that we wanted to share. So just starting with the first, the lower level, if you could go back to that. Thank you. Just reminding everyone that we're having the entrance coming off of Mahoney. You see the transit area. You see the bike storage. There was a bus turnaround right at Mahoney and Black Bear. And then we're showing housing along the riverside, along Black Bear, and then along the park space as well. Go to the next slide. Thanks. And then you could see the extent of that upper floor of the parking deck extending over that bus turnaround. And you could also see that the housing is still showing up along the river, along Black Bear, as well as along the green space. Next slide. And then the sections that we shared previously showing that this was a total of 5 levels. And we had starting with the section at the bottom, you can see the transit center with some parking above that along the Mahoney side. And then on the opposite side of that lowest section, you can see that there was some multi-use at the ground level and residential above wrapping on that side of the parking garage. Next slide. And we shared some conceptual elevations and 3D renderings that work to really screen the parking garage with residential. And we could click through these quickly. Thank you. We got some comments and feedback related to the Mahoney Drive elevation. We'll share some updates in a minute on that. The lower elevation, if you go back one, thank you. that's the elevation associated with looking at the green space with the ground floor daycare and housing above. Next slide. And the character along Mahoney as we presented it back on July 22nd. Again, we got feedback there, and we've made some modifications to address that. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the view of the drop-off at the daycare outdoor playground area, and the view along Black Bear as in the scheme that we presented on the 22nd. Next slide. We also went in front of the public. There were some public engagement events where there was Lift 7 as well as Lot L conversations. We received some public feedback there. Next slide. We also had a work session with HARC, and the major comment that we got was that really wanted to focus on breaking up the mass and reducing the scale. Next slide. And we also came in front of you on the 22nd of July. Again, the breaking up the mass, reducing the scale, creating more distinct contextual look along Mahoney, study approaches for the top level to reduce the appearance of the parking, confirm the surface material for the emergency access in front of Shandoka, Building F, consider ground floor education, activity space along the river corridor, and consider kayak paddleboard drop-off within the parking structure. So all those things informed our next steps. You can go to the next slide. And that was to get into an alternative, and we're calling that alternative 2. So we took all that feedback and we started to look at how can we start to address the reducing the mass and the scale. And part of the strategy is to put more of the parking below grade. So later in the presentation, we'll show a comparison between alternate 1 and alternate 2 so you could see the relative difference. But we're looking at, in this scheme, how to push more of the parking below grade. I want to point out a few site features. As you come across the Mahoney Bridge, the entrance is directly right there, right into the parking garage. As you continue down Mahoney, you see that there's a bus turn-in and drop-off. So that would be a spot where the Galloping Goose could drop off. And also folks in cars can drop off kids and others right along that area too. The bus could come down and turn on Black Bear and come and make a turnaround in a larger size bus turnaround that's now sized for the potential of a regional bus in the future. Those are the main kind of differences there. So big move to not have that bus turnaround at the corner of Mahoney and Black Bear. Next slide. And you see that the resulting phase 1 garage area, the area in gray, is smaller than what we had proposed in the what we presented on the 22nd. So that just that vertical space and that size and that scale of the garage becomes smaller. And still we're wrapping that along the riverside and along the green space side with housing, and as well as now we've got, you'll see in a moment, that we've got housing along the Mahoney side on the upper levels. At the ground level is the transit center and bike parking, commuter bike parking, as well as a residential entry lobby. Along Black Bear, we took, again, some of the feedback about moving the trash to across the street to get those associated with the parking garage building, trash and bike, to allow for more light and more openness on the Shandoka side of Black Bear. And you could also see that what this does by reducing the size of the parking garage, it creates more green space on the site. And we actually have room for 2 new freestanding residential mixed-use buildings. The mixed-use functions at the ground floor could consist of a daycare center with some outdoor daycare area, fitness, yoga type space at the ground floor of the second building, along with some outdoor fitness area there. Just going back to the garage for a moment, one of the requests was to get a designated connection drop-off location for kayaks and paddleboards. So that's located within the garage with a couple of designated spaces that gets you right out towards the river. And as well as we've got an interpretive educational space that's right adjacent to that as well, so that there's the potential for really introducing folks to the river and the valley floor and everything that this location has to offer. Next slide, please.
Hey, Randy.
Sure.
Go back to that last slide, please.
Yeah.
So also what we've added at the ground floor on those two new buildings, the mixed use buildings, is the potential food bank and also a small food and beverage location, like a micro spot for that as well, for that neighborhood.
Yeah, so in the
Things were
green
added.
plan, that's what those additional functions could land right in those locations.
The food
Oh.
bank would be on the west.
Well, ideally it's close to the turnaround.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that would be one. And then right now we're looking at the childcare maybe on the west side of that building, but those could move around. The other thing that happened with the site plan, which could happen in the alt one plan as well, is we dispersed and the bike and garbage areas throughout the project.
Mhm.
So they're not consolidated. There's more, but they're also spread out. So
Thanks, Lance. And one other item, just over closer to Shandoka Building F, there's a stair and elevator element that goes down and connects with that phase 2 garage area. So there's a easy way to get up and down out of that phase 2 garage, and allows the buildings, those two buildings, to have independence and their stairs to be located where it makes sense for those buildings. So twice the doubling up the green space there and breaking down the mass. Next slide, please. And at the upper level, we see the possibility of really bringing in some residential along Mahoney, with the possibility of some of that potentially being free market. We see the possibility of some solar panels on the roof, the hatched area. Not only could that help with offsetting energy costs, but also screening a large chunk of that top level of the parking garage. Next slide. And then just explaining some of these sections. At the very top slide, you could see, starting on the far right-hand side, Mahoney, you see the transit at the lowest level, then the housing for 2 floors above that. See the parking garage itself with a full level below grade. That would be the phase 1 garage. And then looking where it says phase 2 garage, that garage would get built, and then the rest of the residential could get built on top of that. You see the staired elevator element coming up, providing the connection. So this would be a deck that could be landscaped, and the structure would be designed to support those future residential buildings. The middle section shows how the how the structure works into the grade, the relationship with the bulk plane setback along the river, how the residential can be set back and articulated, breaking down that scale and mass. Then the section at the bottom of the page shows you in the east-west direction the relationships of how the exterior skin of the structure gets wrapped, the parking structure gets wrapped with the residential, and then the green space that ends up happening between that area as well as the opposite side over towards Shandoka Building F. Next slide. Then a couple of massing images for you as you approach Mahoney Bridge. You could see Mahoney extending down to Black Bear, start to see the articulation and the breakdown of the mass along the river facade and along the Mahoney facade, and the effective screening of the parking garage. Next slide. So then this view helps you see the opportunity, how we've broken down that larger parking garage, and now there's a space for the two buildings with green space, active green space on both sides, linking and connecting to the river trail, and helping just articulate that entire exterior of that parking garage. Next slide. This view would be taken from the enlarged bus turnaround at the end of Black Bear. And you could see the green space as it works itself between the buildings towards the river. And you can see the relationship of the residential skin that is on the edge of the parking garage there. Next slide. The top view is along Mahoney. You see the sloping roof coming towards Mahoney, where the bus drop off and vehicular drop off would be, breaking down that mass along that street with the residential above, and the transit center below. The view at the lower portion of this image is the view along the river, with breaking down that mass and breaking down the different residential components along. And you see the separate residential mixed-use building to the right. Next slide.
Hey, Randy, go back real quick to that slide.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you remember, but on the east facade of the last time, it had that commercial kind of false front motif going on, looked like downtown, Telluride or some other mining type town. This is going back to a gabled structure, picks up on depots, things like that, bringing the eave lines down closer to the sidewalk and putting the actual real residential uses in front of the garage. So it's not just a garage with a wall screening it.
Thanks, Lance. Great point. Next slide. And then this view is taken from at the intersection of Mahoney and Black Bear, up in the air looking. You see at the roof level, you see the solar panels, how they're screening a large chunk of the parking at that upper level. You see the whole articulation of the sloping roof that Lance just described above right at the transit area with the residential above. You could see the breakdown of the elements along Mahoney, and then beyond over towards Shandoka Building F, you see the separate two different residential buildings. Next slide. And so now we're just going to quickly run through just in plan so you could see comparing alternate 1 on the left-hand side to alternate 2. You can see that alternate 2 has dramatically more underground parking spaces. And that's what starts to allow for the next slide, the upper floor of the parking garage to be significantly smaller. You see that allows the site to be opened up for these other uses that we described with the other two buildings and the additional green space. And then ultimately at the top level, what you'd see from, say, the gondola for the mountain, the reduction in visible parking is dramatic, and we've got a diagram we'll show you in just a second to talk through that. Here it is. So the top two elements are the existing. These are just a graphic to show you relative reduction. So the two purple elements, one's slot L, one's car hinge, and you could see with alternate 1, the visible parking is reduced by 70%. And then in alternate 2, it's reduced by 85%. So we've dramatically reduced the visible parking and still accommodated these 900 spaces. Next slide.
Hey, hold on a sec, Randy. Let's go back to real quick. So just to be clear, we reduced the amount of visible parking from the first alt. Well, actually from the conceptual, then to the first alt, then to the second alt. But it is what we're showing now as far as visible parking from above. It's about 15% of the current amount of surface parking that you see looking down from the gondola. So the idea is to keep trying to reduce that. We heard that loud and clear. I think we've made a big effort towards that. We can certainly, work on that some more.
I mean, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Really impressive.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about that. So quickly describing just how we see the construction phasing working. On the left-hand side is alternate 1. In alternate 1, we build essentially 2/3 of the parking garage, which would be about 600 parking spaces. And that would leave the rest of the site available for resident parking. Then in phase 2, what would happen is folks would be able to use the parking garage, the residents be able to use the parking garage, and then that would open up the rest of the site to do the residential part, build out the rest of the parking garage to get that up to the ultimate 900 plus parking spaces. Then in alternate two, similar idea, but the advantage with alternate two is literally the entire phase one parking garage gets built at one time, one mobilization, one effort. So we think there's some efficiency there. And you can see that there's some more space available for resident parking and green there while the first phase is happening. Then second phase comes through existing residents park inside the phase one parking garage, and that opens up the rest of the site for construction. The phase one parking garage is 754 spaces, so plenty of spaces to accommodate the residents for sure. Going to the next. So we wanted to quickly run through just a comparison on where we're at, where we've been with the program. So in the feasibility study, we had 960 spaces, alternate one that we presented to you previously, 900, alternate two has 900. In terms of the transit-oriented commercial space, that went from 3280 in the feasibility study up to 3740. We've reduced that a bit in alternate two, but there's additional things that we didn't have, additional neighborhood serving elements. So 2,455 square feet transit-oriented space now. So the mix of we've got a mix of affordable housing. The square footages went from 35,500 to 24,163 in alternate one. Now we're up to 61,922 in alternate two. And then in terms of the units, from 29 to 30, and now we're somewhere in the 50 to 60 unit range. So from alternate one to two, basically doubled the possibility and opportunity for housing. In terms of bike parking, we're about the same in feasibility study in alternate one, and we've increased that by 200 square feet or so in alternate two. Commuter bike parking and bike storage, those are about the same again, about a 200 square foot increase in alternate two. Trash and recycling, we've increased that a bit as well in alternate two. We've got neighborhood serving uses included in both alternate one and two, a little bit more in alternate two. And Lance described a couple of those previously. Then in terms of the neighborhood park, both the feasibility study and alternate one had single park spaces. Now we've got these two park spaces that are between the buildings and provide more green space. Next slide. And then in terms of the budget, we had Shaw Construction do a takeoff of the alternate one, and where we're sitting with the site is about $11.7 million for the site elements. On the parking facility is $47.6 million, which works out to be about $53,000 a space. Residential is 13.5 million. The multi-use space is 2.3. So the total is 75.23 million. We see this as for the first phase, about a 10 to 12 month duration. For the second phase, probably 18 to 20 month duration. For alternate two, the cost associated with the parking facility component can be expected to increase due to the higher percentage of below grade parking and the podium construction required for the western portion of the lot to accommodate the additional housing and the green space uses above. The cost associated with the affordable housing component would also rise due to the increase in units and the housing square footage. Expenses associated with the site and utility work, including streetscapes and green space, is anticipated to be similar between alternate one and two. One thing I want to point out is that, just like Frost said at the top of his comments, what we're proposing is consistent with the standards of accommodation to zone district. We know that we will, in either alternate 1 or 2, will require a PUD application to increase accommodations to district dimensional limitations for building height, individual building size, and site coverage. And this offers public benefits in the form of public parking, affordable housing, community commercial and public uses, and community green space. Next slide. Wanted to quickly just run through.
Can I just
some-
pause real quickly?
Yeah,
I need to
yes.
say we're over time. I'm just curious how many more slides we have left.
I think we have 2.
One. Okay. All right.
And we can,
Yeah,
I can
This is
summarize
all
these
in your
real
packet.
quick.
This is all in your packet, but the main aspect of this is that there's 3 user groups. The existing residential permit holders, the commuters, and daily parkers, including visitors and skiers. So there would be a gated zone with proximity cards and readers or automatic vehicle identification for the existing Lidl permit holders. And then there'd be a non-gated zone with multi-space meters and a pay by license plate configuration or mobile pay for commuters and daily parkers. Other items here are all outlined in your packet, but bottom line, this is a manageable and a effective and efficient parking facility. Next slide.
Thanks, Randy. I just want to go through a couple items real quick. And that's in the packet. There was a discussion regarding the financing approaches that could be used. In summary, for parking, you can use revenue bonds on existing and future parking revenues or new parking revenues, or you can use a COP, which basically finances that through available revenues, which could be those new parking revenues and the existing parking revenues. Now, we have a revenue bond right now on the Silverjack parking structures, way by example. Housing is the same. You could do revenue bonds, or you could do COPs for the rental type housing. That would be the example that was used on Virginia Placer and Sunnyside were revenue bonds. The new Shandoka phases, those were COPs. If it's for sale, then it's more of a short-term construction loan repaid through the proceeds of the unit sales. In both of those scenarios, you can use the Affordable Housing Fund to lower the costs or the rents. And then with the commercial, it's the same type of approaches. Right now, for an example, Voodoo is a revenue bond for a commercial space. And you can also use the COP. You can also use potentially some partner funding for some of those other commercial uses that we listed out. There's also other approaches that can be brought to bear on a project like this. You have the ability to get grant funding. You could bond on existing revenue streams, such as the Reserve Capital Improvement Fund. You could have sales proceeds from free market components that could be used to subsidize the construction and or lower rents. You can also master lease some of the parking spaces to existing businesses, such as dedicated bed base, like guaranteed hotel rooms or hotel units. It's just an idea, but you could theoretically provide those types of parking, but they would be paying, their lease would include the cost. There's no subsidy in that situation. And there's also public-private partnerships that can be brought to bear, similar to what's happened on Canyonlands, where they are monetizing a certain free market component of that in order to deliver lower rents. Approaches that we're not recommending you consider would be increasing taxes through general obligation bonds, new property tax assessments. We're not recommending tax incremental financing, and we're not recommending a capital improvement district be created for this area. So basically, the recommendations for different funding sources that we might look at would not include increasing taxes on either the neighborhood or the town as a whole. The traffic study was also, a memorandum was included. That's come up before. The key finding of the traffic study, well, let me take a step back. This traffic study used new traffic counts from 2024 taken the first week of school. So it was embedding the school traffic. It also included the new density that was added to Tract Y, which was the hotel facility. What that showed was we still have a problem there's no mitigation at the Davis and Colorado intersection. The northbound coming out of Davis and going onto Colorado Avenue is basically rated as a D or an E and an F. And that was the same as the original traffic study for the swap plan. It stays at those bad levels, although the delay times increase, and we identified those in the memo. The recommendation for mitigation is the same, which is basically create a left-hand turn lane with a left-hand receiving side on Colorado Avenue, or do a mini roundabout. If you do the left-hand turn lane with the receiving, that takes it up to a D. And if you put the mini roundabout, that theoretically would go to a level of service A. And I'm saying A's and D's. The memo does talk about what level of service means. But for example, the new study indicates that the turning motion into Pacific Avenue from Mahoney goes from an A to a B, but that was really a 1.4 second theoretical delay. So the difference between A and B is not super high, but when you start getting into the Fs, that's when you start seeing, many seconds delays. Again, those are all online. If people want to look at them, I'm also available to have a sit down if any of the neighborhood groups want to meet with the traffic person directly and talk through how that math works. That's totally open as well. With that, then I would close up. And sorry for the longer than anticipated presentation. People have been working really hard and they really want to go through this stuff.
To ask a quick question, just because I feel like we got a lot of public comment about why we need this parking. And I think it's important to just reiterate for the public what's required with Carhenge
Yeah.
and what the traffic study or what the parking study has shown.
Okay, so the existing parking lot in Shandoka is approximately 320 spaces. Carhenge, which is for commuter and skier parking, is at 288. The concept that was in the swap plan was to take the 288 spaces on Carhenge and put them onto Lot L in a structure, and then to add 300 spaces for general commuter use or, town parking needs. Where the additional 300 comes from is the master plan has always indicated that we should be locating intercept parking at the west edge of Telluride. It's not to obviate the need for parking at Lawson Hill in the future or other regional park and ride lots or intercept lots. It was basically to look at what the future needs of the town might be, and that's where the 300 came from. I'm trying to give you an example. If the town were to, 300 cars would be approximately Main Street plus the amount of parking that's off of Main Street down towards the gondola. If you add up those spaces on street in the summertime, that's about what that would equal. When you do create more public parking, you have the opportunity to reduce traffic downtown because there might be places where people can jump on a bus or walk into town. It reduces vehicle congestion and therefore the associated air quality that would go with that. It also allows you potentially to pedestrianize some spaces downtown because you have a place to, recoup the spaces that you lose. So those are the different reasons about why you might want to have intercept parking at the west end of town.
And then can you just speak to why we need to keep the number of spaces that are tied to Carhenge?
Okay, we have an FTA grant that was used to build the Carhenge facility. And so we are taking the approach that we need to replace those spaces. And we've through the swap plan, it was determined that that would be a better location for that type of parking use than the current parking lot. Think of it this way: if you have 288 spaces on the Carhenge lot, and then you add 230 housing units to that site, and the parking that's associated with those housing units, you're significantly increasing the traffic flow that might go down Pacific Avenue and then out that way.
On Davis.
Yes. And the model assumed Tomboy would stay closed to northbound traffic coming out of Carhenge. So the modeling that was used that was causing these traffic Ds and Es at Davis were probably due in part to Tomboy. But I think Tomboy, I was not involved in the earlier traffic study, but I think it was discounted because it's a very difficult intersection at Colorado Avenue with the steep grade sight lines and things like that. It could be reevaluated. And we could run the traffic study having that open to see what that looks like. But that was out of the public process. It was recommended that we not use that road. So going back to consolidating the parking on Mahoney, the idea is that you would have your traffic coming up and down Mahoney, which does impact Mahoney, to the roundabout, which then people can go either east or west, rather than having them go through the circulation pattern of Pacific and Davis. But that was the thinking in the swap plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Mhm.
I have a couple of questions if we are prepared for that.
Yeah,
So-
I open up to council questions first on the presentation, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Great. Thanks so much. I really enjoyed a lot of the alternative to solutions that were presented. I did have a couple questions though about that. One, we also got a soils report in this, and part of, the kind of red flags in the soil report obviously is a low water table. I'm just interested to hear and kind of see what everyone's thoughts are, because the alternative 2 puts a significantly more parking down below, which would put it all below that water table, which was like around 3 to 5 feet. And obviously the headspace for a parking garage is going to be much lower than that. So I'm just curious what the thoughts were on that. If, again, just from a construction standpoint and feasibility, what if that was interpreted with the larger underground parking? I have 3 kind of questions. So do you want me to do them all at once, or let you
No,
answer them one at a time?
we can go through that, and Randy, feel free to jump in on this. So the traffic or the soils, the geotech report indicated the presence of groundwater. We drilled and measured where that water was. This would require, and the Carhenge construction as well, will involve some basement areas for parking in the groundwater. Now, that's not unusual, but you want to be very careful about how that goes. It's my understanding of it, the deeper you go, the greater the hydrostatic pressure is, the more potential impacts that you might see on adjacent properties because of the rerouting of the subsurface flows. I think, and Randy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and for us on Carhenge, I think the amount of below grade parking that we're indicating in these projects to the consultants that have been involved thus far find this not to be problematic, but it's going to cost more with the waterproofing. Now, going down 2 levels of underground parking would be probably a different analysis. Doesn't mean we can't look at that. It just means that it's a completely different construction. It's not exponential, but it's not linear as far as the costs go.
Okay. And then I had another question about the construction phases in phase 1, phase 2. I guess I was just a little confused by the way that the little design was drawn. It looks like in the way that this is being presented in the orange part, construction phase 1 is like we talked about, the majority of that the main parking garage area. Why did you draw a line to put the westerly side housing into phase 2? It seems like that would be a phase 1 to make that entire building. Why would you wait to do the residential on the outside of that building rather than completing it entirely and then doing the other side?
I think that's a good point. What this was really showing was the idea of getting the parking garage constructed and open as soon as possible. So in this situation, once that parking is available for the Shandoka residents, the space is being relocated from Carhenge, then you could start on the orange. That could happen at the same time, but we do need areas for staging and also for parking as many cars as we can keep on the Shandoka site. But this is all very conceptual, but the goals of both of these were to have the parking structure built as efficiently as possible and as soon as possible, so then you could move on to the next phases. The parking facility will likely take longer to build than housing units.
Okay.
And because it's precast construction, really trying to concentrate that precast construction time frame and period to get that done and get that closed in so it can be occupiable, and not trying to wait for the residential component to get further along. So it might be kind of a phase 1A, phase 1B kind of thing. But the idea is here in both of these schemes, how do we get this parking facility with sufficient numbers in it built as quickly as possible to get the folks that live there a place to park so the second phase can happen as soon as possible.
Okay. I was just curious about that because I thought that was interesting rather than it being like this building is completed and then the next one. I just wanted to understand kind of the logic behind that. So thanks for explaining that. And then my last question is probably the most complicated is, so you mentioned that obviously we got from Shaw that cost projection estimate for the alternative 1. But as we know, and as we've been talking, it feels like based on feedback from council and from HARC and the community that it seems like the alternative 2 is probably a direction that we want to go. You said that there was going to be increases in the costs for the parking. There was going to be increases on the cost for the residential, but that the site fees would probably be, apples and apples there. So I'm just curious if we have an understanding of how much of an increase we're looking at. Is there a percentage? Is there a range? Because, you know, we were just shown a number of $75 million for this lot L, which, you know, that's a great number, but now knowing that maybe that isn't the direction that we are necessarily going to go in, it would be helpful for us to kind of, and for the public as well, to know what are actually more realistic numbers here if we do go down the road of alternative two. Like I said, I know that's probably going to be complicated, but I just would hate for everyone to start walking around saying it's going to cost $75 million. And then obviously knowing that that isn't the project that we're necessarily leaning towards at the moment.
Yeah, so on that issue, we can run, if council is supportive of exploring the, you know, going with the alt two, we can start running a range of, you know, high orders of magnitude cost estimates like we did on alt one to see what those would look like. There are some other components to this. For example, the extra cost with housing, well, those can be offset with the rents and the sales of those units. So you're really looking at, well, what's the amount of subsidy that you'd be providing? On the parking side, you know, you can look at the free market components that we might be adding to this project. Well, that could be a revenue source that could offset or in part offset the additional costs associated with more underground parking. And there's also the phasing. Alt two, in some ways, the two phases can be somewhat standalone. You can do the first phase, which has, you know, one level of underground parking, but doesn't have the parking going underground all the way across the Shandoka lot. See how that goes, make a decision on how you proceed with that at that time. Like so you have a little bit more flexibility, I think, on that site, because the other one was basically splitting, the first all was splitting the parking lot in half. So you build one half vertically and then you build the next half. So there is some flexibility, I think, with the alt two about how you might cover the additional costs of doing the park space above and the housing above.
Would it be a really silly idea just to say that even if we wanted to get rough numbers on an alt two, that it would basically be like a cost for square footage kind of number? Because it seemed like there was larger numbers in the alt two as far as like this residential options and things like that. Like even just to, you know, increase those numbers to get us closer to what we're thinking, it might actually be a realistic number.
Yeah.
Or is that just?
We can do that. Basically, it would be looking at the different type of parking space and then assigning a different value of how much that would cost.
Yeah, because obviously an underground parking space is going to cost a lot more money to construct than an above ground parking space. But if we have an idea of what that is and then can multiply it over a larger scale, we might be able to get an idea of what the difference in cost is.
Yeah, we can definitely provide that. And that would not be a long gap. We can provide that soon.
I think
We wanted to see what this actually looks
Yeah.
like.
And what our reaction was.
Yeah, our first step was to understand council's direction on this second alternative in its entirety, in its part per priorities. Also go back out to the community to understand, you know, their perspective on this alternative since they haven't seen it either and see how that folds into it and then provide a more
Great.
understanding of that.
I think my point of that moment though is that for me personally to have an opinion, it's going to be a lot easier for me to have an opinion of, I really like alt one or really like alt two, especially if I can say, you know, things like, I understand that the cost of alt one versus the cost of alt two, because I might not like alt two as much if it's going to have a much larger price tag attached to it.
It'll be larger, that's for sure. I mean, with more subgrade, costs more. And, you know, it's great to get that direction and then we can determine then what direction we want to go. Because I do want to remind everybody that this is a work session. This is more conceptual for what we're doing. No decisions are being made on what's happening on the Shandoka lot nor the Carhenge lot. And we're just trying to, you know, create some concepts that we think will be serving the, you know, the majority of the community in their best ways. And then we go through the appropriate approval process if and when we get to that point where you get more feedback and comments from the community at the meetings, just like any other project, to shape a final project. And that is going to be use, design, cost, everything's going to be part of that pie. So I just want to remind everybody of that. Elena?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all in agreement that alt two is a better plan, but yeah, without knowing the price tag, it's hard to really lean one way or another, but I think it's really impressive what you guys have done. I actually wanted to make a comment on the car henge. Is this an appropriate time to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Comment slash question. I believe you called it like the aerial view when you were in the presentation. Let me get to the slide. It's page 120 of our packet. There's that southern, it looks like two buildings, but that are kind of like butted against each other. Or I don't know if that's two buildings or more buildings, but that just stood out to me. Like I really like the inspiration from the mining architecture. I don't know how well it fits into our design guidelines, but there's a board that will weigh in on that.
Ross, can you show that real quick?
Yeah, Randy, I need you to stop. There you go. Now
It's called Carhenge Community Commons.
Yep, here you go.
3D views, yep.
Yeah. So I guess like that southern cluster confused me because I feel like a lot of the times we try and disguise large buildings as multiple smaller buildings, even if they're connected. But this looks like it's multiple smaller buildings that are disguised as one big building. And that felt it felt like it was adding unnecessary mass. Like if these aren't connected buildings, why are they designed to like look like one big building from at least from this view? But I imagine a lot of different views. That was just something that
Can you go to the
stood out
site plan real quick and just show on a site plan what that looks like? Yeah, so you'll see that those back buildings are large. That's where the max height is being sought. So there's two buildings, similar size. They're actually connected underground by parking because that's how you efficiently lay out the parking. But yeah, they're two large buildings. They're broken up into two kind of pieces above grade where there's a taller back section and a lower front section, but it's the same building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if we're hearkening to the mining design and kind of like the look of these larger, they're mill buildings is what they're modeled after. To me, I think that if we want something historic to like have that same feel, it doesn't, if we're looking at not Victorian architecture, but this kind of more industrial mining architecture, I think that that's actually a really interesting building because to me, it looks like their inspirational pieces. So I actually don't have an issue with that. I am interested to hear what Hark has to say, but for me, this isn't trying to look like a giant Victorian building. This is trying to look like a large, like mining industrial building that's been repurposed into something else.
Yeah, I think my concern is that the giant industrial building doesn't fit within our design guidelines and that this is inconsistent with, like, I think it looks cool too. I'm just like, I guess I'm trying to save some time on the front end of what will actually work for our like within our guidelines. And I agree that I think it looks cool. I don't see how this would fit into what is required of all of our applicants. And it especially like compared to what's going on the north side of that lot, it does feel really massive. And I wonder if there's a way to kind of like balance that or make it a softer, yeah. I want to maximize the amount of housing we get out of this lot. So I'm feeling drawn in two different ways, but I attend those HARC meetings and I'm already, imagining how that conversation is going to go. So
This is lower than the maximum that you could seek through the land use code through the PUD process.
I think it's the like mass of all of that together. It's that there isn't space articulation that we normally would put in to kind of like make it breathe a little bit. And I agree that it does look like a lot of those inspirations. And I think those are really cool. I just don't know how realistic it is that this will get approved as.
I don't think anything ever gets approved.
No,
They
no.
present.
Right.
Parks.
Yeah, but I think calling out the yellow flags when I see them. That's as the applicant, I want to like make that clear that that seems like
Mhm.
might cause some conflict in that part of the process.
I wonder if it's also maybe a little bit of an optical illusion because it feels like in the overhead site plan, like when we're looking at it, you can see that break. But looking at this, it feels like it's just one long continuous line between the two buildings, which I think might be an optical illusion that we're experiencing just from the modeling. But that those are two separate buildings. Our eyes are just having a hard time.
agree.
I think you're spot. I
That's-
think you're spot on. I also wanted just to mention here that you see kind of on this left side how these are both broken up, and there's an exterior corridor right here.
Mm-hmm.
That also exists over here. So again, I think your comment about this maybe being kind of an angle issue of how we captured this view and this all reading as a singular mass. We actually from top down, there is a significant break between this row and this row that runs that direction. And
Yeah.
also there is that opening that is legible on the site plan that goes.
I think the point that I'm making is it's two buildings that present as almost as one building. It's four buildings that present as one building, whereas like having them look like individual buildings will bring down the mass and scale instead of presenting them. Because if we're seeing it that this angle, that's going to exist in real life, that angle. That's not
I mean,
that
that's a pretty high
Yeah,
angle.
this is-
So, like, you're
And
not
I-
gonna see
We're
anything
very
from
high
that
above the
height.
ground.
so
will
like from the
just-
pedestrian view, it'll appear even higher, you know?
I will
Maybe we can
just
see it from
remind
different-
council that we are going to Hark for a work session coming up here on the 17th, where I'm sure we will get feedback from them as well to help us move in that direction.
I'd also like to point out too, the white space directly behind it, that's element 52, is that correct?
yes.
And that's
That's
the
correct.
scale of that building behind it. That's not just a white space, that's an actual building that exists behind that building as well.
I think my comment isn't on the density or the height. It's more on the design of how it appears as one big kind of like one like
I think,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that
we get
was
it.
your,
Yep,
yeah.
Yep. It just, we may want to break that up a little bit.
From my perspective, I would rather Hark kind of, I mean, we've gone through this process with Hark a few times, and I always really appreciate their feedback on how they'd like to see deed restricted housing, accurately reflect the values of the community. And I think that process is really valuable. So I agree. I think that there's no way that there's not going to be some modifications that are going to be required, but I maybe like to hear from that board. I was really pleasantly surprised at how this looks, honestly. Like, I think it actually does feel far more to scale than I kind of anticipated it looking. And so thank you for that.
Do you have any other comments?
Yeah, what is the square footage that we're assessing to the condo hotel units?
That for
and
us,
John's
yeah.
online too, so
Yeah.
everybody knows.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but the building total GFA is maxed out at 50,000.
Okay.
Wasn't that in a slide?
No.
And like the
Not
number
the
of
square footage
not the
itself.
square
I do
footage.
have the number of anticipated rooms.
Yep.
Right.
38, and then the square footage for commercial. But as part of the rezone application, we will be providing square footages, I think.
Right, because I think my concern, and I think John and Keith have heard this as well, is, specific types of condo hotels operate and sort of live and breathe very differently. And I just want to make sure that what is being proposed for track Y is what we would like to see in that area. I mean, obviously it's a private development and it's not something that we can completely require, but I do just want to make sure that it's going to do what we want it to do in that area.
Hey Tiffany, just curiosity, is John online? Just wondering if he has any input.
Square footage number.
There you go. Nope, he doesn't.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute myself, so I just was listening along. I think, Mian, to get to your point, I think we are flexible. You know, when we speak with our F&B people and the people that we have that are working in that industry, it seems like the trend has been moving towards smaller keyed units in terms of like the overall number of keys, because it's a more efficient hotel, and that would provide like, I think in terms of like the cost and benefit, the P&L, things like that, like we're just trying to figure out what's the right number. And I think there is some flexibility for what those sizes and types of units are. We do have the full breakdown in terms of what those 38 rooms would consist of. And I think as we move through the process, that information will become, I guess you could say, nailed down a little better. But right now we are targeting this, you know, smaller unit count, I guess you could say, if you compare it to larger hotels. But we feel like it's an appropriate number for the space, given the concerns and given just kind of the dynamics of running a condo hotel or just any sort of lodging facility currently.
Perfect. Yeah. And it's that interplay between lodging and commercial space that I just want to make sure that we're preserving and setting up for success. So thank you.
There was one other point to go back to, I think it was Ashley's question or about the parking and costs. When we built Silverjack, the total construction costs, I believe, were 8.2 or something like that million. We used $2 million in proceeds from a free market sale to lower the size of that bond. And then we staged the bond to where one bond's already paid off, and we have a residual bond payment for the one. I think it runs out another 8 years or so. So there's different ways to approach large capital projects that you can bring other revenue sources to bear to make sure that it pays for itself at a certain level.
Got it. I've got a couple comments. Mian, are you done?
Just one quick, have
Sorry.
we talked about reversing? I mean, I know we anecdotally talk about reversing Pacific at Davis, you know, like, does that make sense to do that?
I am not the best person to
Yeah.
answer that question.
I mean, I just.
Yeah.
Reversing the one-way traffic.
Yeah, can we?
We've talked about that for years.
I feel like we
Yeah.
talk about it,
Yeah,
but we never actually get to an answer as to why we haven't done it.
I think it
or-
was,
or
I mean, this
considered
is
it,
before my
so-
time. It was talked about during the Southwest Area Plan and
Right.
looking at that. And then through the analysis and our consultants and the direction of council, we went in the direction that we went with. So I don't think it was tabled or forgotten. I think it was discussed and moved to a different alternative based on all of those factors.
Maybe.
Fresher on.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
great.
it's the pros and cons of that.
Yeah.
I don't have those.
Right turns are easier than left turns.
That's why you feel only those
That's-
right turns, so.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to the public here in a second. I have a couple questions, comments. I guess I'll start with Carhenge. Love the mining look. My personal opinion is love any more incorporation of stone, brick, metal into it, but think it looks great. Is there any advantage in the design of that kind of building against the hill to slope more up against the hill than going up and back down, or flattening out or something along those lines? It looked a little awkward to me in its view corridor, which is very important to a lot of people, that sloping up the hill, even if the roof line flattens out, may be more aesthetically appealing than it coming back down the hill. To me, that I know there's some snow shed, but there's other buildings that have done it. You can do different angles on your snow shed. Just a thought. I'm not saying that something we have to do, but while we're throwing ideas out there, I want to make sure we really understand in both Carhenge and the Shandoka lot that we're hitting whatever target we think on our balance of commercial and residential. We know that we have a need for affordable housing as our top priority. But if our goals are trying to make Lift 7 a more vibrant area, as well as give great amenities to that neighborhood in terms of restaurants, professional space, après, ski lodge, day lodge type thing, et cetera, plus the hopes of attracting people from outside that neighborhood to come down there because we want to take some pressure off of Main Street, that we have that balance correct. And I know that's a hard answer, so I'm not expecting one. And when we get one, I'm not expecting it to be perfect. But I want us to make sure we consider that. We need to make sure this is a vibrant, multi-use balance down there. I want to remind everybody that Carhenge and Lance, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because today I've been wrong a couple times, that everything we're looking at, within the Carhenge lot and the Shandoka lot are within the current land use code. And so we're not doing anything outside, what is within our purview. So I just want to point that out. And again, no decisions, have been made. And then lastly, back to the to the Shandoka lot, I still think it's important on that north side to have some type of home base for valley floor uses and river uses, and whatever that may look like, whatever size they may look like. I don't want that to disappear unless we all agree it should disappear. And then, is it beneficial to have that drop-off space for the river inside the parking garage? Or is it better to have it on that northeast corner before you enter the parking garage, just for overall flow? I'm not quite so sure which one's better, but it seems a little awkward that I have to go through the entire parking garage to drop my paddleboard off to then figure out what I'm going to do, especially if I'm not parking there and I'm just dropping people off. So I think it's the changes, the ideas, the thought process, really exciting. Continually a job well done as we continue and to process what happens in these locations. But thank you for all of that. Any other comments from council before we open it up to public comment?
I think I have one last, sorry,
Sure.
I just keep, just in that entrance to the parking structure, like it still just feels like super urban. I think it can, and that's like, to me, like, I just want to always like pass all of that off to Hark and let Hark do what they do best. But I think like that just keeps jumping out at me. But I think that could probably just be taken care of with some material changes.
I thought it was an improvement though.
No.
Yeah, no,
To the
I mean, I think
previous
it
one.
definitely is, but it still feels a little cold to me.
Great. Well, we'll open up this discussion for anyone with public comment. Please keep in mind that if letters were submitted, those were read by council. And if comments were made in previous meetings, try not to be too repetitive on your fellow speakers today. It's exciting to get your feedback, especially if it's new feedback. So we welcome it. And with that, I'd like to give Doug the ability to come first, because he sat here and was patient and all the way from the original public comment. So I'd like to start with him first before we go to other members in the room, and then we will get to the people online as well.
Hi there. Thanks, Teddy. Doug Sanders, 116 West Columbia. I've been following this now for a couple of years, all the way back to the Southwest Corner ideas. And I think I appreciate, as I've heard you guys discuss, Carhenge and Shandoka can't be separated. I think that we need to think of this as a whole, and on a whole, this thing is giant. So number one, things that I think are not being considered, we need a town vote. We voted on Idorado, we voted on the Valley Floor. This is at least as big in changing our community. I think you guys should consider a vote. Other things that I don't think have been considered are a smaller project, or phasing this project in over decades so that people can absorb this, can digest it, because it's so big. I'm glad you addressed a new traffic study of the roundabout. I think everybody can see that the roundabout we have doesn't really work. If you use indicators, it works better. But a new roundabout on Davis is going to be required. It's going to be a mess. The other thing that I haven't really heard, how many people are we putting in here? We talk about units, but how many people are going to live here? Is it 1,000? Is that the total? I mean, we talk about units, but we don't talk about what our population is going to change to. We got 2,200 people in town. Are we going to have 3,500 people when we're done with this? And can we handle that? What other infrastructures are going to be required to handle 1,000 people living in town limits? Those are real questions. I think, my perspective, I've got, 20 years of land development and engineering. I've built, you know, pretty much every town project y'all have done. I built Madeline, built the roundabouts, I built the highways. This thing is gonna be like 500 million easily, you know, combined the whole project. I think isolating out 75 million, 100 million is disingenuous. I think you need to add both projects to that and have a real number. Thanks.
Doug, thank you very much. I'm going to grab the signage sheets.
Next up is just Kristen Permacoff, and that's it.
Kristen, go ahead.
Hi again, guys. Kristen Permakoff. I'm happy to hear this is a work session. I know on the agenda it said work session, but on page 103 of the packet it said final. So I panicked a little bit. So I'm happy about that. Hopefully people out there are listening to this. Like Doug said, it might be way higher cost than what you're talking about today. A couple of things that haven't been addressed. A couple of the big things is number one, the skier access from Lot L over to the ski area. Is that going to just get discussed after the parking structure is built and then you just figure out a way to move the skiers from across Mahoney Drive over to the ski area? Rezoning the open space, is that just implicit? Like who rezones that? Does the Open Space Commission rezone that? Does the ski area come to rezone that? Does the town council come to rezone that? I mean, when does that happen? Does that happen after the process has already been approved or does that happen soon? I know it's a work session. You don't have to answer me, but just for the listening audience to understand. Excavation costs or?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think we should always answer after the public
That's
comment
great.
is done.
Happy to.
okay, cool. The excavation costs, I agree with Doug that they're gonna add a lot of costs. Parking for Carhenge, all on Carhenge, you're talking about 240 units and 240 parking spaces. If you have more people than 240, there's gonna be more cars than 240, and where are those other cars gonna go? Will Telsky employees be able to rent here? Because I know in the past, Telsky hasn't been able to rent at Voodoo. The wastewater concerns are an issue with more people. There's only been one other town council work session on July 22nd before today, so I'm glad to hear it's not the last one. And 900 cars in a parking structure on Lot L versus 300 cars, it's going to really impact Mahoney traffic also, especially, I mean, Carhenge, you can't drive down Tomboy Road. You can only go on Davis, even though that was just repaved. Mahoney Bridge needs to be replaced. I think that needs to be discussed too before a lot of this happens. The traffic increase on Mahoney is going to triple. And that road is already tight as it is with cars, e-bikes, dogs, kids, everything. How much debt can the town incur without a town vote? Another question. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Let's see what I got here.
Do you see what you got, Zoe?
Yeah, like, okay, I have a lot of questions in there, so Kristen, stay close. Rezoning. Your question specifically was, does rezoning happen after the project has been approved? So we're still very much within the process. In no way, I know it said final presentation. It's because we're finishing up this scope, and so we will continue to move forward, but there's still a lot more to do. So I just want to hone in on, we're nowhere near the project being approved. It still has to go through HARC. It has to go through all of the normal processes that any development needs to go to, which is lengthy and takes a lot of time. And it's not just council, a lot of the other boards. So
And in all that process, the public has continued opportunities to speak up, to engage, to keep saying what they like, what they don't like, all of those things as we move forward. And I want to make sure we understand, Zoe said it, but the only reason it said final, because it's the final of this first feasibility gig. It's not about
Right.
final, we're rolling forward. And so I want to make sure the audience is clear on that. No decisions, not only have no decisions been made, no decisions have even been close to being made.
Yeah.
We've got a long way to go, but we got to figure out how we're going to get there. And that's the point of this first feasibility aspect of both Carhenge and Lot L, which, everyone has the right, criticizing and looking at this project, but I think we can all agree just in this short scope of the feasibility project of it, we have made great progress for what we thought it might have looked like at first to where we are now. And this is only a couple steps up the mountain to the whole process. So there's a lot to go.
And just to piggyback on what Teddy's saying right now, everybody on this council very much committed to wanting to run a very, very transparent process across all topics and all subject matters. And that is what is going on right now. You are watching us go through the entire process. Decisions have not been made. We have not come to any final conclusions. We are learning along with you, and we are asking the questions, and we're getting answers, and we will revise and we will revise and we will revise again until we get it to something that we feel is in the best interest of the community and that reflects the community. But if you are looking for us to come to you with immediate answers to everything right now, that is exactly what we promised this town and our constituents that we would not do. And so as we go through the process, we are just asking for everyone to go through it with us and know that we are going to get to the right answer at the very, very end.
And we can't, on the flip side of that is also, we can't provide immediate solutions for affordable housing either. And so for some aspects of it, it feels like we're moving really slow because we need certain things, and we can all agree on affordable housing, I suspect. But then on other aspects, some people feel we're moving too fast. So we're just trying to thread that needle in that balance here. And again, we realize we got to get moving, but we're not, we may appear to be quick, but we are not rushing and we are not hurrying through this process, and we are not doing anything, without public comment on this.
Zoe, do you want to just say how property is rezoned?
Yes. Thank you. And I don't want to beat the dead horse, but this process started through the master plan process with community input, then the Southwest area plan with community input, and now this process with community input. So we keep building upon that. So rezoning, it goes through the process of P&Z. So they're the ones that make the recommendation to council, and then council can make that rezoning designation. They can do a lot of things with that as well. They can make that decision here. They can work with the public on that. There's lots within that process, but that is a requirement. So while we are still in this planning phase, and we've always talked about what the value of doing this planning phase collectively with the ski resort is, no matter what, it still has to go through that formalized process of rezoning like anybody else does. I'll just hone in on that. Okay. I only wrote down single words. So traffic, I think, was your other question. I think specifically you were mentioning Mahoney. So I'm going to hone in again to the traffic study and the value of that study and what it says about Mahoney. Mahoney is a very wide street. A lot of the issues that we hear is more around traffic calming issues, but we'll continue to work with the those that live around Mahoney on what improvements maybe are available for that. But from the traffic study perspective, that is not one of the triggered streets that require it, like Davis, which I think is another one that you mentioned. Davis, yes, roundabout was one example of a potential solution. Maybe we aren't going to go in that direction. We can also do a turning lane, so we'll assess that. The bridge was another thing that was mentioned. So I will be clear, and I think we all have the understanding that those things need to happen in order for this other project to work. We are not blind to that. We very much have the understanding of that, and we will work through that with our community partners as well. But this is the big chunk of that process to help us move in that direction. So I don't want anyone to lose faith in that as well. Debt. So the town, Lance mentioned many different financing options. Debt is definitely one of them, and we do have a limitation on the amount of debt that we can take out, whether it is for housing, whether it's a revenue bond on parking. There are lots of different financing options available, which we will work through once we have an understanding of that cost. Those being, again, selling free market units to offset things. There's a lot of different models that we can work through. I will continue to hone in that Lance pointed out what we do not recommend, which is any raising of taxes and things along those lines, because of what we want to align with the community on. But we will work through that, and we do have limitations on that piece as well, whether it's for the housing or for the parking or for commercial or anything else. Did I answer your question?
Hold on, can we just talk about
Yes.
Telsky employees and Telsky being able to live in our deed
Oh, yeah.
restricted? Because there's a comment about that no Telsky
She
people
said
were
that-
allowed to live in Voodoo.
That Voodoo did not allow Telsky employees.
Oh, that's
That's
not
not
true.
true.
Whoever
That's-
said that.
Yeah.
Sorry if I missed that.
So individual employees can,
Correct.
So according to our rental housing policy guidelines, we do not do master leases. So you can name, you can name any sort of business, but we do not do master leases, correct? And that's not specific to a project. That is an umbrella for all of under our rental housing policy.
Yeah.
More employer, right?
More
Not-
employer.
We don't,
Yep.
that's just something we don't do.
And our council is continuing to look at the rental housing policy guidelines, but that is the direction that we have been given and working through this year. Okay.
Great. We will continue with public comment. Is there anybody else in the room for public comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'm going to close
No,
public.
there's people online, I think.
Yeah.
Can I finish?
Oh, sorry. Thought you were gonna click on.
I'm going to close public comment for people in the room. And now we will go to public comment for people online. We'll start at the top of the screen with Ryan Vitt. If you'd like to unmute Tiffany.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Doug and Kristen's comments. I think they were both spot on, and I'm glad you guys are being open and transparent and listen to everybody's feedback. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
So we have Harvey Reisman.
Great.
Both those were perfect. Those are usually what I have to say.
Harvey, you're unmuted. You just need to accept the unmute. Okay, we'll come back to Harvey. I'm gonna.
I got it. Is this right?
Yes.
My name is Harvey Roisman. I've lived in the area for 27 years. And I'm concerned about having a 900 plus car multi-story parking structure here in Telluride. As means of comparison, the Denver Convention Center has 1,000 spots. So I wonder if anyone did research on ingress and egress out of the structure. Because I used AI, I used 2 different AI sites, and they both came up with a 35 to 40 minute time for a 900 car parking structure to leave, and that assumes 2 to 3 automated exit lanes. We have a 15-second idling rule. I'm not sure how those two work together, but to have people entering the street after being in a garage line for 30, 40 minutes doesn't sound like it's very practical, doesn't sound like it's going to help the environment, and it certainly doesn't going to help the lungs of the people that live in the area. So my question would be, has anyone done the research to see how long it would take to empty that out?
Harvey, we could look at that specifically. I think a lot of it has to do with the cross traffic and what that looks like in terms of how much vehicle traffic is on Black Bear. But we can certainly run those numbers that you're requesting. If everyone were to leave all at the same time, you know, we can run those numbers. This is going to be commuters, so there'll probably be spikes and lull periods, but that can be modeled and done.
Can we look at then, if we're gonna look at it with everybody, every single space exiting all at once, I would like to maybe look at a model that's used more in keeping with how it will actually be used.
I'm sorry, I said we could do that and also just like
Just making
what
sure.
we would anticipate as a normal traffic pattern.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's very different on a ski day at 4 o'clock, between 4 and 5:30, than it is at 2 in the afternoon or 3:20 in the afternoon. Also after a major concert where you have thousands of people exiting. So I think it's a real problem. I think it affects the people that live in the area. And I really think the numbers should be very tight. AI is one approach, but there are also traffic studies that can be done more professionally. Thank you.
I was
Yes.
just gonna say, we're very lucky to have great parking consultants that can help us with that. And I do just want to keep getting ahead of the narrative that this parking garage is not a skier parking garage, that it has lots of uses mainly focused on commuter parking. So I just want to keep reiterating that piece as well.
It's mixed use parking.
And
It's going to be
Shandoka
residents, it's going to be
Yeah.
employees, it's going to
Residents,
be at all hours of the day. It's going to be some skier traffic. It's going to be such a variety. And I agree that looking at the studies of how, worst case scenarios, then what we think is most likely to happen, and even how it impacts the traffic circle at Mahoney. And as the spur comes into town and the spur, we should look at it all. Harvey, thank you very much.
I just have a quick question on that same note. I also, I just don't know the numbers to do the math quickly in my head. How many parking spaces currently exist in Shandoka and how many parking spaces currently exist at Carhenge? Again, just so the total that already exist.
It's approximately 320 at Shandoka, 288 at Carhenge.
So 320 and 288,
It's about 610.
Yeah.
Ish.
7.
So 600 about.
Yeah.
Yeah, 600-ish. So these parking spaces, there's 600 of them that already exist today. And their intended use is what it is, what it's going to continue to be. So we're not seeing actually a tripling of any number. It's actually only a 50% increase off of what already exists.
Yeah, and that's the demographic of that 300,
A third increase.
the additional
Sorry,
third.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, I was saying it's also the demographic of that additional 300.
Right.
They're not like, say, all skiers.
Right.
Yeah.
They might live there and their car may sit for a couple of days. They may leave at different times. All part of what we can study and figure out. Tiffany, before we go to Michael, I want to make sure that we heard Ryan Vitt in his entirety. I'm not sure if he went silent, we lost his connection or what, but just Ryan, if you didn't finish your comment, please raise your hand and we'll put you back in the queue. I wasn't sure if you felt that maybe you thought you were cut off, and I just don't want you to feel that way.
No, it was great. No, I think the points that I wanted to make were pretty much just reiterated by both Doug and Kristen at the beginning. So I just wanted to agree with them.
Okay, great. I just, it was, the cutoff seemed weird to me. So I just wanted
I did get cut off, but there wasn't anything important that I was going to say after that.
Okay, great.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And then Tiffany, it looks like we have 2 more comments left. We can unmute Michael Schaffler, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. Yeah, Michael Schaffler. I lived in town for 51 years. I've kept an eye on this part of town. I live in this part of town. I've kept an eye on what's going on here, and I'm still a little bit concerned about what is being planned. I would like to reinforce what Doug and Kristen said myself. I think their points are very well taken, especially as it relates to costs. And I know consultants give us lots of numbers, but Doug seems to be the person who has more boots on the ground kind of experience. And I have a feeling that his numbers are probably closer to what we're going to end up seeing with this project. But to get into another area that hasn't been discussed much, Tract Y, you all mentioned a number of times how you were staying within the existing guidelines for the development, when in fact Tract Y is currently zoned as open space. And I know there was some discussion about rezoning, and that must be applicable specifically to Tract Y. But as open space, rezoning it to condominium hotel seems to be quite a stretch, and I'm not seeing any demand from anybody for more condominiums or more hotels in the town of Telluride. Also, the access to that hotel is through open space and through wetlands, and will create its own problems with the parking and with the traffic flow to a hotel. I also haven't heard any mention of what's going on with the lift. I assume that something would happen with the lift. But if we're into discussions with the ski area, I would think that would be a primary consideration and something that would be addressed up front before anything proceeds, especially on Tract Y. And then the housing for the hotel, it sure does seem like it's going to create even more demand for more employee housing on that exact same location, and I didn't hear that addressed at all. As far as Davis Street is concerned, is there even room for a roundabout if in fact a roundabout makes sense there? It does seem like it's just a narrow street and that has its own steepness to it and would only create more problems rather than resolve the problems that were addressed with the traffic flow. And it seems like that's something that also should be figured out in advance, because there's going to be an awful lot of traffic that's going to have to come in and out of that area. Even though I did hear you say that Mahoney Street would be used as a primary access, and the idea was to bring people to Mahoney Street and then to bring them to Colorado, and they could either turn left or right. It does seem like all the traffic in town would then be directed to that one little traffic circle.
Michael,
and then,
thank you. Your time is up, so I wanted you to be able to finish that thought. And thank you for your comments. I would like to address that in our discussion today, that none of us up here on town council suggested that we were within the current land use code for Tract Y. We only addressed Carhenge and the Shandoka lot, and that was it. If John Miller would like to comment on your questions for Telsky, I'm more than willing to have him unmuted, no problem. But I just want to make that abundantly clear for what I can only know what we said today up here.
Tom's got his.
You can unmute John.
All right, thanks everybody. I think there were a couple points that you made, Michael, that I'd hope to address. I mean, I think first with the chairlift, given the location of the proposed structure, there's an obvious replacement of Chair 7. Like Chair 7's, it can be continued to be operated. It's safe. Our lift mechanics feel like it's doing what it needs to do at this point. But when we redevelop that area, or if we redevelop that area, that chairlift's going to have to be replaced. And I think when we talk with our lift maintenance director, it's probably going to end up being a 4-pack, a high-speed quad. We haven't gotten that far in terms of what the demand's going to be, but there's going to be a carrying capacity that's associated with the additional housing, what's there currently. This idea of having, that be a more central base area type place. So that would have to be addressed. I think things like snowmaking down into the base of Chair 7 would have to be addressed. We'd have to really think about, if that's a primary parking area with Carhenge being replaced, like how are people getting to that zone earlier in the season? So that's still something that needs to be worked through, but it's on our mind. And when you speak about the access, I think it's interesting because we've actually heard that spaces such as the medical center there would actually like to have closer access to their facility, right? Because you have people that have broken ankles or whatever, and they have to go to the doctor's office, and there's not a central drop-off location for them. So I think the reality with hotels is that most people are flying in, and they're taking some sort of shuttle company to their hotel, and there's not going to be a lot of traffic in the same sense as you would see from residential units, given that type of use. So I think we're thinking about all of those things, but we're still so early in the process that we have to nail down some of like the core components of the project before we can decide on things like what exact type of chairlift would be replacing Chair 7, for example.
Great, thanks, John. Appreciate that. I believe we had Danny Kraft's hand up. Is he the last one? Yes. We will shut it down after Danny. And you can unmute him, please.
All right. Hey, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah.
Great. Hey, this is Danny Kraft. So I'm born and raised in Telluride. I used to live in Boomerang Village for about 15 years. So I definitely know the area down there by Chair 7. And, I know that this is a work session. I know you guys are trying to do your best to answer every question. Obviously, you're at the beginning of it, past the master plan, but then also moving through the staging of it and moving forward from here. When you do look at this project, this is between Carhenge and Shandoka, this, in my opinion, is one of the largest projects that we have ever seen in Telluride, if not the largest project that we will ever see in Telluride, just because of the size of it. I definitely feel like there's a sentiment in the community that is definitely concerned with this project, the size, the scale, the mass, as well as traffic. And that continues to kind of be a concern of mine. I look at the ballot measure and I look at the one that's coming up, which is let the people decide. Although I feel like that goes too far, I think a lot of the sentiment associated with that is primarily due to this project. And I go back to kind of what Doug said, and I just do wonder if there is a reason, if we truly do feel like the sentiment of the community is behind this, why we wouldn't kind of put this up for a vote. So, I continue to kind of push you guys on that, and I continue to kind of look at this and go, okay, well, why wouldn't we look at both these projects together, Carhenge and Shandoka, all at the same time, look at a traffic study associated with all of them, and then go from there and trying to kind of make sure that we're all aligned with both those projects before we just do the Shandoka and then move forward to the Carhenge. So, I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate that this is at the beginning, but I do question if, maybe this is too big for our community to handle. So, thanks.
Great. Danny, thank you very much. Just a reminder that we started at Carhenge only, and because of the impacts of Lot L, we were encouraged to bring Lot L into the fold. We're not sure exactly what's the best path would be, but and that's why we're looking at both of them together now, because we were told by the public that doing Carhenge on isolating on its own was not ideal. So then we get tasked of looking at two items and seeing how they work together as best as possible. With that, I'm going to close this agenda item down. I want to thank our consultants. A job well done, and you guys stuck out a little bit longer time than you were probably planning on. So I want to recognize that, as well as Lance. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Lance does not get to leave that seat right now because we get to hop into work session item 7B, which is review of the Telluride Gondola Station
Thank you,
preliminary.
Thank you, Randy.
And so, Lance, you remain on the hot seat.
Thank you. This agenda item is to review the last step in the preliminary gondola planning for the Project B uses at the Telluride Oak Street Station. This project has been undertaken starting in February. We've gone through several stakeholder meetings, and we've also had a lot of sessions with public and even a work session with council. We recently had a council meeting on the August 12th, and then we also had another virtual stakeholder meeting on the 14th. And we received some really good feedback from that stakeholder meeting, and then also from council on the 12th. And we hope to show you the changes that we've made to the plan. When Allison is done and her team is done presenting, we'll talk about what the next steps would look like.
Great, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Great.
Well, I just want to say thank you. This has been such an exciting process. We've been kind of working with Lance and the team for the last 6 months or so to get where we are today. And so I'm really excited to share with you the final, in quotation, presentation. So really similar to Chair 7 is finishing out this current stage of work and issuing a, kind of capturing the process in this document that's included in your council pack. So with me, I have a couple new faces. Do you guys want to introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. I'm Gage Reese with CCY Architects, and this is Bailey Colette, also with CCY. We've been sort of architectural team job with Todd Kennedy, who couldn't be here today.
Yep.
So we're filling in for him.
Thanks. Yeah, so Todd is at a charrette, but we've been working together throughout this process and excited to share with you an update today. Next slide.
Here's the clicker that's
Yeah,
there on the
there's that.
table to advance through the slides.
Thank you. So we will try and keep things really quick. We know that you guys have had a long day already, but want to make sure that we have the opportunity to really kind of put an exclamation point on this process. So this is really an opportunity for us to hear from you, any final comments that we would want captured in this document before kind of checking the box on this current phase of work and working with the town on how this project moves forward. So as I said, we've been here for about 6 months. As Lance mentioned, we were here just about a month ago presenting that final concept to you. We heard some really great feedback from all of you. We also went and kind of reconvened with some of the neighbors, shared with them some updates, and got their feedback on the plan as well to make sure that we weren't moving in a direction that people feel uncomfortable with, while we still had a time to kind of zig and zag and make adjustments. That brought us to where we're at today, and I'm excited to share some of those changes that have been made. All right, so this is just a little bit of what we've heard from you and the neighborhood groups, which leads us to where we're at with our final concept plan. So one of the big things we heard is lots of bike racks. So we have put a lot more bike racks in here. I think you'll see it in some of the perspectives that we have, but really trying to provide locations all throughout the context of the site. Another thing we heard was the flexibility of uses, especially in this potential basement space. Thinking about maybe lockers going below grade, maybe thinking about back of house uses. And then exploring that idea of bringing some more forward facing things like the community space that you brought up last time. It's a really great suggestion. How can we start to weave that into the overall building programming? We added a lot more food cart locations and made sure that our engineering team would have access to electrical and water for those different sites. So increasing the number of locations that we might be able to put food carts on in the future. As well as a real focus on the social spaces. There was a conversation that maybe it felt kind of exclusive. And so we went through and really did a study making sure that the whole of the site feels accessible and welcoming, because really a core goal is bringing people together. And we feel that this final site plan increases the amount of gathering spaces and eliminates some of those conflicts where current circulation can start to make it feel kind of congested. So making sure that all of that people feel very welcome at all parts of the plaza and can move around and navigate it comfortably. Finally, we heard transit was just a critical thing for us to address. We went back and we studied that bump out to make sure that the traffic flow of buses coming in and out, and that bump out was graceful and could be accommodate bus and vehicular movements, as well as ensuring pedestrian connectivity, given that a lot of people will be walking to use this public transit as well, and making sure that it has great connectivity into the community. And finally, the last piece we did is Lance shared this with the town of Mountain Village, as well as to make sure that we had ski movements, maintenance path, that all of those dots, the I's were dotted and T's were crossed, making sure that we're really thinking about them as a primary user of this space, and that functionally it works on that level. So I'm going to pass it over to CCY, who will share these final perspectives with you, and then we'll open up for discussion.
Great.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. So I think we'll review 4 views that we saw before, and we've added one at the end, which is more transit oriented. And sure, no problem. So here we are at the intersection of San Juan and Oak Street. You recall that the main vertical part of the architecture is sort of broken up into 3 separate pieces. The building in front of us here closest to us is what we're calling the Plaza Building, or the F&B component of the project. In the middle would be the gondola building, which is just a red sort of Corten steel material. In the far end of San Juan on the west is more the transit building. So Really here, you can see the sort of front porch and the queuing that's been thought through on the gondola for large snow days or large events. That's also represented in the architecture with a little more expressive design and expressive material, which is meant for wayfinding a little bit as you come down Oak Street or San Juan. We can also see the improved pedestrian walks for safety and clarity. And the bump out has also been moved closer towards the transit building to neck down the 2 lanes of one-way traffic to 1 lane also for pedestrian and traffic clarity. Oak Street Plaza here is an extension, obviously, of Oak Street. You can see lots of bike racks have been sort of added around the building. We feel like that's a large circulation corridor that's pretty easily opened up to access back to the sort of ski beach and activity lawn side. Next slide. And again, we here see the view down Oak Street. And this really speaks to a lot of the views we'll see, which are meant to have the buildings respond to scale, mass, and size of sort of the identity of Telluride. The Boot Doctor Telluride properties, as well as the Camel's Garden, we're sort of fitting in relatively well with 2.5 stories to the project. Additionally, the extension of Oak Street into the plaza could possibly be an extension of the farmers market on Oak Street. And this is where we think maintenance vehicles to get back to access the lawn side, as well as the gondola building, the backside of that. So this would incorporate that as well as food trucks and food carts. This would be the south side, so the sort of activity lawn side. This view is really indicative of sort of the amount of public open space, hangout space for a lot of mixed use activities that we think are probably already happening on the site. So really just to reinforce a lot of how the community uses the space already.
I'll just jump in here because I love this perspective for like the see and be seen, creating a there. Like this just has such a really great like kind of stage component. And I can see like hanging out on the upper deck, looking down into the skiers coming into the space, or in the summer kids and dogs running around. Like there's just a lot of like good vibes here. And so we're really excited about this part.
Yeah, good point. And I think this view really illustrates too the scale of the buildings relative to the backdrop of Telluride. So one of the main influences here is to really feel like you're arriving in the town of Telluride versus a large ski base or a ski village sort of project. Behind the gondola building, you can see Hotel Columbia. On the right-hand side, the far side, you can see Camel's Garden. So our project living between those 2 taller buildings, I think fits in nicely. Again, the gondola here too, we heard the design of the gondola skin and being able to see the activity of the gondola coming and going in an arrival sense is meant to activate space, create a lot of interest in wayfinding in order to get between the buildings where the queuing would occur as well, which is a large circulation corridor. And then I think also too the F&B component here is interesting in the diversity of types of F&B. So the plaza building could be configured as one business that would occupy 2 floors as a restaurant, or 2 restaurants or F&B services that could be 1 story each. On the left-hand side, on the plaza level, as well as the upper level, there's 2 small spaces for more permanent vendors for food and beverage serving both levels. And then the food trucks are really in the plaza, sort of located behind the Lift 8 building. This is a little more zoomed in version of that, really seeing the circulation between the 2 buildings and some of the material that would help you lead to the second level. Between the buildings, we get you to San Juan Street Avenue and queuing, the F&B space on the left with a small canopy there. To the right, you can see food carts with the umbrellas. That's really access from the Oak Street Plaza, hopefully easily. And this was an additional view added just to reiterate the amount of transit on the site. So this is on the west side of the project looking east. So this is looking down San Juan Avenue. 2 lanes of one-way traffic, which are meant to really maximize the amount of drop-off, buses, shuttles, covered seating area to wait for buses or shuttles. Inside this building would be where the ski lockers would be. We're currently planning that on all 3 levels. And this is also seasonally where maybe the lockers would go away and community meeting space could happen similar to the library. So it could serve some different uses. Again, we've maximized bike parking on the right-hand side, as well as mass and scale. On the left would be Hotel Columbia, just for reference. And then again, we can see the more sort of expressive material of the architecture leading to the gondola for real clarity and visual interest.
Okay. Grab this. Well, we are here. It is September 9th and we are presenting the final document to you. Following any suggestions, comments, final revisions that you have for us, we will kind of wrap up this booklet that you have in your packet and get that on the Engage Telluride website. Lance and Zoe will start to share with some of the boards and commissions as needed. And then, it's really up to the town as to how you'd like to move forward. This or you?
Oh, no, I'm
that might
good. Thanks. Thanks a lot for all you've done on this project. It's been very professional and the booklet is great. So I would like to point out a couple other things to point out. This is an opportunity to do other uses at the gondola site. There's not a requirement to do other uses, but this would be an example of how you might want to move forward if you wanted to add more public type uses in that location. The other point is that public spaces, I can't remember if you guys had mentioned this, but public spaces on the decks are identified as public. That was an important comment before. So this is not a private type of a venue. We also got a feedback at the meeting to make sure that we improve this north side sidewalk on San Juan Avenue. It's kind of treacherous. And so if we're doing this project, that needs to be kind of added into the mix, that the sidewalk on the north side of San Juan needs some attention. It's got some dangerous cross slopes. And the last, I would like you guys to go over kind of real quickly how the gondola queuing works. Because there a lot of thought has gone into that. And I think that's a good point to go over.
I think maybe the best place, we'll talk about it from 2 perspectives. We'll talk about it from the site perspective, and then I'll let you guys talk about it from the building perspective. So you can see the existing gondola footprint. Can you guys hear me okay with this? Okay.
Yeah.
You can see the existing gondola footprint here. We have pulled the building back to right at that 15-foot river trail setback. And that has kind of released that pinch point that currently exists along San Juan Avenue and allowed us to create kind of that plaza in front, which can provide some flexible use gondola queuing there. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for overflow on really busy days where you have a lot of people on the gondola, or kind of this flexible use plaza that you can put out temporary ropes, accommodate a lot of queuing. I think we've calculated almost 400 people could be queued in the flexible use space. And then in addition to that, the building has inside the building, there's quite a bit more thought put into how people queue interior so that they can be in kind of a warm, enclosed, out of the elements type space. So it's a little bit of a both and, trying to plan for, we know there's times where there's very high levels of queuing, and then there's your more typical, maybe 20 to 30 person, and how that's accommodated internally.
Yeah, and moving the gondola building really sort of allows for lack of a better word, a front porch on the gondola building. That front porch would wrap around from the transit side all the way by the bus on the right-hand side. So you can see a little bit higher kind of porch roof, let's say, at the gondola building in the middle. So that canopy would run, really to connect the 2 buildings. So the queuing would happen in front of sort of the glass there and be more sort of like a bank line, for lack of a better description. And then as that sort of got out from under the real face of the gondola, it can queue alongside that sort of front porch in both directions. And as Allison said, once you enter that sort of enclosure, there's a little bit of queuing that would happen on the interior of the building as you're waiting for gondola cars as well.
How much, and this probably isn't in your scope, but how much interior queuing is there?
It's not a great deal, but yeah, not totally sure. And I think there's still some questions on the technology of the exact gondola. So the specifics of what that spatial relationship needs to be by that enclosure is not quite defined yet.
We do have in the booklet defined, kind of anticipated queuing. Let me look for that.
While Allison's going through that, so the next steps on this project will be to go to the September 15th gondola subcommittee to show this design. And the team will continue to develop a high-level order of magnitude type of cost estimate for the preliminary design in conjunction with the gondola project A team and the station planning for the Mountain Village and the San Sofia locations. Updating the IGA for this project will be scheduled for council discussion at the October 21st council meeting. So those are your next checkpoints.
Great. Thank you, Lance. Thank you for the presentation. It looks great. Incorporated a lot of the changes and feedback I think that we gave. Any questions from council?
To tag on to that question that I just asked, is there the opportunity to be able to add more square footage interior on the gondola station if we need to have more like, it's warm. I'm looking for like warmth for people that are queuing using the gondola. There's no like issues with the site, right? That would disallow that from happening, or the
Well,
plan?
I think in general, as we've moved that gondola building closer to, say, the river trail, there will be a critical dimension in that horizontal distance. One, to get the gondola cars to rise enough as you come underneath on the river trail, so there's enough vertical clearance.
I'm thinking more of the like getting wider.
I think the short answer is yes.
Okay.
I think there is that opportunity if we were to look to extend out the building frontage more. And right now there's like some covered, so there could be some
Heating elements.
like there's kind of there's the inside, there's the covered outside that could have some heat elements
Okay.
associated with it. And then there's the overflow and kind of the gondola plaza space that also has some circulation movements to it as well.
Because
And on page 20 of the booklet that's included in your packet, that has some of the gondola queuing outlined in it.
Yeah, I don't know if I share Mian's same concern about inside queuing, but I think that just the improvement of infrastructure in this area versus the way it is right now, which is just a building sat there, having these covered spaces would allow for heating elements that would just make it more comfortable, and just being out of, I mean, right now, if it's pouring rain, if you're not actively loading on the gondola, you're waiting in the rain, where this new design would alleviate a lot of that. And so I'm not as concerned about it being fully enclosed. I think that this accomplishes a lot of, it's already an improvement from where we're sitting today.
Well, and our longest lines are generally in the summer season, right? Like 4th of July, post-festival.
And this actually gives shade too on that other.
I think my
tier.
overarching concern is that in the wintertime, we see a lot more vehicle traffic because it's cold. And so in my perfect world, anybody going from Telluride to Mountain Village, they're choosing the gondola because it's warm and because it's easier and they don't have to drive. And so I want to be able to make sure that we're not eliminating that goal, or that we are meeting that goal, because I think that that's one of the main things that the community liked about the gondola when we were polling was that it does diminish our carbon emissions. And so if we aren't doing things that will incentivize people to not get in a car to come down to Telluride, I think we're just missing an opportunity. So I just want to make sure that we do
I'll
that.
maybe add on that is, when we were talking with Pete, not only are we providing more queuing, but project A with the gondola infrastructure upgrade, you'll also be able to move more people faster. So it's a little bit of a both and. You'll have increased capacity of more people being able to ride the gondola per hour, in addition to more space within the plaza for them to wait. So I think it's kind of, you get dual benefits with that.
Okay.
Well, and like, I think to comment on what you're saying, I think, I don't know how much that plays in unless our actual gondola cabins are heated too, because that's where you get cold.
I mean, I can talk.
They will be heated according to me. Absolutely. That's
Okay,
a
'cause
non-negotiable.
like, if that's
That's
the
been
con-
4 years of like
non-negotiable.
meetings that I've said that.
Well, and because if that's the thought, I think that's almost the more important comfort space is the actual cabin itself.
Wish Lobie was here, or we can go back to blankets.
No. We'll never go back to the.
Just
small-
joking.
Only say that because Jim Lobie left.
I know.
We're so delayed.
He said he was gonna listen in.
He does. Good, that one was for you.
Ashley, I know you had your hand up.
No, I think that this is great. And I really liked in the packet, the like different people's like experiences moving through the space. And I thought that, I don't know, I thought that was, if people haven't taken time to look at this and you're listening, I would read that. I thought it was a really, a well thought out in like narrative of how people could be seen using the space. And I thought it was really cute. So I just wanted to applaud you on that and say that I really think this is good. I was also just wondering, I brought up previous concerns about the bottleneck of the pullout. You can see it perfectly on this photo of that the sidewalk pushes into the roadway. I know that like the idea being that like there would be one lane that would be moving and one lane that would be stagnant. I get a little concerned about circulation, about like if vehicles are getting stuck there and.
And we want that merge to happen. You can see we pulled it back. We want it to happen further back, so it's not happening in the
Okay.
intersection and it's not happening where your pedestrians are crossing. Because that then creates like now 3 points of potential
Mhm.
conflict and it's not as safe. So we kind of retook a look at this, so that you have bus merging into vehicle traffic further back, and they should be able to negotiate that movement before you also introduce pedestrian crossing and turning movements.
And then the idea being that the outside lane that continues through would be a no stopping so that the flow of traffic as people are coming through, they're not dropping off or picking up. They just keep moving.
The idea is they're picking up and dropping off in that lane and the into pull-off lane,
Mhm.
and that the other lane is full.
Remains
full
clear.
movement. You're not stopping there for drop-offs. You're not stopping there for loading a bus. That is movement, consistent flow of traffic.
Yeah, but in that circumstance, and that's the one thing I'm having a hard time figuring out because I understand your logic and thanks for clearing that up, but that just takes away basically a spot. And so if you've got 2 or 3 cars dropping off plus a bus behind you, then what does that next car in the queue do?
This is like from what's out there now,
Mhm.
you're doubling your capacity for cars on the roadway. This bus drop-off lane goes the entire length of San Juan. It can accommodate like 5 full-size buses. It could probably accommodate 10 vehicles plus
Okay.
2 smaller buses. It's a long length that can accommodate so much more than what's out there now. Because right now, everything's pinched down into, a 50-foot space. And this is going to give you 200 plus feet of drop-off lane.
Because we're going to maintain in front of Camel's Garden. Those are 15-minute loading, unloading spots as well.
That does not change.
And we have all in front of Hotel Columbia is going to be part of this loading zone.
And that was the point that I wanted to bring up because we did get a email from Bridget in regards.
Bring it up too. Doesn't the Hotel Columbia have, I mean, here's my question. I feel like sometimes things were given and maybe not necessarily needed to be given because it should have been mitigated in their design. They have a pull in off of Aspen Street.
Yeah.
That is covered, that goes into their property that can be utilized as their drop.
Their loading zone.
Correct?
Yes.
That's and so, because that other across the street was given at some point. And I think that was part of a more comprehensive, Telluride was giving things here and there, but that's not like their building was built with an intention of a pull in to drop off.
My
your
only comment
clients.
to that is I'm not quite sure what their renovation is, how that impacts some of their renovation pieces. So I think we would just work with them, understanding that new reality if it shifts anything within this
And we can
conversation.
designate a 15-minute loading zone on Aspen as well.
Yeah.
I think that would be my preference. I
Then
mean,
it's
I
giving.
think keeping that through lane, the lane that's supposed to be consistently moving is really important. And I know that the request was that there was an allowance made on that side of the building on the north side of the street for Hotel Columbia, but I don't see that as being feasible or beneficial really to the like overall vision, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we have to keep in mind, along with the general public and the variety of hotel shuttles and buses, that it might be a good idea with some of the commercial uses there, in addition to the hotel, that's also, you know, commercial loading, you know, and you know, because you got to figure how that, because that's another pinch point, right? The beer truck pulls up, kind of stops in the corner and just blocks everything because they've got nowhere to go now. But maybe that can be, if you've got the length you're talking about, maybe that's an option for that as well.
Yeah, I think this really does increase your opportunities to have a designated space for all the different needs that are happening in that area and are currently kind of pinched with what they're able to do.
I've got one other question that's pretty minor and might not even be applicable for our discussion here. But me and Ashley, maybe you know from G-Sub, does the Mountain Village need, with their lease to us, any space? Have they talked about that? Like, they have that little space where they can tell you what's going on in the village and they kind of welcome everybody. If they said a word about that,
Talking about that is from the tourism board manages that.
does the tour, yeah, has anyone
So we
brought that
haven't
up?
actually, I think we can talk to the tourism board about that.
We haven't discussed it, but I wouldn't see that being a particular concern. I did speak with David at Smart about really just trying to make sure that the way we structure the utilization of our sublease to Smart for the gondola is articulated in the contract, but that when I read the contract, it seemed fine. So
It seems like with the additional like space, it's like with lockers, bathrooms, all of that space, it seems like putting information desks in if needed, or even just like boards or a internal like LED board that has information on it. Seems like there's going to be space for that, but no, to answer your question, that has
Yeah.
not been brought up as a specific concern.
Thank you. Great mention, and we'll discuss that
Yeah,
within the programming and.
Yeah, I like everything about it. I'm just trying to figure out what might be there now that we didn't consider, and that's the only thing I could come up with. You know, I think.
That's something that we have we work with the tourism board on that.
Okay, great. And again, to our listening public, this is a work session, so we know, I see one hand raised already. And we will shortly take public comment. And also want to remind everybody, no decisions have been made on what's happening down there from the gondola to all the commercial and public use and public benefits and circulation and stuff. And this is just kind of our first stab at it. And there'll be plenty of time for continued input from the public. So please stay tuned to that. And we will take some public comments shortly. I want to make sure we wrap up council thoughts. Mian.
I'm gonna check in quickly on the slide that you guys provided. That was like the character imagery. Just the materials that are sort of being proposed. I mean, I think, first of all, thank you so much for removing the black brick. I appreciate that. I can't. The inspiration images that you shared are just a little modern. And it, I do design as well. Like sometimes you can't find the right image, but I am concerned that it doesn't quite align with the character of the community down here. I think that it aligns really nicely with some of what AECOM's doing up in Mountain Village, but we're just two very different communities. So if there's a way that we could either find something like a better inspiration image or soften that a little bit so it doesn't just feel so modern, I'd love to see that.
I agree with Mian.
Yeah.
I think
actually
that
do
like
too.
this building specifically could be like looked at almost in the context of the residential buildings surrounding it. And because of its like kind of size and stature, it could feel more like one of the, like a home kind of repurposed in a way. I don't know, just a thought. I kind of agreed. It felt a little too industrial. I think that some of the industrial elements are really cool. And I think that they're definitely something that we could look at, but like, so you put the corner building down there on Colorado and what is that one? Pine?
Fur.
That one. Like the brick at the top, and then also having the more like ornate Victorian style wood features at the bottom. I think incorporating some of that might make the building feel like it is maybe historic, repurposed, and kind of fit, especially that Oak Street corridor where it's being sat. But then again, aligning it with some of the more modern, Camel's Garden is kind of modern looking. I think that there's a way to maybe fuse them.
And I think
And-
in the renderings, it's beautiful. Like, you know, I think in the renderings, it's beautiful and I like it. It's just when when we see the like actual sort of metal components, that's when it just gets a little too harsh. So
And I think there's a subtle difference between, you know, I like the current metal building. I think it fits. I actually like it.
I don't like it.
I like the rusted metal look. But
The original gondola station as being one of the inspirations
Yeah.
for the design. Just that was
That's how I know.
valid.
okay.
But the difference is when you take something that may have had an original vision of a mining building or something like that, and then box it out to kind of this Eastern European look square metal, I think that's where I get lost. I think, you know, not that it has to be all corrugated metal, but you know,
Or at all.
or at all, but more brick, metal, more, you
mean-
know, more of that older look than that modern metal does. Like looking at the angles of that modern metal gondola building don't do it for me. And I don't want to throw metal under the bus necessarily. Mian does.
not.
It's true. I mean, that's sort of why it was hard. I went back and forth last night, like looking at this for a while because I love the way it looks in the rendering. It just in like the practical images seemed a little harsh. And then, you know, I don't know if it is wood or if it's a wood composite or something that still gets that same, because I like the way, I mean, I don't think everybody in the public has seen what is envisioned in Mountain Village as well, but I like that this still felt really, really Telluride to me, but still there was continuity between what this is and what AECOM was designing. And so I thought it was kind of like it's like an almost perfect fit. Like we just need to like zhuzh a bit.
Yeah, and I just want to comment a little on that. First of all, I want to say thank you for taking all the feedback and implementing it. Like I see that and I really appreciate it. But I do think there's this fine balance of having some traditional elements to make it feel like it fits into the neighborhood context, but also not trying to like recreate something historical that's not historical.
Sure.
So I just like want to call that out as something that we actually discourage in our design guidelines. So I think that's where the balance is, right? Is like we discourage like imitating historic things that aren't actually historical buildings.
I don't want it to be Disneyland.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think that's where the balance is like finding ways to incorporate, to make it blend with some of the traditional buildings in the neighborhood, but still stand out as its own interesting thing that was built in 2026 or whenever we actually built this.
If it somehow can fit in, like, and you're doing a good job because you definitely have incorporated a lot of it, but make it just feel like an extension of the blocks of town. And from the first start to where we are now is great.
And I think
Great
you
progress
really
to me.
have.
Yeah,
I mean, this is
great.
I feel like I said this the last time too. Like I feel like this is like such an important project for me. And like, I think this is beautiful. And I think you guys hit the nail kind of right on the head from a, you know, community perspective right from the start. And it's just gotten better and better every single time. So thank you.
Any other questions from council before we open it up to public comment? Seeing none from council, is there anyone in the room for public comment on the future of the gondola station in town? Seeing no public comment in the room, I will close public comment in the room and then take public comment online. We will go in order that we see on the screen, and that first one would be Bridget Evans.
Yeah, hi. Sorry I can't be there today and appreciate all of your efforts. I just wanted to respond to the comments about loading and unloading for Hotel Columbia. So thank you for seeing the letter and mentioning it in this meeting. Our concerns will be that we can see the cars arrive from our front desk. So that would be either on San Juan or Aspen would work as well. And so I'll just follow up with Zoe and Lance and, to try to work that out as best we can. So I really appreciate your efforts to make sure that's smooth. The garage is really not an option. Number one, because we can't see people pulling in there. It's been an issue, an ongoing issue for us. And our insurance doesn't really cover people. And it's also a requirement for those to be a 24-hour valet parking situation. So in a sense, the spots are already taken, as it were. So anyway, I look forward to trying to work with the town to work out an acceptable solution. That's great. Thank you. I did think I could add a few comments about the 2-lane and the need for buses, car drop-offs, et cetera, because we've watched what the loading and unloading is used for over the last several years. I think you have to think about maintenance trucks for the gondola building. That area, that little carve out that we use, that's also used by Mountain Village to repair the gondola. And there will also be, with food service, there will be food delivery trucks that will need to park along there somewhere. I don't know if it's further down or whatever, but that lane will be, with this added program of that area, there will be an added need for that short-term delivery parking. So that's all I have. Thank you very much. And thanks for all your work.
Great. Thank you for those comments. The maintenance vehicles is a good addition for us, for sure, to keep in mind, because that's a different gig, right? That's not dropping off, 5 kegs of beer for 10 minutes. That might be a longer pull. And you have a response to that?
Yes.
Great.
So we did meet with the town of Mountain Village. There is a dedicated maintenance path that's 25 feet to meet their vehicle needs, as well as kind of on the southern, on the corner, on the interior side, access to gondola loading. And so we've talked with Jim about what their needs are, and that has been accommodated kind of on the interior of the site. But to the point of food and beverage loading and those sort of deliveries, those would happen shared within the transit lane.
Great. Looks like Madeline is next, Tiffany.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. I just wanted to comment that, excuse me, the Gondola Plaza is now open space. People gather there all the time, and I just don't see what the need is for another building between Camel's Garden and the new gondola building. It just seems it's going to close everything up. It's going to be harder for people to get to any of the open space there. I just don't think it's needed. And also, I noticed there's not going to be any space for Film Festival to put up a hospitality tent once something is built in that space. And my last comment is just about sidewalks in Telluride in general. I think they all need to be replaced, or a lot of them do. So thank you.
Thank you, Madeline. I would like the team to address the use. I can't speak to the size of the Telluride Film Festival tent right now versus what you have on your plans, but I know that the lawn area is definitely one, not going away as a gathering space organically, and even with the building, it could be enhanced for what it is versus, no disrespect to the current layout, but kind of the mess that it is now. So I think we'll actually, even with that building, we'll have more improvements to it. And then with organized events, I know that was in the plan. I'll let you guys address that real quick.
I can share screen again. I can pop up our flexible design for events, which is page 16 in the packet that you have. just showing how we recognize how important all of the different uses are within the plaza today, and wanted to make sure that we were only enhancing those opportunities, not taking anything away. And so you can see that we were given the tent sizes for the event, and those will still fit on the lawn area. In addition, for that area to still be able to accommodate snowcat turning movements and all the other things that are happening there today. So while it does look like there's a lot more going on by kind of claiming some of the space, we haven't lost any of those uses. We're simply trying to organize all the things that are very congested in front of the gondola and provide allocated zones or areas within the site for those things to happen. So we hope that people still come together. We hope there's still kids running around in the lawn. Every event we had dogs running like up to us. Like, this is very much a community space, and we hope that this celebrates that and only enhances it.
Great. And I think,
I would also add quickly too, that the architecture really, we envision that as in a porous way so that we can really pass through from San Juan to that activity side, and really don't want to set up any kind of inhibition of getting, back to that space. So we want to make that clear and easy to get through the buildings back to that activity space too.
And adding one more thing, by creating this kind of second level dining terrace, we're creating even more gathering space than what's there now, because we're able to kind of double layer it. And that allows for some of those circulation movements to happen while there's gathering happen at the second floor. And that kind of goes back to my point of like thinking about the space as a stage, and that this is really kind of the seats that look down into the activity happening within the space.
and even with the Adirondack chairs and stuff, I think it leads to that. The only question I have, which is a good point, is that if you were, a special event company and setting up that tent, would you be using kind of the gondola maintenance parking area? Is that what is envisioned there? Okay, I just want, if we're gonna.
This is gondola maintenance for all of their vehicles coming in.
Great.
And that anything would be vehicular rated.
Perfect, thank you. And then it looks like we have one more person with their hand raised, Tiffany?
Robert.
Great.
Hi, thank you for your time, and thank you to the council and the design team for all your great work on this. I have two quick questions, and I apologize if they've been covered. I noticed from two perspectives on the gondola loading entrance, there's a small flight of stairs up to the gondola, and so, but I wonder if there is a convenient way for people to access the gondola loading zone who can't use stairs for one reason or another. And my second question has to do with just the noise impacts. The current gondola, you can sort of hear the drone, almost it sounds like a factory, going up South Aspen, up Oak, down Depot. And so I was wondering if the noise impacts of the new gondola have been considered with this design, and if there's anything. I think there may have been an opening on the top for people to sort of. Well, anyway, I'd be interested to know if the noise impacts have been with the new gondola on the surrounding neighborhoods as well as the river have been considered in this design. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. We'll start with the steps. You guys want to address that? And then me and Stein over here. The next question.
Observant, I'm so impressed. Yes, there will absolutely be a ramp incorporated into that. We know ski boots and steps as one of the big things that we heard from kind of some of our previous iterations is an important thing to consider. There may be steps. With moving the gondola closer to the river, we're going to need to make sure that that gondola is set at an elevation that gets the proper clearances. One of the things we've talked with the town about is getting a more detailed survey as we move into the next stages of planning. And so that will really help us to understand what the elevation, we have kind of a range right now of where we can set it, but we need a little bit more refined site information in order to kind of set that and determine if or how many stairs would be needed. It wouldn't be more than a couple feet, and it'll kind of be a balancing act of making sure we get the clearance needed over the river, what sort of interventions can be done from kind of the infrastructure piece of the gondola to help lift those gondolas up to meet those clearances, as well as kind of what the proper grade of the building in relationship to the street will be. So I apologize for a little bit of a dodge. We need more information on that in order to get really clear on what that looks like. There may need to be a few steps, but not a lot. And it's, of course, any sort of ramp that is ADA accessible, meeting all of those requirements will be and can be incorporated into kind of that front entry space
Yep.
in a really nice and clean way too.
It also ties into the level loading concept of the new gondola, that you walk into the car as opposed to stepping up into it. So that may cause a slight rise in elevation to get the clearances over the river, or maybe not. And the survey will help us with that.
Great. And then the second part was noise.
It will absolutely be quieter. The new gondola systems, aerial ropeway systems, use a direct drive system now. And Ashley and I have stood literally right next to it and had a conversation without elevating our voices. It's night and day. So we won't be hearing the same noise or the rattling at deceleration coming into the gondola stations that you are currently used to.
It will be noticeably quieter. Really nice.
It is.
Great. Well, with that and no other hands raised online, correct, Tiffany? That we will wrap up this work session. Thank you guys so much for your time and for coming here today. We really appreciate that. And Lance, thank you as
Yep,
well. You've been
thanks.
sitting in that seat for a while, so thank you for that. And that brings us to agenda item 7C, work session, review of the sustainability budget and annual update from Echo Action Partners, and Hayden Brodowski, Darren Graber, and Emma Girona are all here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Steve.
So as everyone's getting set up, and you guys are welcome to come right on up. I think the best way to tackle this is I've asked Darren to quickly go over just a highlight of the Energy Mitigation Fund budget, what staff is proposing for 2026, and that understanding, moving into Eco Action Partners and their concise report for all of you, and then we can open up to collective questions as we move forward. So if that sounds good, I will toss it off to you, Darren, whenever you are ready.
All right. Can everyone hear me? All right. Well, thank you, Mayor and Town Council, for the chance to chat today. So as Zoe said, this will be somewhat brief, kind of high level, but a little more detailed than last time I talked with you about 2026 budgeting. So just as a frame of reference, when we're starting to chat here. So from the 2022 Climate Action Plan, gas emissions inventory that was conducted for that plan, the two columns at the far left there, adding up to 58% of the inventory are buildings energy use, as we've been talking about a lot lately. So just wanted to highlight that again. And my slides are cooperating. And then the adopted GHG, greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets, again, very aggressive in our climate action plan. I've highlighted them in the box to the bottom right there, but 70% reduction by 2030, and that's from the 2020 or the 2010 baseline, and then 95% reduction by 2040, which was intended to get us to effectively net zero by then. So again, aggressive targets that we're aiming at here. And then looking at from 2025 to 2026, the section of the overall town budget that the sustainability program line item comes from being the Energy Mitigation Fund budget. So just kind of orienting here on this slide, the top section there are revenues that come into the Energy Mitigation Fund from the TIMP fee program, solar power credits, and green building fees. And then the bottom section there being uses of those funds, including the sustainability program budget, green grants, and then transfers to the capital fund, which we can touch on maybe in more detail if it's of interest, but things like net zero features or renewable energy features on town properties, like the solar on Voodoo, for example, that would be used with those transfers. So As you can see in the top right there, projections for 2026 being flat from 2025 for temp fees and green building fees is just something to keep in mind. And then I'll point out on the slide, it's easier to read, the sustainability program budget top line. But this is a graph that's in the staff report, just kind of visually representing the energy mitigation fund from year to year, from 2020 to 2025. And you can see with the fund balance, it can vary pretty quickly if those funds are used for significant projects, like we were just mentioning, like a rooftop solar on a new development or something like that would take a big bite out of that pretty quickly. So then getting into the staff budget requests for 2026. So this is just comparing the top line of 2025 with 2026. So current year was $74,025 for the sustainability program. Under that, $65,335 was contracted professional services with EcoAction, Sneffels Energy Board, and then $8,690 remaining for climate action plan programs, memberships for things like ICLEI, like I've mentioned before, which are helpful for us, and then software and support. And then the 2026 budget request, almost a 30% increase, I think approximately $96,447. And the staff recommendation for the same contract, or for contracted professional services with EcoAction, Sneffels Energy Board being $31,000, and then remaining budget in that request being $65,447 for the same type of work as this year, but also adding in another category there being grant matching funds for some climate action plan related projects that we're hoping to launch in this coming year. So that's kind of the high level overview. And then since we're talking about, and with EcoAction here to present also, this is the last few years of the Town of Telluride funding to EcoAction partners. And this one reads from right to left, just to orient you if you're looking at the slide. And I'm very colorblind, so I won't just attempt to describe the different colors, but you can see the smaller segment there being formerly from CASE, which was then sort of combined into one budget allocation, not including CASE for 2025. And then the two columns on the left are the initial proposal from EcoAction and then the town staff recommendation for 2026. And since Green Grants is a big part of the Energy Mitigation Fund expenses and a program that's, I would say, pretty popular, we wanted to also highlight that because we're recommending or requesting to keep the funding level consistent from 2025 and 2026 for Green Grants. There had been a previous allocation for buying renewable energy credits at the Ridgeway Reservoir that weren't available for 2025. So we rolled that into Green Grants for this year. And that's, you know, fully subscribed, as we might say in the grant world. And effectively, you can see each year there's more funds requested than are available. So I would only add one note on 2025 that in 2024, we initiated, and this is through the help of EcoAction, a pre-application process. So the numbers in the far left column there reflect applications that already made it through that initial round. So sometimes folks apply with projects that aren't eligible, or sometimes folks apply, but EcoAction will steer them to other resources like the CARE program if their income qualifies them for that. So 12 full applications, 10 awarded projects, 9 of those being building retrofit projects, which we keep track of that number and the estimated greenhouse gas savings. Not every project is able to be estimated. For example, this year, someone got some funding to help buy a piece of equipment that will help them size air source heat pumps more accurately. So that'll be a very beneficial project, but it's not possible to estimate greenhouse gas emissions from all the different projects that piece of equipment might help with over the years. So, so yeah, that's just a quick view of the Green Grants budget. And this is actually my last slide for you. Try to keep it quick, but some key updates to the 2026 sustainability program according to the budget request we made. And I just wanted to hit on these. The first item there being an action item from the Climate Action Plan and the Buildings and Energy sector to pilot an incentive-based exchange program for landscaping equipment. We have contractors in town who are already using electric, but this is actually a great way to get those 2-cycle engines that those motors put out a lot of nitrogen oxides, and sulfur oxides are actually worse than vehicles. So a small amount of budget there to help get that movement started. And then also some funding to initiate a pilot program for composting downtown. This is something I've heard a lot of feedback from community members on. So coordinating with Public Works and seeing how we can try to roll that out in a sort of careful way and try to make it effective. And then also looking to explore a reusable takeout container initiative. I know at one point we mentioned here looking at some of the festivals and seeing if we could try out that kind of program there. And I think this is an item that regionally we'll be looking at as well. So some funds for that. And then also the third bullet point there, we have a meeting this week and we'll hopefully be encouraged to apply for the Energy Office's Impact Accelerator Grant, which the mid-level budget for that is a $2 million ask. And these funds would be our contribution minus in-kind staff hours by me contributing to that program if we were to get it. And then a bigger item that I think we're excited about to see if we have this potential is we were awarded a small amount of funds from the Energy Office for a pre-feasibility and scoping study for a thermal energy network in town. And so we've asked for funds to match that to try to get that study initiated. And then, as I mentioned previously, we had that sort of one-time rollover of funds to green grants, but we're requesting to keep that as the new baseline level because that program is very popular and effective. And typically we have pretty measurable emissions results from it as well. So that's my sort of high-level overview for you all.
Great. Thank you, Darren. So I think obviously that presentation really helps council understand the Energy Mitigation Fund more, the give and takes, and the exciting opportunities that we have with the dedicated staff member and really enhancing some of our incentive programs specific for the town. So thank you. And now I'd like you to pass it off to Eco Action Partners.
If I can share my screen.
Way to be concise, Darren.
Ours is concise too, don't worry.
Way to be.
A little over 10 minutes last time.
Yeah.
So
We'll keep this quick for you.
go quick. You're running behind.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the time today. We're gonna go through a really quick program update, some highlights from 2025. You have our full Q2 scope report in your packet, so not gonna get too detailed, and we'll spend some time talking about our 2026 funding request and then bring it back to the group for questions. But for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Emma Drona. I'm the Executive Director of Eco Action Partners.
Hey everyone, I'm Siobhan Montoya Lavender and I'm new with Eco Action as of January and my role is funded through a Colorado Energy Office grant.
And just a reminder, Eco Action Partners is our regional sustainability nonprofit that serves the town of Telluride. We provide data-centered solutions that empower our partners to drive climate action. And we do that through these intersecting programs that involve emissions tracking and data analysis, comprehensive community on-the-ground programming, regional collaborative efforts, and individual jurisdiction support that helps you all meet your goals. And all of our programs lead together to intersect to build collective resilience for our communities.
Okay, so I'm not going to go into all of our projects, different programs. We know those. We're just going to hit a few highlights. Just wanting to center us around the idea that we are kind of the data nerds in this community, and all of the programs we're going to be talking about are based on the greenhouse gas inventory and then how we can tackle those different pieces of the pie to bring down emissions. So as to Darren's point, you know, where we are at right now, I won't go into it because he kind of already has, but we want to talk about this because we don't want to be that red line. We don't want to be business as usual. And an interesting point is that the state's goals for state of Colorado are a 50% reduction by 2030. So the town has actually adopted more aggressive goals than the state. So lots of work to be done.
And on that, one of the primary ways that we are driving ourselves towards those goals is through the Sneffels Energy Board. This is our regional collaborative utility and community representatives and leaders that comes together to support collaborative action on climate.
Action's role is to facilitate implementation of climate action programming, and the meetings for the Sniffles Energy Board help identify funding resources, opportunities for collaboration, and to share collective learning so that with all of our limited resources, we can support each other in these actions. The Sniffles Energy Board helps to inform EcoAction's programming, and we take direction from the board on high priorities that then feed into what we are facilitating on the ground. The 2025 work plan decided by the SEB members included these 4 actions. We'll talk a bit more about some of these later, but really excited that Darren was able to apply for the Impact Accelerator grant to move building energy policy forward. Funding for that is going to be really supportive. One I wanted to touch on here was the EV charging infrastructure. This really points to the benefits of the Sniffles Energy Board, where we're really proud of a bunch of our individual communities implementing infrastructure, but without that connectivity piece, people will still have range anxiety and they won't be able to travel between our communities with those EVs. So being able to collaborate and communicate on how that infrastructure is being implemented is really huge. Moving into outreach, as I mentioned, it's a high priority for the Sniffles Energy Board, and we believe that building community buy-in and trust is going to be crucial in moving towards our climate action goals. Starting with students. So we work to build climate literacy through place-based education and really see students as agents of change who can bring what they're learning in schools and in our programming to their homes and their broader community. So far in 2025, we've reached 977 students, and successes in this program has led to the growth of our offerings to be from just 3rd to 5th grade to now K through 12. And that involves both in-classroom programming, along with partnerships with the AHA, with Telluride Academy, with the Wilkinson Public Library, with Pinhead. So it's been really cool to see that expanding and reaching more kids across our region. In our broader outreach efforts, we've already reached 3,000 people so far in 2025. So again, really cool to see that community buy-in to climate action efforts. And that has included 52 unique events held in the town of Telluride.
Okay, green grants, Darren already mentioned. So I'm going to kind of highlight the thing that I think is most excited about green grants this year, which is that Telluride has had such a successful, popular program that we've actually gone outside of Telluride to find funding to bring it to the entire Sniffles Energy Board region. So just a great example of Telluride leading the way there. And for us, it's really exciting because historically, folks who work in Telluride but live in Lawson or Sunnyside have called up the office and said, hey, I want to apply for a green grant. We've had to say, oh, you're just outside town boundaries. But now we're getting folks from Lawson applying and we're saying, great, you're going to do heat pumps, you're going to do windows, here's some funding for that. So just a real win for Telluride expanding great programming. So good. How are we going to install these heat pumps and these windows and everything? We run the workforce development program here, which has been terrific. This is specifically a partnership with San Miguel Power Association, Tri-State, and the Telluride Foundation. And I won't read it, but as you can see from this quote, we've already had graduates. The program basically, we're funding folks to get certified in like heat pump or lineman specific skill sets through this program. And it's just been really well received, and it's diversifying our economy and shoring up our ability to source locally for our folks who are going to do this new energy installation.
And the last thing I want to touch on our current programming is just the value of these regional programs here in the town of Telluride. All of the work that we presented on today is implemented across the region, which is really important here in Telluride because we're deeply connected to our surrounding environment. We share a watershed, air quality, fire risk, and our tourism economy across the region. So having these programs that recognize that emissions don't stop at our town boundaries is going to be really important in reaching our goals here in the town. It also allows us to leverage our resources and streamline our program efforts, creating an efficient use of our limited rural capacity, both on the staff and the funding level, creating those efficiencies and making sure that we can have the biggest impact as possible across our whole region. We've also seen that policymakers and grantors are much more responsive to broad measurable impacts and showing regional collaboration. So again, for our smaller communities, being able to show that we have a broader impact when we are such a small town has been really beneficial in bringing funds to our community. And lastly, our programs all help to support our strong local economy, safeguarding our environment, clean air, and snowpack that our economy are reliant on. So we're really focusing on those intersectional programs and how we can create a more sustainable community across the board.
Okay, looking forward, we know it is a tough budget season, And we are ready to be nimble and flexible, and we know that's part of the drill. We just want to emphasize that what with federal cuts and whatnot, we really are looking to local leadership in a lot of these ways. 70% emissions reductions is a big ask. And it's only 1,574 days away to meet that goal. And so, yeah, we want to be nimble, but we also want to be a leader of like an ecological town that really keeps drawing folks in for the wonderful natural environment we provide.
So with that, I'm going to get into some specifics in our budget. We were able to meet with staff to talk about this on Friday, so I'm sorry that some of these updates didn't make it into your packet, so bear with me as I go through some specifics. The only specific change on our full ask that was in your packet is to our green grants budget. So just a heads up that with now that 2026 proposed number for the grants themselves, we've had a decrease in what we are proposing by about $1,000 to reflect that budget. Administration for that program changes depending on how many grants we're giving out because we're working with applicants on their reporting and things like that. So there's a decrease there from our original ask to reflect that number that Darren presented to you, which brings our total ask down to $66,210, which is a 1.3% increase from our 2025 contract. A couple other changes within there that I wanted to highlight are a slight increase in Sneffels Energy Board and regional efforts. This year, we went through a process with the Sneffels Energy Board that created a formula for more transparent and equitable splits of those regional programming costs across the region. And that direction by the board led to that slight increase. We also have a slight decrease in greenhouse gas inventory, climate action plan, and Telluride staff support, just making sure that we're not overlapping with the staff position that is now in place and making sure that we're adjusting our position to be flexible there. With that, I know that the town staff is presenting a much more constrained budget. So again, we worked on this after we were able to meet with them and talk this through on Friday. So we have presenting, not in your packet, but a couple different options with our budget for next year and what that could look like. So with the constrained budget, which is right above that 31,000 number that Darren presented, a middle budget in our full eco action request, that regional programming number is consistent across the board. Again, that's being directed by this new formula that was led by the Sneffels Energy Board. Green grants, as everyone has mentioned, is a really high priority for us. It helps us get into people's homes and actually make an impact both on energy bills and on our emissions. So we've also kept that in here across the board for all three budgets. In the constrained budget, there won't be space for other additional Telluride specific climate action implementation support. In that middle budget, we are able to add $12,000 worth of support, which would include education efforts on the public facing program that Darren mentioned as a high priority support for plastic film recycling, administration support for the landscaping incentive program, community engagement support planning an EV ride and drive event, and help with the process to update the Telluride Climate Action Plan for 2027, which is again a priority for next year. The full request includes additional programming. You have that again in your packet, so I won't get into details there, but a couple highlights are additional support with implementation of EV readiness, so support with grant applications there, funding for translation and interpretation services for all of this programming, making sure that these efforts are equitably accessible across our communities. Student programming, there's no funding for those in the constrained or middle budget. We've talked with staff and have been directed to apply for those from CASE if we are to move forward with one of those options. As Darren mentioned, we used to have a separate CASE application and our contract, and last year bundled those together to be more streamlined on the administration side of things, but are definitely open to kind of splitting those back out into two if it makes sense for some of this. And then the last item is the contract management and reporting, again, consistent across those lower two budgets and a little higher on our full request to account for the higher budget and working closely with town staff. So thanks for bearing with me walking through the spreadsheet. And that's all I have. I just want to say thank you for your time today and for your partnership over the last 18 years.
Thank
And
you.
I can leave that up.
Yep. I mean, I think unfortunately, staff, we weren't be able to present to council the give and takes of these requests, only the requests that you gave to us. So helpful, perhaps for council, but not for the understanding of really what it means for the budget and what staff is presenting. So I'll leave it up to them. And I will just add the additional narrative for the case. I think the intention was less about administrative, but more understanding the full capacity that the town is funding Eco Action Partners and making that into one bucket instead of two buckets for unclarity and inconsistency. But you have the information in front of you. What we'd like out of this work session, budget gets adopted through the formal budget process. So we will be going over these funds with you, I believe, at the October meeting, and then a full budget adoption at the end of October. But with that, we would like direction to see if council agrees with staff's recommendations, and if you'd like to see anything else moving forward or have any additional questions for Eco Action Partners on their update and report.
Great. Thank you both for the presentations. It's super helpful for us. And Zoe, thanks for reeling us in on the purpose of what we will discuss today. I guess the first thing is simply put is, does council have any questions for any of the presenters?
I do, but I can wait till the end if nobody else has questions, because I do have a lot of questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think the first question, which is something that I feel like has come up consistently in my time on council, has been a desire for the town to take over and run green grants. And so it feels like we consistently miss the ability to do that every single year. And so I'm just curious if why Eco Action Partners is still going to be administering the green grants as opposed to our staff.
Yeah.
I mean, and I know that I saw that there was going to be an advisory committee that was going to choose who got the grants, and maybe that's the hybrid. But
So, yeah, I'll give you a little bit of history, but I'd love to toss it off to Darren. So when we first got green grants, or when town's been doing green grants, it very much was Eco Action Partners running it. Then we had brought in representatives from Ecology Commission to serve on that committee, which was helpful. We also purchased software through the town to help with that administration piece. Some of the things that are very valuable with Eco Action Partners is their calculation of greenhouse gas emissions. And it does take a lot of administrative burden to do those pre-application meetings and things like that. So we certainly could look at bringing it in-house, but just looking at staff capacity and really that balance of broadening the bench and where we find value in Eco Action Partners, that one remained the same. How the expansion of green grants is tying into the town's green grant program, I don't know. I don't know why that's even called green grants, or is it called something else, or is it called the extension of Telluride green grants? Do we get money? So I don't know about that piece.
So, and I had a conversation with, I believe, Ann Brown. Gosh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that town of Telluride, because it's a county, there's a county component to, there's a county green grant, San Miguel County.
Okay.
Town of Telluride residents are also allowed to apply for those as well. So there is that. I think there are some questions, I guess, as far as administration and duplicative efforts. And I wanted to just check on the software that's being utilized and who's paying for that and if that's being split equitably.
Yeah, I can touch on that. So the regional expansion of that program is being funded by San Miguel County, along with Telluride Foundation funds that we have identified.
Telluride money is going outside of
Yeah,
Telluride.
and we track our administration of that program per Telluride, San Miguel County, and other regional efforts. So it is being billed that way as well. This is actually reducing the cost of the town because now the software is being split across those three funding partners. So they are helping to cover 2/3 of the cost of the granting software, which is helping reduce the town's cost for that one. But administration for the programs is being treated separately. And yeah, it is regional green grants, but there are separate pots of funds, and the Telluride funds are specific to the town of Telluride, compared to the county funds.
And so the administration is also separate. So for example, if somebody, a gentleman, an elderly gentleman came into the office and actually sat down with us and spent over an hour writing the application with him because he had some computer problems. And so that's just an example of high touch time that could be done, elsewhere, but doesn't, putting that out there. And so that that administrative time gets billed to the town of Telluride's funding, would not get billed to San Miguel County's, for example.
I guess that's the tricky part because we are part of San Miguel County. So how do you make that differentiation between a Telluride resident versus a San Miguel County resident? And why does that get billed to one and not the
Yeah,
other? Sorry, I'm asking the question on that.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah. So for San Miguel County, for example, the way we've decided to do it so far is we're billing funds on admin as we have funds accessible, but as the grants come in and we actually see what certain folks are asking for in terms of the amount of projects, because some projects are more expensive than others, there is a scenario which plays out, which again, this is an example and not necessarily what will happen, where we get a majority of Telluride applicants, which we're seeing already just because there's so much knowledge already and like awareness, community awareness of the program. So already the majority of applicants have been from Town of Telluride. So that then if were we to go over Town of Telluride budget, we could start dipping into San Miguel budget for Town of Telluride residents.
But it's not like proportionate. And
It's not like a percentage, like, it
Yeah,
sounds like you
like-
use
like-
our money first and then you go to the county money after our money's been
So
used.
any applicants outside of the town of Telluride will go through the county money. That's all through the county. Telluride applicants will be funded by the Telluride funding. If we get more applicants in the town of Telluride than Telluride has funding for in this budget, then they might be eligible for the county pot of funds.
I think the challenge for us as the town of Telluride, and this is an overarching challenge, I think that I think our residents have, is there does seem to be a slight disproportionate bearing of the weight of a lot of regional projects. And so the town of Telluride is equally paying in, maybe more so, to the San Miguel County Fund, I would assume, because we disproportionately pay into San Miguel County taxes. So I have some consternation, and I would love to maybe see a little bit more structure around how San Miguel County funds are being allocated to be. And that's something if we need it to be fair to the town of Telluride. And so if that's a conversation we need to have with the county, we certainly can. And I'm happy to do so. But I think that that's going to be a little bit of a pain point after, now that you're rolling this project out. We just want to make sure that as with everything, the town of Telluride isn't bearing the lion's share for the region as a whole.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think that those conversations would be really valuable. Again, I just want to clarify, EcoAction's role for this is just to administer the program. We don't make the decision on who gets the grants. As Zoe mentioned, it's a group from the Ecology Commission, and Telluride staff is making that decision for Telluride. Same format for the county. They have a decision tree. But because those are county funds, they're deciding where those boundaries can be drawn. And I think a conversation between county and town staff could be valuable in that.
I can do that.
regard.
Yeah, okay, we'll follow up with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to go to another question now. As far as the Snuffles Energy Board, you specifically talked to the centralized data tracking and program that it allows to show measurable impacts. Can we get more data on that? Can you send us all of the reports that you're creating through the Snuffles Energy Board, just so that we know that the funds that we're allocating to that reporting modality are being used effectively? So whatever those reports are that you're looking at would be great, just so that we know that we're doing that well. Same thing with ICLEI and ClearPath. I was looking at your budget, and I was looking at your reporting, and it's just some of it's unclear. And just like you guys are facing budget constraints, we are too, and we really need to make sure that we're getting everything that we need for what we're spending. And so I just wanted to see what the price tag was for those two components. And then same thing, you've got a line here that says that you use the same methodology and reporting structures across towns to ensure that the data is directly comparable and avoids duplicative work. Can we see that data as well? Because I think in talking with other electeds, there is some confusion and misunderstandings most likely, but I think us being able to clearly see the data will help us all be able to work together more effectively.
Just a quick comment on that. For the greenhouse gas data, which I think is part of what you're talking about, we have it in our contract to report on that in depth and give a presentation to council once every 3 years. Last year was our last presentation on that. To do a more in-depth report. We do have the full report on our website, and I can definitely share that out with all of council to share that data with everyone. And we also have an annual report at EcoAction Partners with all of the programs that are impacted or directed by the Snuffles Energy Board. That is also available.
Perfect. Okay, and then as far as the climate action plan itself, obviously a really hot topic right now is wildfire mitigation. The state has obviously just passed the new code that needs to be adhered to starting in January. you've got sort of the benefit to like public health and safety improvements. Like I really do want to see, and this is maybe more to you, Darren, like I really do want to see us putting a lot more effort into hardening of the community in terms of wildfire mitigation. And I think candidly, I would probably prefer funds to be moved in that direction, you know, so that we can shore up and make sure that we do have a community that can continue to support these organizations. If we can avoid, you know, the wildfires that are kind of seeming to surround us all the time now.
And I'll work with Darren as that's cross-departmental with open space and building for
Totally.
the code in April of
It's a
2026.
gigantic
Yeah.
can of worms. I
Yep.
just wanted this feels like the appropriate time to talk about it.
And just so you know, I'm also sitting on the CWPP with the county as just to talk about how we can work on mitigation measures and community outreach. And some of that is like making sure it aligns with our climate action plan. Some of it is like making sure things are translated and offering the data that we have to the CWPP staff. Again, that's the wildfire planning with the county.
The town staff is also on that.
Yeah, and I think to that, and you've heard me say this, I mean, if there's one thing that I've heard about more this summer, the only thing I've heard about as much as diagonal parking is concerns about wildfire and evacuation procedures, whatever like standard operating procedures are going to be, all of that.
Yep.
And none of that is being communicated to the public. And I understand that there's a lot of contingencies that are built into going forward. And I feel like
That's what the county is working on right now.
yeah, absolutely. And I
Take
just,
the survey.
it's
There's a survey out right now on the county website.
so I just think we need to start maybe communicating all of that a little bit sooner than we have. And then my last question really is more to staff. So really to the two of you, but I just wanted to get a sense for the council and for our constituents. How many staff hours do go into your work with Eco Action Partners? So Darren, yours obviously, Hayden, everybody else that has to implement anything or any additional meetings, like what does that look like from a staff level?
Yeah, I'm afraid I couldn't give an accurate, number of hours. I haven't really tracked that separately. I will say there are different sets of meetings through Energy Board. There's Renewable Energy Beneficial Electrification League and the EV Regional EV Task Force, and those are those are quarterly typically or bi-monthly. I will say one of the items that we recommended reducing funding in the recommendation we made for the Eco Action contract is that a lot of the meetings where in the proposal we would be represented by them. We feel that that's my role to be present at those anyway, whether it's a regional or state entity or something like that. I apologize, but I probably couldn't give an accurate number of hours off the top of my head that would be interacting with Eco Action. I mean, in the example of green grants, I would like to work on, and Kendra and I have talked about an idea, Kendra from Eco Action. One way we can make the process more efficient, because the front end help is really beneficial for me, honestly. And then when it comes to reimbursement, there has been a lot of back and forth where the admin help is helpful, but then it's also things that only someone internally can do when it comes to actually invoicing and working with finance and things like that. So I think there is refinement that could be had there as well. So.
And I'll continue on as well. When you go through the red line that we had picked out, there's a lot of hours in there. If you look at their Q2 reporting versus what we redlined in our proposed budget, we felt that a lot of the red lines were wasted hours we hired Darren to do full time for us. And so you can basically associate anything we redlined in the budget was things that we felt we were using double time on. And so while it's hard to quantify an exact number, there's a lot of overlap that we identified through the red line that shows where we had staff hours that were competing and conflicting with Eco Action, not in a bad way, just doing double work. And so in the presentation, there was a chart that showed when Darren started, and that's kind of really also drove this narrative as well, is when Darren started, we're able to kind of start moving hours internal instead of external.
Awesome. And I think there's like that, and that's really great. And I think there's also, just in reading the scope as well, there were a lot of meetings, and there are a lot of times,
you can say like, this could have been an email. And I think we're all really busy and we're doing a lot with less resources than any of us would like to have. So I just want to make sure that we're protecting staff time and staff hours. And obviously for you all as well, I'm sure you feel the same way, that there's not enough hours in the day. And so just making sure that we are being effective.
And I'll step in a little bit for that as well, just to give a little bit more history. So Eco Action Partners, and the first time we had this kind of cost for service type of contract was 2023,
2019.
2019. And then we kind of kept honing it in exactly on like having key performance indicators and really assessing the hours. I think we're still working through the efficiencies or effectiveness of that, because a lot of times they'll be like, okay, we used hours on this. And sometimes staff is like, oh, well, maybe we didn't need to use hours on that because we were there, having these retroactive conversations instead of proactive conversations. I know one suggestion from staff to help with that in the future was to ask for Eco Action Partners to kind of provide their expected invoices first for us to approve before work is done, so that we do enhance this, try not to have duplicative nature. So I think there's still more that can be done from how we're working together. Or, way back in the day, town gave you money and you could do whatever you want with it. But we are trying to evolve away from that because we have all these other pieces. So I think that's a highlight to what you're speaking to me in that use of staff time, and kind of, because then it also takes staff time to work through those duplications and understanding of how those hours were spent and why, and should we or shouldn't we, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I think that's kind of it. That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have a question because I think I might have confused myself. I'm confused by this budget breakdown because it doesn't reflect any of the budget breakdowns that are in here. So I'm
right. This was not provided to staff, and nor was it in the packet, or did we have a chance to analyze it for council?
Okay, because it's like the Snuffles Energy Board went from on this new one that's presented, it's a $24,000 line item, but on everything else, it's like a $5,000 line item.
Yes, I can give a quick explanation of that. So the 24,000 line item is our regional programming request that is directed by the Snuffles Energy Board. So within that includes the Snuffles Energy Board meetings, which is that like 5,000 line item, along with regional climate action plan implementation and the regional greenhouse gas inventory. So that's just trying to keep this within one page. The total for the regional programming request, which is again being directed by the Snuffles Energy Board formula that was created. So that is the same as our total request from before. It's just in that larger proposal broken out into all the different subtasks where that funding is being spent. Does that make sense? And yeah.
No, it does not, because all of it all matches the numbers. So or the letters A, B, C, they match, but then all of the amounts have been rearranged. That's why I'm confused, is like, you've got Snuffles Energy Board regional programming, Snuffles Energy Board, you've got greenhouse, you've got green grants, you've got Town of Telluride specific climate action. I'm assuming that's climate action plan. I'm just confused why we're seeing this right now. If it's not how any of this was presented to the staff, and then how all of it's being presented, you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to you guys are offering this as an option with the middle budget versus your full EAP request.
So the full EAP request is essentially what is in the packet minus that $1,000 that the green grants came down because we found out about the lowered granting amount, and we wanted our request to reflect that. Again, we were only able to meet with staff this past Friday, so it wasn't able to be updated in the packet, but that far right column should match up with the full proposal, other than the green grants number that is in the packet.
Oh, so did staff ask for the middle budget to be presented to us?
This was our response to the constrained budget that we talked about with staff on Friday of the 31,000, and something that we wanted to bring to council as a middle ground opportunity from our standpoint after the meeting on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, so we met on Friday. We went through itemized reductions, and I thought it was clear we talked that we were going to review this internally and not talk about this at this point, because staff has not had the chance to go through and see the give and takes of this money, because you'll notice 90% of the budget now is going towards regional efforts.
Right.
And so for us, we wanted to be able to quantify what we'd be losing if we went this route. And staff just hasn't time to do that since it happened on Friday. So presented was a request that staff felt was the appropriate amount. We have not had the chance to go through this and consider what this would mean for the town to contribute almost exclusively to the regional efforts. And so the thought was we would convene, have a conversation about what that looks like, and then get back with them before the budget's finalized in October. But it was not intended to be part of the discussion today because that's not what staff recommended in our staff report.
And I guess
Right.
I just add, sorry, I would like a clarifying question. But are you saying that these numbers are what was presented to staff? You're just bucketing them differently?
I can answer that. The 24,520 is the regional number in their request to us.
Uh-huh.
Everything that's being reduced is the community specific items. So 24,520 is their original regional request, but then the community specific looks like it drops from 43,440 to looks like 6,000 some change and 1,000 some change.
So the proposal is that that the town of Telluride is paying more for
Regional.
regional than the things that we're gonna do in the town of Telluride?
And I do want to clarify that the regional bucket is programs that we operate across the region, but they are implemented in the town of Telluride, and we track all of our programs in that way.
Okay.
So when I say regional programming, it's not you paying for programs outside of the town of Telluride. It is our bucket of programs that gets implemented across our entire service territory for the town of Telluride specifically.
So it's split
It's split-
equally,
It's split equitably. across the
equitably,
region.
excuse me.
So yeah, just to
And-
triple sure this
yeah.
is not funding going out of Telluride. This is funding to do the regional programming inside of that.
And I'm sorry, I'm like taking over this from council, but how do you know that it's like, have you been tracking who comes from Telluride? And so you're basing those numbers off of those participation numbers?
Yeah, so we track our time spent on our actual programs per community. So we can understand when our time is being spent on, for example, community engagement events in the town of Telluride versus in the town of Ridgeway.
Oh, so it's
that's
just
specific
physicality, not necessarily who's attending.
For
Okay.
community engagement events, yes, each of our
Gotcha.
programs has its own tracking. And again, you can see our Q2 report with kind of how those are broken down and the different KPIs that
So
have
any
been identified.
Bro,
there.
okay.
That
Any-
request is being set again by this process that we went through with the Sneffels Energy Board to identify this formula to like equitably split that across the region.
Okay.
And there's a memo in your packet about how that process went down and kind of those calculations are included there.
Do we have the same, so I think one of the things that we do see quite a bit is a lot of regional meetings are held in the town of Telluride. And that makes sense, right? People can go out for dinner and whatever, and it's easier for people to drive in from down valley and, my understanding then would be that for the same program, there's a presentation here in the town of Telluride. There's the same presentation in Mountain Village. There's the same presentation in the county, always, correct?
No, not necessarily. And the reason that hasn't been the case is because our funding has come more heavily from the town of Telluride in previous years. And so we have focused our efforts more heavily in the town of Telluride in previous years. We have a much more limited contract with some other governments, and we shift how we spend our time depending on where our funding comes from for those types of programs.
So what would be, I think, really helpful for us is trying to figure out that while we understand why the meetings are here in Telluride, there's more facilities and more people coming and going, but the actual,
Getting more money.
the
Yeah,
actual
yeah.
people that are
You go to the regional.
engaging. Because, what it's hard for us to justify with our constituents is how we're spending our money and for whom. And if we're spending our money so people from outside our borders benefit, and humor me a little bit, because I get we're all in this fight together, right? Like we get it, but
Recognizing that over the last year, the Sneffels Energy Board has gone through this conversation to shift this process of delegating the regional requests, not knowing that there's so much overlap in our communities and who's attending events and where they're being hosted. And so the values that are being broken out are actually based on our population, property, greenhouse gas emissions, and government budget. And those are weighted and were voted on by a community representative from each of the participating communities at the Sneffels Energy Board, which is where we got to those different percentages on the right here. So those requests that are being split out to the communities are being based on the values of our emissions, of our government budgets, our property valuation, not just like how many events are being held.
So-
elsewhere. So again, it's a shift in how we are formulating those regional requests this year, because we wanted this process to be more equitable and more transparent.
So because we have a larger budget, we pay more for the region.
A larger budget, its size of population, property valuation, and greenhouse gas emission portions across the region. So that our programs can impact where, they have the biggest impact.
Would you like to see the other slide of compare
And
the
then, I
communities
have-
breakdown?
again, you have this in your packet, big spreadsheet for a small screen, but this is where those numbers, Ashley, to what you were saying, are broken out into SEB facilitation, greenhouse gas inventory, ICLEI dues, and regional climate action plan implementation. That lighter green color up there is all of the regional requests that add up to that 24,000 number. So again, where that regional request gets broken out within that original proposal, but it all adds up to that 24,000 number. And then these darker green numbers are what we're providing as community specific services for each of these communities. And I have to mention that we're in this process of submitting and walking through the budget process with each of the governments. So none of these are finalized yet, but are all going through these types of conversations as well.
So this isn't finalized.
None of
This is
it.
just
These have all been-
conceptual.
Most of these have been submitted. It's all depends on the different budgeting timelines for the governments when these are able to go through, but these are the requests that are being submitted.
And again, this structure came from the Snuffles Energy Board because there was concerns about like equity versus equal distribution. And obviously some communities were like, which should just be based on population, and other communities were like, it should be based on how many emissions you emit. And so this was kind of the way of trying to figure out that middle ground.
Right, we all want
Can
to
you
work
help
for ourselves.
explain just, I think Mountain Village, we get compared to Mountain Village often. So for the climate action plan, why is there 5,000 and ours is 23,000, given the calculation pieces that you're discussing?
That 5,000 is the community specific climate action implementation.
And ours is, we're
There it
spending
is.
23.
So here.
And that's what you guys have asked.
So again.
because of the
regional
duplicative
budget-
efforts.
I
Okay.
should have picked two colors that were further apart from each other.
Okay.
That regional breakdown is this lighter green for climate action plan implementation. So it's the 14 here for Telluride and the 10 for Mountain Village. And then these are specific projects that are being requested or specifically to that community that aren't necessarily regional programs.
And that's where our
So
requests are
that's-
shifting
yes.
right now
So yeah.
for what we're talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
I realize this is a little tricky because we met with staff a little bit later, so I understand the confusion here
And if
hope we
this
can
conversation
clarify.
needs to go back to staff and be continued, we definitely are.
Think
yeah.
I'll ask council if they have enough to give staff direction on what we've asked for direction, or if you would like us to pause and come back to you after we've had time to analyze, but I think I've understood this a little enough at this point.
I mean, I feel like I understand it. I mean, from my perspective, we've got some budget constraints, and so I think that the constrained budget, whatever staff has recommended, I think is, for me, top line, what we can do. And I'll be totally honest, like there were some programs that you recommended that I was like, I wanted to like understand a little bit more about like this larger compost central location situation, because that to me, I feel like we can do that through waste management. Like we've got other purveyors that like can do that for non-commercial for like residential. And so I don't know why we would.
So
do
this is
that.
in partnership with Bruin Waste because they have that opportunity now.
So it is,
so that
that's
we,
still part of that.
Yep.
Okay. And then, I don't know, the to-go container situation. I'm sorry, we've talked about this for like 10 years.
Yeah.
We cannot get anyone on board with it. I just don't think we should be spending the money on that because we do have so many other things right now, but it's not so much money that I can't be persuaded, but I do feel like it's maybe isn't the best.
Can
idea.
I ask clarifying, is this something that you've worked with the Ecology Commission on as well, some of these additional incentives, or how do they play into this at all?
The reusable takeout container concept really has come forward in conversations with my counterpart in Mountain Village. They're looking at this, and there are more options in terms of like private sector entities doing these kinds of operations. So I don't remember the exact wording of the goal and objective, but I think to explore if this could be feasible for us. And I think and I'm happy to take direction. I think in conversations with Mountain Village, with Lauren Kern up there that we feel like if it can work, it would have to be pretty much a simultaneous pilot, because I know when I first moved to Mountain Village, I thought I lived in Telluride. You know, like if I would have gotten to go food from Fat Alley and taken it back up to Billy's, I wouldn't have known like, oh, I can't take this back, right? So I feel like it's one of those things. Yeah, essentially that line item that I specified, composting and looking, exploring the reusable takeout container concept. The most of that cost that I had specified there was really for the infrastructure and service if we were to try to implement a small number of compost drop-off receptacles in downtown area, right? So I've had a lot of community members ask me why, you know, we have landfill, we have recycling, why isn't there also a compost? Like I see all these people from the butcher taking their really nice, you know, biodegradable, or sorry, we don't use that, compostable packaging, and they don't have somewhere on Main Street to put that. So that when I'm talking about composting in that line item, it was more like if we can explore through Public Works and Streets, and Kyle and I have had some initial discussions on what would it cost to get containers, what would it cost to service those downtown trash and recycling receptacles get collected by our streets crew, and then there's a collection point at Public Works that Bruin then services. So the idea for that would be, can we do enough community outreach and education to make a couple, 3, maybe 4 of those work without it being fully contaminated? So that was the main cost there.
Like another garbage pail next to the other.
Yeah.
I mean, that feels like there's already a private sector partner in that through Bruin.
Yeah.
And figuring that out seems a little easier. The container thing feels like until there is a business that wants to operate this, it seems a little difficult to figure out how the municipalities are specifically going to do that, because it doesn't feel like a job that the municipalities want to take on.
Right.
That it would have to be something that's like, this would be, we would partner with a service provider, which doesn't exist yet.
Yeah, and so again, sorry, I wasn't clear on that at the beginning. The budgeted dollar amount there was really would be new service and the infrastructure. If we were to do the compost pilot, the exploring the reusable container takeout program would be my staff time. And I've got like,
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, sorry. And I did want to revisit the wildfire concern. I really appreciate the direction. I did want to add just one piece of information. The water wastewater division manager and I have been talking about this in terms of her sort of realm of our infrastructure. So we do want to make a lot of progress on that. We've reached out. There are some state assistance programs that can get us started. We have a source water protection plan, but we'd like to update that, but also with a view to wildfire risk, and also even flooding, landslide, mudslide, kind of rock slide risk to our water treatment system. So that's just one segment of the overall community hardening that you mentioned to wildfire, but we have at least gotten that conversation started with a couple of state entities to hopefully get us down the road a little bit on that. But yeah,
I mean, in the short term, that's the most impactful, intimidating, thing we need to focus on. I mean, yeah, they're all connected, and I think we understand that, but seeing some of the fires and what they've done in our region this year makes it a little more closer to home. I mean, and we got to, start figuring out ways of how we're going to, versus prevention. Now it's going to be the mitigation that has to take the front seat.
I think as an addition to the staff direction that's been asked, as it involved water, wastewater, building and planning, open space, Darren, I think council can provide direction to maybe have us provide a work session to update and have an understanding of council of what all of these different departments are doing in that realm. And then we can kind of discuss what additional direction council would like to see out of that. Since that has been a topic of the conversation.
And
I don't have, it's hard for me to give direction because there's some changes and what you were prepared for versus what also was just thrown at you makes it even tougher.
And I would just add on the wildfire risk planning, the DOLA grant funds that we received to help with a comprehensive plan actually require that kind of resilience planning. So that is something, I don't mean Kristen's not here anymore. I wouldn't want to put her on the spot, but that is something that I think is required to be part of that planning process. So I guess want to make sure we get funds in place, grant or otherwise, to like implement that, what those findings are as soon as possible, right? So-
That was my understanding of this new code, is that there's gonna be a lot of state requirements. And so I do think we probably do need to look at that and probably allocate funds to that, because we're gonna be required to do it immediately. They're not giving us a lot of time to prepare.
Yeah.
Ellen, we haven't heard.
I know, sorry, I'm kind of energetically crashing, you know, I'm
Been a long day.
No problem. Do you have enough direction at this point?
I think is the direction to maintain staff's recommendation at this point? Do you want us to reopen those discussions and find a different middle? How would you like us to continue on with this budget preparation to bring back to council, given the information that you have today?
Staff's recommendation is my top line, but I do also want you to look at whatever we need to do for fire mitigation and make sure that there's not going to be this like crazy something that we have to do that's going to take up that entire budget anyway.
Okay, so that's the give and take you want us to consider.
I can get on board with that too. I mean, I think that's a good way to go.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I feel like I am like, yeah, I feel like I need to revisit these numbers again, because I feel like I've confused myself in my own brain. Just to understand the asks and like what certain line items are providing, like, so that I can understand to make a determination. It does feel like, you know, looking at some of our numbers, like that maybe, you know, we're, you know, giving in a disproportionate way, but also like maybe we are getting a lot more. So I just want to, I feel like my brain is scrambled. I feel like I'm with Elna's. It's like, I don't know I don't think I'm processing things totally well. And I think I need to.
I think that's the reality of kind of how this is unveiled. It's not just like, here's a scope of work, what works for
Yeah.
you. It's like, here's a scope of work that doesn't work. Let's redo the scope of work to maybe something that could work. I think staff has provided their expertise and understanding of what scope they would like to see out of Eco Action Partners, and that's what they've presented. If you are comfortable with that, I think we have an understanding direction, and that's what we've presented. If you would like us to go beyond that scope and lean more toward providing Eco Action Partners that support beyond what we have already discussed as what we think would be broadening the bench for staff, that's when we reopen the conversation and can bring that back to you. Does that make sense?
I think that's fair. I mean, I mean, I like leaning on our staff that this is their primary focus.
I mean, you're the expert.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I'd like to lean on you guys.
Okay, so staff direction is to is to keep our recommendation and work with Eco Action Partners within that recommendation, focusing on broadening the bench for the town of Telluride and staff. And then from a staff perspective, look at how we are leveraging this budget against wildfire preparedness, and if there's any adjustments we need to make to that.
Yes, that is correct. That is,
No, sure, Ashley.
yes, yes, that is correct. And we agree.
Okay.
Thank you all for your time today, and thank you for bearing with us on the delays with our meeting, unfortunately, and how late I'm running this thing.
Oh, yeah, we're not done yet. No.
Luck with the rest.
Thank you. That brings us to number 8, action items. There are no action items today. It brings us to agenda item number 9, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority, and there are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. And that is going to bring us to our last agenda item of the day, which is administrative reports, and we'll hand it off to Zoe.
Okay, here I go. I do want to start quickly before I dive into the manager's report that we, in discussions with San Miguel County and other community partners, would like to engage council to get your confirmation of us rescinding our stage 1 fire restrictions. The ordinance allows the town manager to make that call with consultation with town council. So I'm going to use this opportunity to get your direction to have the town of Telluride no longer under stage 1 fire restrictions. And again, this is because we are in the high alpine zones with the precipitation levels and kind of where the weather is forecasted. They have given me the feedback that they feel comfortable that the town can do that, and the town also feels comfortable at this point.
Go for it.
Everyone good?
Yep, I'm good with
Okay.
it.
And I will provide that action. All right, for the good stuff. Another thing that was not in your report, but I just found out today that the Coffee Cowboy received their CO today.
Excellent.
So their official grand opening is going to be September 23rd. So we will have a new commercial space in the Voodoo Building. So that's exciting for the manager's office. From sustainability, Black Bear Awareness Week is September 7th through the 13th. This is to remind black bear safety in the town of Telluride. And please, there are going to be lots of great information out there, but always remember to latch your bins, lock all of your waste containers, lock your windows, doors. They are surprisingly tricky. They have gotten into my car, which I no longer have at this point because of the bear. And to
Bins. The bins are also kind of tricky to get into.
yeah, I laugh. There's a good nexus between a Telluride tourist and a bear in accessing the bin. So you got to make them easy enough for some, but hard enough for a bear.
It's fact.
All right, moving on, but look out for all the fun stuff from Black Bear Awareness Week. Housing development, I think we've covered that pretty well today with our update of Chair 7 and Lot L. Nothing new in our other projects as some continue to be under construction, including Candylands Tower House and Shandoka Building F.
I'm just curious because I live next to Canyonlands and Tower House. Seems like construction is slowed there quite a bit.
Mhm.
Is this projection completion date spring 2026 still good, or is that
Let me
approximate?
text staff.
Very approximate.
That continues to be the approximate as all construction goes. They did have a delay that they are making up due to some utility issues. And now they are back to work. But that has been updated to staff for this report. So that
It's
was
seeming
updated.
very quiet, and I live next door to it, so I've just been a little shocked.
I'll talk with staff on that to make sure it's updated. Can't text and present, but I'll get back
No,
to
that's
you on
fine.
that. Regular from the clerk's department, from the regular municipal election, we have 5 candidates running. We have that are listed here, including Dan Enright, me and Fee. We have Marissa. Oh, I shouldn't have
Marshalka.
started. Thank you, Marshalka, Kristen Permakoff, and Mindy Smith. There are 4 vacancies. There's no candidates for the town meeting moderator, and the ballot language will be certified to the county clerk and recorder on Friday, September 5th. So this has happened. From Historic Preservation Planning and Building, our staff, building official and building inspector participated in the code readiness for Colorado mountain towns. And this was to talk about the state mandated wildfire resilience code and the LECC. So they are maintaining their training and keeping up to date with those things. Also for the comprehensive plan, staff has been working closely with Logan Simpson on that phase 1 of the comprehensive plan process. We still have the community input survey out. So far, we have 285 responses as of whenever this packet went out, Thursday of last week. The survey is available on the comprehensive plan landing page, which is bit.ly/TOT comp plan. So please take that brief survey. There's also an interactive map. And a lot of great information on that page. And they keep working with staff to facilitate monthly comprehensive work sessions with planning and zoning to integrate feedback. And there will be upcoming engagement opportunities in person, virtual, and hybrid planned for the coming months to maximize participation. So really broadening those opportunities rather than just in-person trainings or opportunities. For Parks and Rec, the town park campground is open, online reservations. The last night for camping is October 5th, and the pool is closed for the season. But we still have fall programming with the adult soccer league and youth soccer, as well as club soccer. Upcoming events, recent events on town property include Telluride Jazz, Mushroom Festival, Show Bar Concert Series, Camp Alderweil, which I will give an update on, Mountain Run Film Festival, Alley Fest, and the Imaging Pass Run, which a lot of our staff ran, including Tiffany over there. So way to go, Tiffany. Upcoming events on town property, the Augmented Concert Series is happening tonight in Elks Park. When Dishwashers Were King premiere is tomorrow, September 10th. Blues and Brews Festival over this weekend starting Thursday. Mountains to Desert Classic, September 20th. Show Bar Concert Series continue with September 25th. Autumn Classic, Deep Creek, and Suicide Awareness and Preservation for Hope Walk, all happening. From open space, we have the Valley Floor Reach 3 River Restoration Project. So work has begun on the Reach 3 River Restoration Project on the Valley Floor. This project is being constructed in coordination with Trout Unlimited and the U.S. Forest Service. And it will create 1,320 linear feet of new meandering channel downstream and is projected to be completed mid-November. And I really love that construction picture in the packet. On to Public Works, which is the bulk of this report. Main Street is nearing its completion. We had several weeks of rain, which has caused delays in the punch list construction. So the only remaining tasks are the asphalt patch backs at Alder and Willow, and TGI is scheduled to arrive in late September to carry out patch work that has performed during the ramp installation. Being a little bit less of a great walker right now, I've already took advantage of those ramps, and I can now firsthand see how beneficial they are. Really, when I was walking around in crutches, I was like, oh wow, this is much easier. So it's fun to have that perspective.
Ms. Zoe is part of those punch lists. Like Aspen and
Yes.
Aspen
Colorado.
wasn't called out in this. That was,
Aspen very much is,
Okay.
and that's part of going to be the mill and overlay is the biggest piece of that because they're going to be regrading the road. I'm probably not saying the right words,
Okay.
but I also walked up that ramp in this
It is not
condition and have given my firsthand experience on that as well.
lucky didn't Peter and fall backwards.
I mean, you should have seen the angles I had to make to get up that. But so yes, that is very much part of that mill and overlay
Right.
perspective.
You can imagine the public, it's very visible and there's a
Right,
lot of
it's the
feedback.
first one.
And
A
if
lot of
they-
feedback.
And if they,
So-
or the punch lists are done
Yeah.
and see that intersection.
And so it's a punch list for the accessibility ramp contractors is here. Mill and overlay is a separate project. That will be a concentration within that project to decorating. Pacific Avenue improvements. Telluride Granville has finalized construction of all the ramps at the junction of West Pacific and Davis. Subsequent significant task involved pouring the stamped crosswalk, stormwater valley pans at the Pacific Davis intersection. This operation will necessitate the closure of the intersection for several days and will result in a detour directing traffic from South Tyneson toward Pacific or the Southern Alley, providing access to residents and local businesses. And Public Works, one additional note as well. Public Works, Parks, and the project arborist met on site to evaluate the cottonwoods west of the Carhenge Bridge during excavation. Once the roots were exposed, it became clear the trees were unlikely to survive and now pose a significant safety risk due to instability and potential for falling. So after expert consultation will be part of the additional trees included in the revegetation plan. So we did have to remove a couple more trees. It is very helpful for those on this project, especially those that live nearby, to please be part of looking at the webpage on Engage Telluride, bit.ly/TOT Pacific Avenue, or text Pacific to 38276. They do continue to update weekly on what they're working on, what the progress is, any other construction things. So please visit that piece as that is a continually evolving project. And I know I can only give so much in this manager's report, but there is a lot of information updated there. Streets and utilities continue the 2025 paving program of Just Priority Streets, including Aspen and Colorado. The contractor is TGI. Streets plan to be milled September 29th through October 1st. And then the following week is scheduled for the overlay. So parklets within the 2025 overlay program on Colorado must be removed by October 1st, and staff is coordinating with those folks to remind them. And notifications will be issued when the schedule and street segments are confirmed. Not much more progress on Mahoney Bridge since last time or the Public Works facility expansion. So I will continue to wastewater and water. As we all know, that we implemented water restrictions started Friday, August 22nd in response to ongoing drought conditions and reduced water availability. So Public Works will be completing scheduled maintenance at the Pandora water treatment plant over the next several weeks, which require occasional shutdowns. During this period, Mill Creek will serve as the primary treatment facility. At the same time, raw water sources continue to show lower than normal flows for the season. So these restrictions are a proactive measure taken out of an abundance of caution to ensure water resources remain reliable and that ongoing projects can move forward without interruption. So neighboring communities, including Mountain Village, have adopted similar measures in the recent weeks, and staff will continue to closely monitor the water supply conditions and make adjustments to restrictions as necessary. So thank you so much, community, for your cooperation and support conserving water at this time. It plays a vital role in protecting our resources and maintaining reliable services for everyone. So thank you again, everyone, for doing your part. The sanitary sewer rehabilitation. The contractor, CNL, has completed the planned pipelining with the town. Phase 2 is starting now and we'll be focusing on the existing sewer line along the valley floor. We did issue a release, and that didn't make it into the report, but starting tomorrow through the a month, October 10th, there will be closures on the bike path to accommodate this work. So there will be disruptions on that, and we'll continue to communicate that out to folks at bit.ly/TOT sewer lining, or text Telluride to 38276 for those that are interested or would like more information. And let's see, I feel like we're getting close. Okay, the Sediment Pond at Alder, Colorado. So the installation of stormwater systems at the intersection of Colorado and Alder, it was found that the sediment pond had reached its maximum capacity. So to restore the bottom to the appropriate elevation, it was necessary to remove 4 to 5 feet of sediment for the pond. This work is now complete. The river trail is open and they've been resurfacing, and it looks great for anyone who has not seen it. And then finally, the Pandora water plant. Public Works is moving forward with an emergency procurement to replace a failed linear in the clean in place, the CIP tank at the Pandora water plant. Following an assessment with our consultants and with TMI staff, it is proceeding with the installation of fiberglass coating to ensure the plant remains operational and prepared to meet increased production demands this winter. And with that, any questions? Quickly, I know it's in your memo of Camp Alderwild concert. Overall, this was a great event. Town felt it went smoothly, including coordination with the Mountain Run, Telluride Film Festival, and the soccer club. Actual total crowds per day, sales versus comps, was Friday for about 4,500 and Saturday about 4,700. Reminder, the maximum crowd size per day was 7,250, so this event did not sell out. There was 924 campers in Town Park, 888 in Lawson Hill, 914 vehicles parked on town property and around the region, and there were 372 contacts made at the info barricade. Law enforcement and emergency services reported smooth operations, and an estimated 55% of waste was diverted from the landfill, and the event ended within their established curfew all days. Town and event communications with the public were informative and consistent, and Public Works Department was not in attendance at the meeting, and so their input will be provided later. All
Great.
right.
Any questions for Zoe?
Did you hear any feedback from the Mountain Run?
I haven't heard feedback from the Mountain Run.
Okay.
I think, was there something in the packet or
Hard
public
Rock?
comment, like that they were gonna like sit on it and then like get us
Oh.
feedback, I think.
Okay.
It's either in public comment or it's in the packet, it's somewhere, I
Okay.
think.
I believe you.
Stephanie is always here. She's so great.
No, just for this item. There will be a formal debrief with all the events and other activities that had management plans. So that'll be Mountain Run Film Festival and Soccer Club. And we would like to do those debriefs quickly after Blues and Brews once the dust settles a little bit. So more to come, but from staff's perspective, that everybody followed the management plans and coexisting went as well as it could be, but I'm sure hearing from those users will be more specific.
Stephanie, I just want to say thank you. I know that your staff made some like quick pivots to like just ensure that we were safe from like potential wildfire because it was so dry, and that wasn't obviously part of the initial plan. And I just want to say thank you because obviously we are here and safe and nothing happened. And so I appreciate that work.
Thanks for the acknowledgement. We're always pivoting where we need to.
That wasn't in here, so, and I don't know that many people knew that you did that. So thank you.
Great job with your staff and working with Planet Bluegrass and some other vendors that may be newer to Telluride. And I went one night and thought it ran very well.
Loved it. And I like loved that everybody in the park was so happy. And there were so many people that I would never have thought would be at that show that came up and said, thank you. And this is incredible. And this is amazing. And we're so excited to see something like this here. And it was just great. It was great to see something new happening and the community embracing it for the most part.
Awesome. Any other questions before we let Stephanie go for chiming in at 6:05?
Go have dinner.
Stephanie, thank you.
right.
Appreciate that. Zoe, thank you very much. That gets us, all looked at the weekly meeting calendar, and then that brings us to 10B attorneys reports. Ally, do you have anything for us?
Kevin is on vacation right now. I'm standing in for him. He did not leave me with anything to give to you, so I'm guessing he is holding it for the next meeting, but thank you.
That brings us to agenda item 10C, council reports. I'm not
So
sure.
many.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I have 6.
I mean,
How do you have
we
six?
sometimes when meetings go late, sometimes we just do them all together the next meeting.
Yeah,
Do you want to do that?
that's fine with me.
I don't
Okay.
have anything.
I'm not
so-
saying the next meeting won't be late.
Prepare for it and bring Red Bull.
What?
Just be prepared for it and bring a Red Bull.
Oh, and hopefully I won't be sick. That's really not helping.
Yeah. I'm okay with pushing council reports to the next meeting, with the one caveat being I would give every council member and myself a chance to report on something if they thought it was time sensitive. And if not, we can push it.
I don't, like I said, I don't have anything to report. So you went to my meeting that I had.
It is nothing time sensitive.
Oh, no.
Nothing of mine is. I actually have all my meetings 6 this month.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be you next meeting.
Okay.
So
I mean, I'm going to have more next meeting.
I think
Are there any
okay.
that you feel like you need to do right now, but maybe not all 6?
I mean, I would say like Hark, there was a lot of
Give us
things
Hark.
that happened.
Give us heart.
Okay.
We'll take our.
So we had a few applications, and I won't talk about kind of the very smooth deed restricted application on Primrose. The first time I've ever seen something approved on the first meeting, which was very cool. We love that. So the San Juan Village lots 7 and 8, which are the lots across from Clark's, there was a little bit of confusion around whether or not the application was land use code compliant. But the applicant had a solution. It was about like underground parking space. So, not a major violation, but definitely caused a little bit of like confusion in the meeting and in the board. And the board approved it with two conditions, and one of them was to set back the entire mass of the southwest lot, so lot 7, and step the wall plane back. But I think, wait, I didn't take a note. I think it was an additional 10 feet from the 5 feet they already asked for, which was already beyond the normal setback. So that was,
Plan to do that?
That's small.
that's why I wanted to bring it up. It was an aggressive ask by the board, and there was already confusion around whether or not they should see the application. So it was I found that a little I'm not supposed to have opinions.
No, I'm looking at Ally. I'm like, I feel like we're teetering
Yeah.
here on update versus,
Yeah.
because
So I'm gonna stop
because you don't
talking.
know where this is gonna go and
Right.
it could come
Yeah.
to council. So I think just from the update perspective, I don't know if you have anything to add from an update perspective, Ally, that might help provide some.
Yeah, if Elena, if you just want to express a little bit of concern with the process, I think they did approve it, so it is appealable now. They just approved with those two conditions. I believe they're probably past their appeal deadline, so I'm not so sure. I'm concerned about that. However, you might just want to keep it to concerns rather than details. And if you think there is anything that might need to be brought forward before town council, now might be the time to express the
Yeah,
desire.
I think that the big takeaway, without going into too much detail, was, the board is supposed to approach each application neutral without having made decisions, neutral to the applicant, and it felt like there was a lot of tension going into that, and some conclusions already made, and I think
From board.
yeah, from the board, like I was kind of yeah, it didn't feel like the board had a neutral approach to that applicant. And I think it was like amplified or maybe set off by this issue with like the land use code element, which is up to the planning director to decide whether or not something, or to evaluate whether or not something's land use code compliant, and they had fixed the problem. But there was, some disagreement about whether or not they should view the application. So that feels a little timely to mention. Yeah. I can leave it at that.
It's good to leave it there.
Yep. I won't do any of my other updates because you told me not to.
I suggested something.
Well, Ellen, thank you very much. We'll hold off on your other reports to the next council meeting unless we're running another 3 hours late for that one. And that brings us to related organization reports. Tiffany, I assume we have none? Thank God. And then 10E is comment on payments. Please provide any of those comments by email. That brings us to agenda item number 11, executive session. There is not one today. And then we can adjourn by mutual consent. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in so long.
Hey.